Happy Monday, folks. You know what that means. It means everyone and their mothers are streaming today. It's Comic Book Kings. Comicsgate's Kings are streaming. We've got Canoli Sasquatch people streaming. We've got, who else is streaming right now? We're streaming Tales from the Dorkside. This will be the last Tales from the Dorkside before Schlocktober starts. And man, have I been busy. I've been busier than a two-legged mule hauling a freight of cheese across the... You know what I'm busy. You know what I'm trying to say. I'm busy. Watching a bunch of stupid schlocky horror movies. Getting ready to be on some big streams this week and next week. And the week after that. And meeting some new friends. But we're going to do a fun Midjourney episode where we dick around on Midjourney and make art and talk about current events. All kinds of stuff happening. Have all kinds of guests. We'll see who pops in here. We'll see. I'm not sure what's going to happen tonight. But anyway, we got Josh and myself. How are you?
Hello, good evening.
Haven't seen you since last week. Good to see you.
I know. I had a pretty exciting Sunday. I blacked out on the Behemoth roller coaster and woke up right as it ended to tell the funniest joke of my life.
Are you one of those guys that blacks out on the roller coasters?
Oh, yeah. There's a picture and everything. I was completely down doing the Behemoth thing. Never rode a roller coaster in my life. But I woke up. I'm like, you know what?
What?
Yeah. Totally blacked out. I could share the picture. But I woke up and I was...
Never been on a roller coaster in your life?
Well, I have been on 3 now, and I blacked out on all 3 of them. But I woke up from blacking out on this roller coaster after I got to the top. And I looked at the person there, and we're gonna break our swear ban here, you know. And I'm like, you know what? To my ex-wife, fuck you. I can ride a roller coaster. But if you see her, tell her fuck you, because I can't fuck her.
Wow. Your ex-wife was the one who told you not to ride roller coasters because you had a blacking out
100%.
problem.
Apparently,
the thing
yes.
is, you're allowed to get on the roller coasters if you black out. I mean, you're harnessed in there, right? I mean, let the guy black out.
Oh yeah, they were really concerned about me. I texted my dad. I'm like, I blacked out. He's like, what? But that was my week. I went to Canada's Wonderland. It's pretty tight. Nice. And got a great cup of coffee. How are you?
I'm great. So, yeah, normally like the whole blacking out on roller coasters, I'm one of those guys that like takes the roller coaster head on. I love it. I love to sit in the front and just like feel like I'm a jet fighter pilot or something, you know, going super slow in a plane. But like, the idea is I would go to Six Flags Fiesta, Texas out in San Antonio, and we would just hit up, like, we would go like around this time of year, end of September, mid-September, like last couple weeks after school started when it's like a desert. There's no one there. You can get on, you can get there at like noon, get on the first roller coaster instantly and just like go down the line every roller coaster and then probably do a couple second time, you know? Good stuff. But
yeah,
so,
I know. I feel bad for every NPC in Roller Coaster Tycoon I ever tortured now.
But it's like, I was going to say, like, I've noticed like in the videos, the funny videos of the people passing out on roller coasters, it's always like 9 out of 10 times a young black woman.
Oh, I've
noticed this?
That.
I've noticed this.
No,
it's always like young black girls getting on roller coasters.
No, we got to the top of the roller coaster. I'm there with my friend and actress Marina. And then all I know is she's like, you just blacked out, woke up and tell me a funny joke. And like, you're just bobbing your head back and forth and you're just unconscious the whole time. I'm like, okay, you know, I guess that's my Sunday.
They're always like, the guy's like up there, okay. And then it's just like,
Yep.
Did you pass out like multiple times?
No, I passed out once, woke up when the ride was done. I rode the Behemoth, and, you know, there's a picture of me going, that's my profile picture now on Facebook because I thought I looked awesome.
Oh, I didn't see this.
I zoomed it in so you can't see it, but yeah, it's that.
Oh, is that what that weird picture
That's
was?
what that weird picture is. That's me.
I thought this was like a picture of like cum on a sock.
No, you got to introduce our next guest, though. I've talked long enough.
Is someone here? No one's here.
Oh, it's just me and you tonight? Everyone
left.
All right, well, let's get to it.
And then he said he had some audio issues, and they bounced out of here.
Oh,
I think he was really secretly afraid because one of the topics I was gonna talk about was Zelensky in Canada. And they were like, he was like, I don't want to talk about anything political. I'm like, bro, I've done several of these episodes like full political. I mean, you don't know me back in the Facebook days, but yeah, I did an episode about the George Floyd riots where we were like watching all the riots like popcorn. Lower the toxicity. Oh, wait. Device is not connected. You will need to connect your mic and cam before you can add them to the stream, it says.
Well, they're around here somewhere, I guess.
I mean, toxic, whatever you unplugged. It's funny because he was saying that he was having audio issues like echoes and stuff, and I didn't hear anything.
He's probably rebooting like half the movies in the cinemas these days. So, it's all good. We'll get there.
Oh, my God. That'd be like a funny-ass problem that I've never heard of. But, like, yeah, I mean, you're in the middle of a movie, and, like, the computer shuts down for some reason, and now it's like we have to restart it. Think about how long it takes to reboot a computer sometimes. A few minutes.
Oh, no, that's not really. Mine will do it in like 30 seconds. The
point is, that fucking 30 seconds to a minute, it feels like forever, man.
Oh, my goodness, yeah. I mean, like back in the day, like my first computer was a Windows ME, and like that thing would take like 5 minutes to reboot. And now it's like 15 seconds, and I'm pissed off that my computer is not rebooted. It's like, what the heck?
Toxic, I don't know if you can hear me, but it says that you need your mic connected. Christopher says he's going to be here in a few. So, but yeah, Toxic, I don't know what you unplugged, but needs to be plugged in. I don't know if you're in from a different device, you can hear me. Yeah, I literally can't add you. There's a big exclamation point. It says device is not connected. And it says they will need you. You will need to connect your mic/cam before I can add you to the stream. So I guess get out and come back in. And when you go into that little server room, make sure your mic and your camera are getting picked up, or your avatar or whatever. Yeah, he left. Okay.
Oh, that's okay. Let me tell you, I watched DC Cab tonight for like the 5th time. What a dumb movie. Have you seen that thing?
I know it.
Oh, yeah. It's got Bill Maher. It's got the crazy guy from Lethal Weapon and Mr. T all in the same movie. It's absolutely nuts. Highly recommend.
From the 80s.
Oh, yeah. So 80s. Joel Schumacher, too. So,
Gary
it makes no
Busey.
sense. Yes, Gary Busey. He's like Bruce Lee. My favorite quote from the movie is like, Bruce Lee isn't dead. He's just been kept in a cryo chamber till the economy improves. Then they're going to melt him down so they can have more gold in the like that's a real line.
Hell yeah.
It's nuts.
I believe it. It's like one of those crazy conspiracy theories that sounds so crazy it might be true.
Yeah. You know what? I'm down for that. What are we talking about tonight? Yeah, DC Cab is great.
Well, first thing I was going to talk about was, the stupid channel I got going on. Got Schlocktober. Like I said, we've got everything uploaded and ready to go from October 1st all the way to October 18th. So we got the Meg coming out this Wednesday with me and Chris and Meg. We watched it. It was funny. The copyright claim has been rescinded. So looks like it's available.
Now, did you see the Meg 2 in theaters?
Not yet. I haven't seen it at all. We're waiting to watch the Meg 2 with Chris. Probably the second time he'll watch it, and that'll be probably in a month or two, around the holiday season, maybe. But anyway, I've got a fucking public domain full horror movie riff being uploaded every day of October. And the cool thing was I would just record them in OBS. They got the intro. They got like our little thumbnails and everything. They got everything ready to go. I just record them, upload them. And I've only had to edit like 3 of them.
Oh, man, you're doing the Vampire Bats? That's one of the best public domain movies. It's fantastic.
Okay, so we're doing, first we got Cry of the Werewolf, then we got Beast from Haunted Cave, Trilogy of Terror with me and Chris. The Vampire Bat and Dracula 2000 come out the same day. And the Dracula 2000, I did put the overlay up on it lightly, but I didn't edit the movie. It's full length. Hour and 30-minute movie. Me and my Chris just
I love Dracula 2000.
All right, so me and my Chris, me and my cousin doing full length commentary with video on that one. It's allowed on YouTube for some reason, so hell yeah. And then we got October 5th, Horror Express. This is one of the only ones I had to edit. I had to edit it heavily and claim fair use public domain, and I finally got it dropped. But for some reason, this one has like a crazy overlay. Don't worry about it. But it was a fun movie. Me and Chris hardly riff it because it was legitimately a good movie, and we were talking about how I wish they'd remake it. That'd be cool.
Well, no, remakes, you should remake movies that are bad and make them good, not ones that are good and make
them
bad.
It is good, but it's dated, you know what I mean? And you could still you could still bring back this crazy super psychic ape that's the bad guy of this movie. I've never seen a fucking monster like this before in my life. Horror Express.
Hey, have you watched what's the one on Amazon? The one about the killer pants slacks? It's like a trendy store about these organic pants, but I guess some kid got thrown in the cotton grinder. So these killer pants are killing influencers. It's the best high budget killer pants movie I've ever seen. The only, I might add.
Nice. Well, I had to edit. Yeah, this reminds me of like Rubber and some other shit. There was another one
that's a
about
great one.
that killer dress with that guy who made that Black Mirror episode. What was it called?
Oh no, I haven't seen that one, but I want to.
It was trippy and weird. But anyway, October 6th, we've got Monster in the Closet again in full. All these movies are in full. We got The Wasp Woman. Me and Uninspired Reviewer watched that one. We got The Blob. We got The Devil's Hand. We've got Invisible Ghost and How to Make a Monster. We still got to watch the 50s one, but me and Dark Hour are doing How to Make a Monster 2001 and How to Make a Monster 1958, both on the 11th. Then we've got Equinox, which I didn't realize was a movie that my cousin quoted all the time, and I didn't know what the hell it was from. What are you? What are you? And I'm like, what is that from? I don't know. Then we've got Clown House, which was the movie I think you or Kyle, someone had brought up. And we were like, this movie is bad juju. And I read about it.
That would not be me. God. I'm afraid of clowns. Yeah, definitely Kyle. Afraid of clowns. But I know of it.
Then we've got Saturday the 14th, which actually comes out on Saturday, October the 14th. How amazing is that?
That's perfect timing.
Then we got The Worst Witch with me and Meg, Creature from the Haunted Sea, The Thirsty Dead. Then we got Rockula on the 18th, and then Queen of the Dead is also coming out on the 18th, and then we'll be caught up to more than half of the month. Also,
I'm curious. I've always seen your profile picture as your face on RoboCop or someone's face on RoboCop. Where did that come from? Because
it was just like a funny picture I made like years and years ago. I was like, hey, I was like showing off my I was showing off my Photoshop skills.
Nice.
This is way before people were getting those AI made selfies. I was like, you guys, and it's one of those images that I just like never get tired of. Just like how I never get tired of the movie RoboCop.
RoboCop is possibly one of the greatest movies ever made. I agree.
I highly recommend that RoboDoc documentary. We finished it.
I know. I want to see it.
It was amazing.
Just, I gotta. It's my way for my. I'll buy it one day.
I was talking about it with Chris, and we were like, we were watching like the Mr. Brown's Alliance, like multiple video essay of the, stream about the movie, and it's just like very tranquil, very. This is the part where they're shooting the guns. Drink because they're shooting guns again. That's literally how the tone was. It was fun.
They shoot so many guns in that. Now, did you ever watch the RoboCop animated or live action shows that were like made for kids? Do you ever catch any of those?
No, I did see those live action spin-off movies for Sci-Fi Channel that were pretty good.
Yeah, there's a bunch of RoboCop. They tried to milk that franchise for years. And then there was that RoboCop versus Terminator SNES game, which is fantastic. Great little game.
Asking Jay, West hell happened. I never heard an echo, bro.
An echo on my end or your end?
On anyone's end. I never heard anyone echoing. He just started talking about echoes. Then he just left.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure he's working on it.
We'll get there. What is the image up for the episode today? Is that a movie I should know, or am I?
No, this is more Midjourney shit. I was making Midjourney art, like I was saying, and the Midjourney stuff. It was like referencing this story about Zelensky in the Canadian Parliament getting fucking everyone to salute a fucking literal Nazi war criminal.
Oh yeah, see, I don't know anything about this, so you'll have to enlighten me because I don't follow.
Yeah, Wes was like, I was laying out all the topics, and Wes was like, I don't want to talk about any political stuff. I was like, this is kind of not even, political aside, it's still hilarious. And also it's like the idea is these are the same people that call everyone Nazis. So, what do we want here? I was making all kinds of Midjourney art, and it was funny because it wouldn't let me do anything like disparaging towards Joe Biden. I couldn't say like Joe Biden with a giant spider controlling his head, but I could say like politician, with a giant spider controlling his head or whatever. Let's see. What do you want a politician to be doing on the podium? Something funny.
I'm not sure. Maybe a bad graduation speech, put it in there. You can say everyone's equal, but they're like, they're cliquey or something. I don't know. I feel like that could be something.
Politician so this is like on the podium.
Website or something?
This is Discord, and this is Midjourney, the AI art tool that is on Discord. One of the more powerful and prolific. This is the third one of these episodes where kind of dick around on Midjourney while we talk about this crap. But yeah, let's see. A politician on the podium speaking to an audience of lemurs. How about that?
Levers?
Lemurs.
Reavers.
Lemur. A lemur, you know.
Oh,
those little-
lemurs, like the Zaboomafoo things.
Yeah, African.
Yeah.
What's the
Oh, this ought to be good.
the African savannah? Is that what we'll call it? Yeah.
Oh, put them in the most random thing. Maybe the lemurs are in the
Daytime.
Antarctic.
Hang on, wait. AR. Hang on. 16 by 9. That'll be a second picture. Lemur dressed for the Arctic. There you go. Politician on the podium speaking to an audience of lemurs. African savannah, daytime, 16 by 9. Aspect ratio. And then we'll do another one. Imagine a lemur dressed for Arctic exploration.
I mean, considering a lemur's body temperature has to maintain above 10 degrees regularly, this is great. This is like a science joke.
Oh, I see. We have 2 lemur politicians in the. It looks
This is
like
a
the top
deleted
image.
scene from Matrix Revolutions.
Yeah, obviously the top image is the winner, but these are all funny. But yeah, top image. That's exactly what I was asking for. Thank you.
Now that's a profile picture right
Now
there.
this is also good too. Number 3. Number 4 is close, but number 2 is also close, but number 1 wins.
I feel like with number 3, you could just put Obey from They Live and, it would work.
Yeah. No clue. It won't let me access. That's what James says.
Huh.
Wes.
Huh.
He's such a boomer.
What is a
Boomers.
boomer exactly? I don't really know.
Well, the way it gets thrown around on the internet is basically anybody who's not proficient in the technology.
Oh. Fair enough. There's a lot of these online terms that confuse my brain.
I guess it used to mean like a baby boomer, like someone born in the 40s.
That last number 4 is incredible.
Oh my God. I'm not even looking at that. Holy shit.
Right? Oh my goodness. What the 3 looks like a raccoon. I would say that's probably the least, but the rest are awesome.
Do I just copy this link again? Okay. Let me send this to Wes. See what's going on. He's reset his computer 34 times.
34 times. So we've been live for what? 18 minutes? What is that broken down time-wise?
That's like once every 2 minutes at least. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah. Number 4, that looks a little bit like a little chihuahua, but it's cute as hell. Number 3, this is a female for some reason. I don't know, the little headband, I guess.
Yeah,
2
maybe
and
that's
3 are
like
here
to
for
absorb
business.
the sweat. Like
I think 3 is the best because it's an action shot, like he's in the Arctic,
But it looks more like raccoon, right? That's like
You're right.
was just more like Rocket Raccoon more than anything going to an oversized
I
parka.
see what you're saying.
Yeah,
we'll say all of these are good. These are amazing. Oh wait, blue collar. Wes is having issues, but I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, I was listening.
Huh?
I do hear an echo too.
Man,
The browser has blocked your mic. Oh, hey, I know what's going on. I know what his problem is.
Yo, blue collar, what's your favorite lemur in the Arctic? You gotta. That's the question of the night.
Trying to think. The top right one.
Oh, going bold with the goggles.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I love when you say pizza. Oh, be ready in 10 minutes. You're sitting for 20 minutes later. Like, what the fuck, guys? Like, damn. Lazy ass pizza.
All right, so Wes needs to click that little red X on the right side of his address bar that is blocking his camera. You need to click that X. It is blocking your mic and camera.
Huh. Technical issues.
Allow it in the settings. He reset it as cookies, I guess.
I would not be mad if they have a lemur in the Guardians of the Galaxy reboot in half a year because they have to make money instead of a raccoon. I'm okay with that, but they need to be this lemur right here. One of these.
Yeah, I wonder if Wes is watching. If he is, let me show everybody here what the hell I'm talking about. First, we'll go ahead and I'll get on the next topic. Oh shit! Did I close something? I was fucking.
You don't want to
damn
talk
it.
about AI art all night long for a 5
No,
hour
we're
stream?
we're going to be talking about AI art intermittently, but okay. Like, see how I've got a web tab here, right, Wes?
Yep.
Somewhere right here in this area where the star is and these buttons, there's going to be a red X that you want to click because that's somehow it's like alerting you right there in that X, like, hey, pop-ups detected, or it's telling you in your case, you're fucking this website's trying to access your camera and your mic. It's not letting you. So you need to click that and go to your website properties and fix that. Allow it. Got it? Cool. You're a smart lad. You can figure it out, especially with my guidance. There's nothing you can't do.
Oh yeah.
I'm a goddamn technical whiz. What's funny is like I was going to try to get Russ in the StreamYard room real quick to show him like me updating one of his thumbnails, and not really like the how and the what I'm doing, but more so like the why.
Yeah.
When you fix this text problem, can you raise your arms and say I'm invincible like Boris from GoldenEye because you have the glasses and everything?
Nice.
I feel like that works.
Oh yeah, so I wear my blue blockers because like the thing is I normally wear these like on my computer at work. Because like I'm always in front of the computer monitor, and I'm not in here too often, but lately I've been in the man cave, just watching fucking movies and doing goddamn knows what else, editing and stuff. I'm just in this dark room with this big screen in my face. So yeah, put your blue blockers on. It'll help save your eyesight.
Tight glasses. I mean, you got to have blue sunglasses for your screen if you're going to do that.
Yeah. Chris, is there anything you want to see me make on Midjourney before we get into the snow babes topic?
Shit. I can't think of a thing right now.
I want to see a rhinoceros on an airplane specifically.
Like flying an airplane or riding
flying on an airplane in a seat, because I have a hashtag that I've been running for years, hashtag rhinos on a plane. Always wanted to see it come true. It's my custom hashtag. No one else is using it. Don't know why.
A full-grown rhino trying to sit in the coach section.
No first-class rhinos here.
Misspelled plane. Airplane. Comical.
It could be serious. I would be fine with that. That could be comical serious.
Funny cartoon. Hyper realistic. What else?
Tell me you've never wanted to see a rhino on a plane. You have to.
Oh yeah.
Do now. Oh, the thunder's coming. By the way, I told everybody earlier, I don't know if I said it on the stream, but yeah, there's a big storm right now. It did pass over. It might get stormy again. For some reason, I cut out and turn off, or I don't know. It's because the storm got me.
Yeah.
A full-grown rhino was trying to sit in the coach section of an airplane. Comical, cramped, funny cartoon, hyper-realistic. Here we go. What else? Here's another one. We'll do imagine a rhino piloting a 1940s, what do we call those, single engine airplane.
Oh, good.
Illustrated in the style of Norman Rockwell.
That number 2 is the way to go. It's got a hoodie.
Yeah. He's like dressed for
And
success.
now I just want to see a Titanic remake with only rhinos grunting. You know, like the Star Wars Christmas special where the Wookiees just grunt the whole time because reasons.
All right. The deck of the Titanic.
Oh my God.
Populated by rhinos.
And the stream has become chaos already.
We'll see if it makes the rhinos with clothes and like makes them what's the word I'm looking for? Humanized. There's a word for that.
Paint me like one of your French rhinos?
Yeah. Or we'll see if they're just like rhino animals like on 4 legs. Okay, now obviously, number 2 is the winner.
Yeah, number 2 is amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Flawless. He's even got a sleep mask up. Like,
that is
what
incredible.
Do you want?
The seat is rhino sized, you know, like that's incredible.
These are what these fat people want, and this is one of the few times that I agree with the fat activists, because they're always like, we need to make airplane seats bigger and more comfortable, and I'm like, yeah, honestly, you should. You fuckers are overcharging as it is, you know. God damn. Okay, so here we've got this is terrible. It's close though. I mean, I feel like I need to say something better in the prompt. Rhino piloted. Oh, no. I need to say rhino piloting.
A rhino must be a plane from World War II or something. A very specific plane.
It could very well be. You're right.
That rhino is incredible. It deserves an Oscar. Give the man an Oscar.
Why not?
So can I help you, please?
Your baggage needs to move. It's not fitting in the overhead compartment.
What the hell? It's on my end.
Yeah.
What? Dude, there's no way I'm preventing. I didn't block anybody from coming in here. Again,
Makes sense.
Yeah, dude. There's no way it's on my end. Period. Literally impossible.
Send this rhino with the meme just to make sure we really enforce it's impossible. But because this is impossible.
Send a rhino to see Wes.
Just the rhino looking at him. No, impossible.
There's something. It's like, I hate troubleshooting while I'm doing the show.
Mm-hmm.
Wes, try Googling exactly. Hell.
Just keep blaming Enzo.
Maybe reinstall SteamYards. Just uninstall it and reinstall it.
There's no installing anything. It's just literally a website you go to.
Yeah,
I know, but maybe just clear your web browser or something then. Because there is the StreamYards app that I have on my computer for streaming and stuff you can use if you want.
Yeah.
Well, you can't come in. He can't. Huh. I mean, the thing is, man, I know what happened. He was afraid we were going to talk about political stuff, and then he bailed. Now he's saying
well, no one is telling me what this political stuff is about. You're all just being very vague. I need details so we can talk about it.
I was going to briefly talk about Zelensky asking for money. And he's like, I don't think we should talk about that at all. I want to be pop culture. I'm like, well,
I don't even know who that is, so you have to brief me on it. Tell me about the
Ukrainian prime minister.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay if you're afraid. It's okay if Wes is afraid to talk about a touchy subject. But I mean, I'm confused as to how it's my problem. I didn't do anything. He left. Tried to come in. It was telling me his microphone's not on. I told him to go. He left again. Now I haven't seen him since.
He's having technical problems.
Well, I'd like to hear about the politics that are happening in my country that I know nothing about. I'm very curious now.
Cool. We'll get to it. I want to wait till Wes is here. Oh yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna wait until we get done talking about it, and then his mic is mysteriously gonna
rejoin.
Fix. I know what's gonna happen. All right, whatever. Here's the deck of the boat. I don't know. This is closed. This third one's kind of okay.
Yeah.
It's just two rhinos on the deck of a ship. Anyway. Here's something I wanted to talk about. I was perusing through the movie websites, and I saw this film, and it looked interesting for many reasons. But
okay,
it's called Snow Babes.
Because why not?
And yeah, we've got two attractive ladies on the cover.
They're babes.
We've got what appears to be like a weird, excited man. And then we've got like a fun
that's
snowboarder
just you
guy
in the background there.
Yeah. That was me when I saw this movie. I was like, hey, a booby comedy in this day and age? Like, I don't believe you. We've got a snowboarder doing action on the roof. And I watched the movie and I was a little disappointed, to say the least. And I kind of skimmed it. I didn't really watch it. But I skimmed the movie, and it was basically these two ladies here are the said Snow Babes. Now, I went ahead and I did skim it to make sure that there wasn't, like, these actresses were somewhere else in the movie.
Uh-huh.
I did confirm watching the film haphazardly that these are the suspected Snow Babes.
That is very misleading.
Yeah, and then on top of that, this movie did not have these fun stoner comedy vibes. Stoner comedy booby vibes is what I'm getting from this vibe, from this poster, right? Wes, Blue Collar, are you eating something in front of your microphone? What are you?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You're not muted.
Can we talk about the birds in the background that were clearly copy and pasted horribly in? Are they in the movie? Because that's what I'm most interested in.
I'm sure there are birds in the film. I didn't notice, but this thigh gap is certainly not in the movie right here. There's no thigh gap ladies running around. There is a part where these two ladies do get in swimsuits and get in a jacuzzi, and it is not very flattering, and it's very reminiscent of the film about Schmidt with Kathy Bates going into the hot tub with Jack Nicholson. But also from what I could tell is the movie didn't seem really much like a comedy. Yeah. It seemed more like one of these like it certainly wasn't a booby comedy. It seemed more like one of these like feminist dramedies about these two young ladies kind of needing a weekend off to relax and kind of have like a little girls' weekend off. I don't know. Very strange. And I was just again baffled by this marketing.
Maybe it was AI art created like you did for Rhinos on a Plane, and they just used whatever they generated. Because that font looks like it belongs in like a Windows Movie Maker from 2007.
The font is the font's called Cooper Black, and it's your classic 1970s font you see all the time. But what's funny is I made a post about it on the Drinker page, and it's interesting because someone in the comments was saying, "I know the girl on the right." Now I assume he's talking about this girl on the right. Not this girl on the right, because how the hell could you know, right? But he basically said, "Hey, I know this woman," and I was this close. I thought, I mean, I don't know how close I was, but I mean, there was a possibility that she would have been on the show today had we had heard back from her. Eat a dick. His name is Eat a Dick. Here, I'm going to show you what. Like he changed his name to Eat a Dick, and again, it says devices not connected. I can't edit anything here on my end.
Well, I mean, one of these days, if you do Prom Night 3, The Last Kiss, I know the cinematographer, director, and from it, I would love to bring him on and talk about it because that is a brilliant film.
All right, so here's the thing. This is
awesome.
We might get a crazy loophole here. This might get weird. Okay, all right, fine, whatever.
Let's get weird.
But as you can see, Wes, this is you right here. I've done nothing, bro. So I don't need the attitude either because you fucked up your computer, bro. You bailed out of here. You reset your cookies and you can't get them back on. I'm sorry. You don't need to call me Eat a Dick for that. I've done nothing. I have no way to change your editing. I can't change your any kind of the. I have no way to change this stuff for your permissions. I can't edit you. I can kick you. I can ban you. But I haven't done either of those things, I assure you.
Yeah.
So I hope. I mean, what happened was he was obsessing about some echo that I didn't hear, and then he left.
I heard a little bit, but it's gone now.
There's an echo right now. I mean, I'm coming in through my headphones, so I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
It's not
well,
there
whatever.
Can we go back to that rhino sitting on an airplane? That's a great background.
This is the best.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one we need. Hashtag Rhinos on a Plane.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Sam Jackson would do too well on that plane,
Tired of these motherfucking rhinos on this motherfucking plane.
Yeah.
This plane's going down.
It couldn't even lift off, considering a rhino weighs over at least 1,000 pounds for an average male rhino. It wouldn't take off. It'd just be stuck in the airport.
I mean, I've got my 600-pound wife, so we're not that far off.
You know me, Wes. Figure your shit out, buddy. Figure it out. Figure your shit out. We missed
Is there
you.
any way we can give this rhino a top hat so he can be classier?
There you go. Type that shit in.
A rhino with a top hat on a plane. I'm amused greatly. This is a great stream already.
Yeah, tries.
Sorry, man.
Tries to. I hate when the pizza's fucking falling apart. You pricks. I should have to eat a pizza with a fork.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
the whole audience we did now.
I think the other thing I wanted to talk about was, the thing about this is like he was saying, hey, I know this lady. I was like, please reach out to her. I was like, not joking. I was like, can you get her on? I've got a show every Monday. I'd love to have her on. The upside is of her not coming on is I didn't actually have to watch the movie because if she did come on, I'd be like, that would have been like the worst news ever. If like at like 6 o'clock, 2 hours before we go live, it's like, hey, She got back to me. She wants to come on. I'd be like, oh fuck.
Quick, watch.
I gotta watch Snow Babes right now.
Wikipedia summary. Here we come.
Exactly.
It's probably not even on Wikipedia, dude. But the main thing
we gotta look
guy,
up. I'm gonna look.
I can still get. Yeah, please help me. I can still get the person on, or at the very least an answer some other time. But like, really, what I wanted to know from this guy, can you please get in touch with her and ask her if she can't come on or won't come on? Totally understand. Even if she signed an NDA, fuck, dude. Whatever. My whole question is like, okay, obviously we know how the viewer feels about this kind of false advertising, right? But what does the fucking actress think? You know, you have to understand this woman is in a starring role that what she thought was going to be some, you know, proud indie film. And, you know, she sees it marketed with like not even her face. Like, how does this woman feel that they think, oh, we're going to like trick you or something? I don't know. That's gotta hurt.
She probably got paid really well for this crappy movie, so she probably doesn't care. She probably got like a couple thousand, called it a day, and went on her way.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt she cares about actually watching the movie, but it's gotta still hurt a little that it's like, hey, we thought that it'd be better to advertise a totally different woman on the cover that's not even in the movie than just try to like Photoshop you to look better, you know, or fucking just take like a different picture of something else. It just never crossed our minds. Let's see what Wes.
My question is, who chose these outfits? Like, why are you wearing a macrame brown knitted sweater in a cabin that's clearly an apartment with like a fake fireplace? Like, who chose the costuming for this? They're like, yes, this works. Wear sweaters and Snow Babes.
Yeah. Let's see here. What exactly did Wes do when he left? Did you reset your cookies? Or uninstall mic software.
I feel like I should just talk to Kill Space.
Yeah, please.
And then also like the earrings in here, like the earrings is almost bigger than her ears. They're like, you know what? That's a choice. Like if you're going to do a movie, Snow Babes, you think you'd have like different outfits here. This is like if your grandma chose the fashion for the show. They're like, hey, your grandma's the costume designer. Here you go. You got this. Let's
They're
just
both
raid her
like
closet.
They've both got this like I'm like 1/18th Cherokee Indian vibe.
A little bit.
And I'm super proud about it kind of attitude. You know, that's kind of
maybe they were trying to meet a quota for a budget. You know, they're like, if we get someone who's partially indigenous, we'll get more money. Because let me tell you, I have thought about that.
I'm sure every movie's thinking about that now. There's like that one guy, Mads Mikkelsen, in his movie where they were interviewing and they're like, hey, what do you think about, your cast of Danish people in a Norwegian film set in the 1600s, all whites, and it's going to be disqualified from many awards. And they're like, had to laugh at it. But, it's like, what he should say is like, hey, this is it's fucking weird. It's racist.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in order to qualify for the Oscars, you have to meet a certain quota of women and different. It's a whole mess.
Here's the thing: you could be like Parasite qualifies because it's an entire cast of Asian people, and Asians are underrepresented or whatever the word is they used, oppressed. I mean, here's the thing:
it's no longer about the quality of the film at all.
Yeah, I mean, here's how you could test, communism or Marxism. Here's how you know if it's Marxism. If the ideology is rooted in Marxism.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a very simple test. If it's X oppresses Y, it's rooted in Marxism. If Y has to overtake X and seize the means from X and somehow like redistribute what belongs to X to the people of Y, then you're dealing with Marxism. It's that simple.
And our first topic of today, the Barbie movie.
Now, the first topic of the movie is kitty cats.
Oh, yes. That's a good topic. Those are cute AI cats, but they look AI.
I mean, you see the hidden message here, right? I mean, this is great. Some people can't actually see it. I was just shocking.
The hidden message is cats.
You just gotta squint your eyes a little, and maybe pull your head back a little.
You asshole! It worked.
Yeah, I can't see. That's what I'm saying. I see it instantly. I take one look at it, and I'm like.
Okay, what am I looking at? Someone enlighten me.
Wow,
the cats literally say the words. There's literally the words "gay sex" written clear as day on your screen right now.
Yeah, And the funny part is, and I got LASIK vision too, and I
You
couldn't
just
tell.
kind of
I
have to
guess
squint your
I'm
eyes a
not
little.
seeing.
Yeah, no,
Squint your eyes, blur your eyes a little.
Until you squint your eyes, now I can see it.
Maybe
clear.
try to zoom out a little. Maybe
Yeah, like that, but it's like that and squint. But oh shit!
try looking it out on your phone sometime.
Okay. I see it. It's
Yeah.
like that part in Mallrats where the guy's trying to look at the sailboat. I feel like
Right.
that right
Yeah,
now. I
yeah.
just,
You
it
finally
took me a little bit.
saw it.
Oh,
okay.
I see it.
Yeah.
Do you own a cat? Because cats are adorable.
Yeah, I got 2 cats. I had 1 cat, and then the second cat just kind of moved in because.
Fuck the
When's
farm.
the third? When is the third coming to make kittens so you can have more?
Now, Yellow Man tried to do that with the little girl, and we just neutered him. We were like, sorry. I mean, it was one of those things where he would come and go, and he would just kind of be here sporadically, and then he would come here more often. And it was like one of those things where I didn't want to neuter him, but then he started like attacking the little cat. Like,
oh my goodness.
Just chasing her around and tackling her and kind of trying to rape her. And it was like, no. We're going to cut your balls off. And now he never leaves. He stays here all the time.
Huh. Well, it's fucked up, Enzo. After we watched fucking Saturday the 14th there, I was doing some Uber at Saturday night, and I had 2 people in the back, and I'm driving down the street, and I see a mother cat start slowing my car down, and 4 little kittens following the mother cat, and fucking some car, and you see me slowing down the little street, car comes up behind me, just fucking darts it, and a little kitten fucking just underneath it, and I'm like, and the people in the back, like, what the fuck, like, dude, you obviously see 4 small kittens crossing the street, and this guy just guns it right behind me, goes right around me, and just almost tries to hit one of them, like, you're a piece of shit, dude.
You didn't try to take them home and adopt these 4 kitties and the mother? That would be awesome.
That was one
I am shocked because, like, you see all these dead animals on the side of the road get run over. You'd be shocked how many of them were purposely hit by people.
Yeah, no, I
thought none of them were hit on purpose. It turns out,
okay, you only want to purposely hit a geese because they're assholes naturally.
Yeah,
that's it. But they will fuck up your car, so don't.
Yeah, nah. Let's see. I've seen a kitten. Those like little black and white kittens, probably like this fucking big, and just it's like it was just like I said, this fucking small. And the mother cat turned around, and the other 3 kittens made it across the street. That one little kitten, and next thing he gets up and just puts his whole body down. And he gets up and darts off. I'm like, this dude. You've seen at like both sides of the fucking street, all the cars are slowing down. The one pricking up behind me just gunned it, and I'm like, let's swerve, try to hit the kitten. I'm like, I don't care. I would have got out and kicked everyone's shit out of fucking guy. Whatever, man.
Everyone likes cats, even if you don't have one. Everyone thinks cats are cute. Same with dogs. Even if you don't have one, they're cute.
It's like
you they're cute.
If you're not a cat or dog person,
you have to be a human being to like cats or dogs. Just enough.
A lot of people don't like cats, though, and I get it.
I get it, but just that's me. If you're not a cat or dog person, but like you like intentionally try to run one over, like, dude, what the fuck, man? Like,
psychopathic.
Especially a kitten too. It's like it's fucking thing said. It's like size of my fucking palm. Like, damn, man.
Well, here's something I saw shared around earlier. Martin Scorsese states we have to fight back stronger against comic book movie culture. What are your thoughts on this?
Boy,
legendary director who helped redefine cinema in the 70s continues to be outspoken against the popular comic book culture of cinema. He's got his upcoming Killer of Flower Moon, which it's going to be like 3.5 hours long. But let's see what he says. The danger there is what it's going to do to our culture, because there are going to be generations now that think movies are only those. That's what movies are. He continues, they already think that, which means that we have to then fight back stronger. And it's got to come from the grassroots level. It's got to come from the filmmakers themselves. And you'll have, the Safdie brothers, and you'll have Chris Nolan, you know what I mean? And hit them from all sides. Hit them from all sides, and don't give up. Let's see what you got. Get out there and do it. Go reinvent. Don't complain about it, but it's true, because we've got to save cinema. I don't think that the manufactured content isn't really cinema. It's almost like AI making a film, but that doesn't mean that you don't have to have incredible directors and special effects people doing beautiful artwork. But what does it mean? What do these films, what will it give you? Aside from a kind of consummation of something and then eliminating from your mind, your whole body, So what is it giving you? Popcorn movies, basically, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
I agree with him. I think what you got to do is if you want to kill Marvel movies, you got to make a fucking superhero movie that's 100,000 times better than anything Marvel's done yet.
Yeah.
And make it original.
Okay, I'm actually going to go on the other side on this, because you could look at this. If you looked in the 30s and 40s, there was 1,000,001 gangster flicks, and they would say that's killing cinema. Yep. If you look in the 70s and the 50s to the 70s, 1,001 copycat westerns. obviously there's some good stuff in there. It's killing cinema. The consumer votes with their money. The consumer votes with their time. So if you want to make a film that's really good, you can't, at the end of the day, as much as we want to sit around and bash terrible movies and do this, if we go against comic book movies, I think his fight is not against comic book movies. I think it's against Disney, because Disney's not being creative. They're the one controlling the market. If anything, he should tell Disney to get creative. Because if they got creative, we would get more interesting comic book movies and the art form be worth watching at that point. But again, it's what the consumer wants. So if you want to change the consumer's mind, vote with your wallet. Go and watch other movies. Watch Killers of the Flower Moon. Watch indie movies. Catch Bottoms, which is very funny and clever. Catch Theater Camp this year. Catch all these other smaller movies. Vote with your wallet. So... Snow Babes. Yeah, go vote for Snow Babes if you don't want that. But until people stop wanting this, we're not going to get it. Just don't watch it, if you don't like it.
Well, I saw the mods were talking in the group chat about how like the problem with the TikTok. Wes said this, and if he was here, he'd say it too. And I'll give him all the credit for this thought. But he was saying like the TikTok generation, these new kids, they don't have this frame of reference of all these awesome, like even these awesome 90s movies that we all watched growing up. A lot of these kids haven't even seen most of them.
Yeah, I was watching Blade today. It was awesome.
yeah. I mean, there are people who, and it's like, especially like when you talk about these poor kids and these sad grown-ups that measure everything of their life, compare everything in their life to either Marvel movies or Harry Potter movies. And it's just like, I understand, like you grew up with Harry Potter, and I understand that you're upset that, oh my God, he's here. You figured it out, buddy.
Yes. Yes.
I was trying to tell you, please believe me, I did nothing.
No, I was hearing an echo earlier, and I was worried that the patch that they put on my laptop was it was accessing both the laptop's microphone and my headset at the same time, and that's why I might have been hearing it. So I keyed on something I shouldn't have keyed on, and I didn't know how sensitive, so I had to call my computer guy and ask him to give me a quick tutorial, which he did. And so my bad. Sorry, I wasn't saying eat a dick to you. No, I was typing in eat a dick to the computer because it kept telling me.
It would have still been funny if you had. I don't care.
The reply when you come in is, "Here I am, rock you like a hurricane." That's the Aqua Teen.
Here I am. Oh, good. We're still talking about movie and pop culture stuff and not politics.
Yeah.
We're talking about.
I was gonna wait. I was gonna wait for you to talk about the heavy stuff. No, I'm joking. But I was joking about how like I thought you were like faking it, so that way we would just talk about the political stuff, and then you'd come back and fix your mic all of a sudden.
That had occurred to me. But I'm not a pussy, so
no, I know you're not. That's why I knew you were telling the truth. But yeah, as far as Martin Scorsese, what were you say your thought about the TikTok generation you said earlier today? I was paraphrasing what you told us. Talk about like that they had no frame of reference to these classic movies.
Right. Yeah, no, because it's weird. It's like
you were talking about like these college kids you try to talk about at the bar. Like
explain. Yeah, because in the admin team group chat we were talking about how it's weird because like on the one hand we don't need to hear people like Hercules, whatever the fuck his name is. We don't need to hear him, Kevin Sorbo, saying, "Oh, they don't make men like they used to." Well, they've always said that. Like that's been said for like 3-4 generations. But at the same time, the TikTok generation seems to have no like long-term memory. I'll give you an example. Like when I was 18, my boss and I went out to celebrate. Like we had gotten a certain amount of business. We just got something done. My boss wasn't very old. He was in his early 30s, late 20s. And I was a manager, and we went out and he put the classic rock station on, and I knew every band on the classic rock station from the 60s and 70s. And he was shocked because he was like, "Jesus, you're not even 21 and you know all these bands?" I'm like, "Yeah, my dad played them. I know who they are." And one of my favorite movies is Chinatown, which came out like 10 years before I was born. So like your frame of reference for pop culture should not be like relegated to the time that you've spent on Earth. And then like the TikTok generation also likes to like run around, especially I work in a college town. They wear like, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Temple of the Dog t-shirts, Offspring. But if you ask them about the bands, they're like, "It's just a t-shirt. I have no idea what it is," which is so weird.
I love Temple of a Dog. One of my all-time favorite bands.
Yeah. But
I like
Offspring.
With them. Incredible.
I like Offspring a lot.
I would
Prospects for it.
never wear a shirt when it was something I didn't know what the hell it was saying. You know what I mean?
I do
Like, I
have
would
a couple cool shirts, and I didn't know what the hell they were, but they weren't band shirts. I had a shirt that was like I still have it, but it's a green shirt with a white chicken on it, and it says
Yeah.
chicken under it with like chicken abbreviated. And I have no idea what the
That-
hell it was.
Yeah.
That being said, Martin Scorsese can kind of go fuck himself because, you know, don't hate just because, you know, the MCU crushed, you know, so much shit back. Like because I
Yeah,
mean,
but I
Endgame-
agree with him. Like, I mean, I know like pre-Endgame, like the Marvel Avengers movies, the whole MCU is a feat of cinema. But when you talk about these individual movies, like, yeah, they like, individually, like none of them are really like the best ones of the bunch. You know, which one? Civil
That's
War.
fair.
They're
Yeah.
still like not
Infinity
as good as like
War.
some of the greatest other movies made. You
Oh,
know?
for sure. But
Well, you've got to
Martin
think we're in a very
Scorsese-
different time. Like
Yeah.
movies, well, we've done every movie ever made. At this point, you can only copy other movies. So nothing is going to be as great as what was in the 70s with the Renaissance because you're just reusing previous ideas. You've got to think, how are
Yeah.
you reinventing the ideas? Movies are different at this time, and we consume media differently. I mean, we can be gatekeepers of band shirts and movies and stuff, but if we don't say, hey, check out this movie, it's really great. Like I was watching In a Lonely Place today, one of my absolutely favorite Bogart films, but I know that a current generation wouldn't really get into that, but you might be able to get them into Casablanca because it's iconic. So you've got to go from a starting point, and you never know what you might see with the change in the people, the way they
Yeah.
consume media and music.
Well,
Yeah,
like kind
my
of what I
son-
was saying. Oh, go ahead.
My son just had his 18th birthday, and I gave my daughter some money. I had to work, and I gave my daughter some money, and I said, well, you know, take him out to the movies and go have fun. And so I guess they missed. Originally, they were going to go see Oppenheimer, which I was like, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you guys are going to dig that too much. So they went and saw the Goonies. It was Goonies re-release because you know they're doing that thing. They're re-releasing all the older movies and stuff for their anniversaries. And they went and saw the Goonies. They'd both never seen it before, and they both loved it. So you know, and that just goes to show you if you give it, you know, and there's some stuff that you're not going to get. You're not going to get a TikTok kid's mind around because they can't follow it. It's too complicated. It's on too long. Their attention span. And you know what? I'm no better. I've been on TikTok a shit ton, and I have a hard time. I just watched a full movie without being on my phone the other day, and I was so excited and proud of myself that I actually started it from start to finish. I was just folding laundry and just doing some stuff around my apartment, and I just was watching this Hulu movie called No One Will Save You.
Yeah. So
and
yes, it was.
Yeah.
Did
I watched
you
that
see
time.
it?
About it.
Yeah, I watched
I've
it.
heard
Yeah.
of it. I saw the picture.
It just randomly was recommended to me in my Hulu app, and I was like, all right, I gotta fold some clothes and do some shit before work.
Yeah.
So let me take a peek at this real quick. And I watch it, and I was like, one, it was very original. And two, it was extremely well acted. It has only 40 words of dialogue in the whole thing.
Yeah.
And it's just really well.
Who's
Did you do
counting
it?
though, right?
Right. Well, I
You
I
looked
had
it up. Yeah.
I did look it up when I was done
I'm
because I
sure.
was like,
Too obvious
I
specific. I was like, what?
well, because it's one of those open-ended movies where you want to kind of, you're like, okay, what did I just
Well, I always
watch
like
there?
it when
Yeah.
you got a movie with like one character and they're not like fucking talking to themselves for some stupid reason all the
Yeah.
time. You know,
Right.
that
Right.
I mean, there's clever ways to do that, like with Wilson and Tom Hanks's Castaway, but like
Right.
for the most
Right.
part, it's like, shut up. You're thinking, you know, why can't you think
Yeah.
it in your head? You know?
Well, I have a soft spot. The actress that's in it, Caitlin Dever, she got her start on Justified, and I thought she was
Booksmart,
really
right?
good. What's
Yeah.
that?
Booksmart is Caitlin Denver, right?
Yes, Caitlin Dever is
Yeah,
also
okay.
in Booksmart. Yes, that's
Great
correct.
film.
Yeah. But like I said, I know her from Justified and a couple other things. And I just thought, you know, she was great in this. Did you I hate to derail the conversation, but just out of curiosity, Blue, did you do a video on it?
It's on my to-do list.
Oh, okay.
Trust me. Yeah, because
Did you-
Enzo,
did you
This
like
alien
it?
movie?
I did like, I was telling Enzo after we watched the
Yeah.
fucking thing, I told him, like, you know, could you imagine that film? Imagine the first hour from the point where it's like, you know what? I think the aliens are the good guys because this bitch is psychotic.
Yeah, I mean, I skimmed
was
it.
a
I
little-
saw.
Yeah.
I basically what I got the vibe was, and I saw the trailer, and I was like into the trailer, but it's like, yeah, burglar aliens in the house. The
Yeah.
lady's all by herself, but like I saw a part where like it's like a fucking alien getting stabbed in the head. I never thought I'd see that in a movie. Like just an
Yeah.
alien get killed with a knife. It felt weird.
I took it as a family vacation. The dad, he wanted, borrow something, a cup of sugar or some shit, and so use the bathroom, stabs the father in the head, and then the baby
Yeah,
alien,
the
baby
alien's like,
alien's
"Excuse me, our ship crashed outside. We don't speak your language."
But the
Knife
daughter-
in the fucking
the daughter's
temple.
all
Oh,
crying. The daughter alien's
Oh.
like half the size and crying, like, why'd you murder my father?
you
for?"
killed my mom.
And then at the end, the mother alien comes in, like, look, you just killed my daughter, my husband. Why? So,
Yeah,
I
also-
definitely
cool.
guessed it wrong, and I think I've said in a previous stream, I'm good at guessing twist movies,
yeah.
and I can tell you right now that I 100%, I thought it was going to end with like she's just a psychopath and she's in a insane asylum and she's
Yeah.
just doing all kinds of wild shit. Because I was like, because this didn't make any sense, but then at the end it did make sense, and I'm like,
is it one of those
okay.
movies where like the whole movie is it like Cloverfield Lane where like the whole movie takes place in the house and then she leaves the house and you find that the aliens are everywhere?
Not it's not too dissimilar, but it's not the same.
As long as that's not the same fucking surprise ending.
Yeah.
I mean, because like that was one of those things where like Cloverfield Lane was a good movie.
Yeah.
And I know it's like flip of the coin if you were right or wrong, but I was one of the people in the audience is like, I bet you the fucking aliens are real. Bet
Yeah.
you John Goodman's like telling the truth. Spoilers.
Exactly.
But honestly, it wouldn't be called Cloverfield Lane if there weren't aliens in it,
Yeah,
because that
that
seems to be
point.
the common theme of those dumb
Yeah.
Cloverfield movies. But yeah, obviously with the big surprise ending, like she gets out of the house and you find out like, oh my God, the world is overtaken.
That movie does not get enough credit.
I loved
because
it. I loved it.
That's very
Yeah.
similar to like I only wish they had flipped it on its end, because there's a meme that goes around that says imagine aliens abduct a serial killer and don't find out, and then they're stuck on the ship with him. You know what I mean? Like,
You
so
know-
it's almost it was almost inverted in that. And there's a really great scene where Mary Elizabeth Winstead, when she gets out and the aliens do present themselves, she's like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Yeah.
Because she had just gone through all that other shit to get away from fucking fat Hannibal Lecter.
Yeah.
And
You know-
it turns out, instead, there really is aliens out here.
You know what movies don't have enough of is people getting killed with acid, which is why I recommend Cloverfield Lane.
Yeah.
Not enough
Ugh.
acid deaths in movies. I tell you what.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
That's
yeah,
the
as
wa-
far as like Martin Scorsese's plan, like, I mean, then you got this fucking bummer news.
Boy, that's
I mean, it's not bummer really. I mean, I kind of saw it coming, but I know like, Chris saw this movie, liked it a lot.
Yeah.
I thought
but
it was
yeah,
gonna
this is
do
a
a
lot
lot
lower.
better.
This is everywhere. This is pretty low.
Yeah, I really
it's
thought it
also
was
just
going to
like
do
the
a lot
sequel bait.
better.
But it's also like Chris said, this guy's 75. Look, I don't care if he
Yeah.
looks great for 75.
Yeah.
There's 30, 40, there's 30 to 20 years too old for being an action hero. I mean, we'll
Well,
allow
yeah.
60-year-old superheroes to a degree, but once you start getting the 7 up there, what are we going to
Yeah.
get? A fucking 85-year-old Expendables movie? Expendables?
I do wonder if it's marketing, because as somebody who watched it, the thing is Stallone is 75, but it's not like he's not doing Rambo shit neither. He's smart enough where he does take a step back. Like Stallone doesn't do anything. He's just there as an older
Stallone's the
mentor.
leader. He lets all the main action heroes do all
Exactly. So
the
I'm
action
fine with
scenes.
that. I just,
Gotcha, yeah.
but that's what me and I talked with
But still, he
our-
wears the
our-
dumb beret. I like how Arnold
Oh,
and
yeah, of
Chuck
course.
Norris's characters
Well,
and Bruce Willis's
well, he
characters,
can-
they kind of are
yeah.
the dudes by the airplane. That's what,
Yeah. Well, he can still wear
Sly-
the beret, but Celeste's wearing the beret while he's piloting an airplane. I guess it makes sense, Plus, at 75, he can still shoot a gun. He's not doing
Oh,
action
yeah.
scenes,
I,
but
I agree. And yes, he does look great for 75, but man, I guess you got to fire as many out before you finally do retire. I mean, I'm sure it's close before he probably retires to back behind the camera.
I think if they had gone really dark with it and actually made the Expendables expendable, and like started having a lot of them like killed off in every film.
Yeah.
You know what
Well,
I
you don't
mean?
want to do
Like,
what Jawbreakers did, where like, you've got like a great super team and then they all die by the end of the second one. That was like too much. It was like, what are you, idiot? And then the third one, you bring them back to life.
But I
using
mean,
magic
like
and shit.
they would kill people off and then bring them, like, the what's his name? Dolph Lundgren was killed in the first one, and then they bring him back by the end of the movie.
Right.
So there's like no consequences to it.
Yeah.
So it's just
you remember
it's like this. You go ahead.
Yeah.
I brought up Jawbreakers because Richard C. Meyer, he made that Expendables comic book, Expendables Go to Hell. You've heard of that, right?
No.
Yeah, you talked about that.
Oh, okay. So Expendables, Richard C. Meyer, the guy from your boy Zach Comics, Comicsgate OG comic book criticizer. He eventually started making his own comics, and one that he made with Kelsey Shannon and who else helped him do it? It was a bunch of people making this effort, and it's called The Expendables Go to Hell. And the plot is they've all died, and now they are literally in hell. They have to like fight their way out of hell somehow. I can't remember, but yeah, it was a pretty successful campaign. Expendables, Sylvester Stallone signed off on it. There was like a tier where you can get an autographed copy from him.
Nice.
So let's see if I can find.
I mean, did anyone see Expendables 3? That movie was just a giant bloated action movie. That was just fun. You didn't take it too seriously.
Yeah,
You watched it once.
I liked Expendables 3. I told
Antonio Banderas acting like Jar Jar Binks, jumping around, talking too much. I mean, it was just dumb.
Yeah.
Everyone criticized 3 for being PG-13, right?
That's what I did. Yeah.
I mean, it got leaked. There was a whole bunch of stuff around that, but I feel like number 4, which I haven't seen, it's just fun. It's aimed at dads who are like, I like Stallone. I'm not thinking too hard.
Here's the Kelsey Shannon cover. This is great. This great cover, but yeah, the Expendables Go to Hell. It's like a fucking. That's the kind of shit. I was like, you should make that a movie, man.
Stallone from Rambo in 2006.
If the Expendables had been done like by like Taylor Sheridan or something, you know what I mean? Because like they, I saw this guy make a really funny but really not accurate comment on like when TikTok was like playing a bunch of well, they kind of always do. TikTok plays a bunch of Yellowstone clips, and this one guy was like, "How much dialysis do you have to be on to like this show?" And I'm like, well, one, that was a funny comment, but two, it's actually like a really good show. They have a lot of good action on it, and the action has consequences. Like there's some brutal shit on there, like really like Taylor Sheridan type. And I'm not trying to suck his dick or anything like that, but I mean Taylor Sheridan knows how to do action stuff that is like really visceral and brutal. And I think that they just. I don't know, man. They're just so over the top with the expendable stuff. And Blue Collar, didn't you say that in your review, if I recall correctly, because I listened to your review the other day, didn't you say that it's basically like the Jason Statham show?
Yes,
that's my
big. That's why I said my biggest criticism. I wouldn't say rush out and see it only because it's called The Expendables, right? It's not called Jason Statham guest starring The Expendables. Dolph Lundgren's in it. He doesn't have any fight scenes. Randy
guy's dealing with like fucking bowel cancer, right? I'm sure he's just in the movie collecting a easy paycheck. I'm sure they made it as easy as possible.
Because the big advertisement for the poster was like same old guys, new blood. Megan Fox has one fight scene. That's it. And, Tony Jaa. Everyone knows. Has anyone fucking seen On Bach? Has anybody seen The Raid? And Tony Jaa.
I've seen The Raid.
The Raid is one of the greatest action movies of the last 10 years.
And he's the fucking bad guy. The guy's got 2 action scenes. It's like I said, I love
that's weird.
Exactly.
I mean, how much time did they get in Star Wars? They got the weird run through the ship with the tentacle monster thing for the Raid guys. So in the Force Awakens.
That's what I said. That's why I think it hurts it though, is because it's called The Expendables. Like, watch the first one. The first one, everybody gets to do something in the first film.
Well, they did that to Donnie Yen as well. Remember back when like Donnie Yen would be popping up in mainstream stuff and people would get so excited, like Blade 2 and Highlander, whichever Highlander it was, where they had both McLeods in it. I think that's like Highlander Legacy or some shit. I don't know. But like Donnie Yen would pop up and everybody get excited, and he's only in it for like one scene. So it wasn't until like Rogue One and then later John Wick 4.
How long was he even in the XXX, The Return of Xander Cage? Not very long.
Oh God.
Oh, I have no idea. I've never seen that.
It's been a while.
Oh, it's mediocre, but the one fight scene with Donnie Yen is great.
Well, you said that's like it's one scene out of a fucking 2-hour movie.
Yep. He talks a little bit, just a little bit.
No, because even with part three, as much as I criticized the PG-13, you still had Antonio Banderas, you had Wesley Snipes, you had to keep making the cast bigger and bigger.
And the villain was great. Mel Gibson as the villain was great in that. He was really good.
Considering the guy who's fucking been in both Raid films, and when he does fight, the whole like 30 seconds he's fighting, it's fucking fantastic. But then it's the cliche. Hey, listen, the bad guy, he wants to steal a nuke. Yeah, that hasn't been done before. I mean, it's like, especially this is Expendables 4, and like Wes said, I'd be happy if like at this point start picking guys off. It's something different. I mean, like it is stupid popcorn fun. but I can see the mass appeal. People, it's like 10 fucking Fast and the Furious films. Like,
Well, that's why I
you
gave up
know.
on Fast and the Furious, because there was no consequences to
Yeah.
that either, because they would kill off. I really like where the direction they went in when they had Jason Statham come in and he was like taking the team
Yes.
out. I'm like, okay, cool. This is kind of
Yeah.
cool. But then he only took one person out and they fucking brought him back to
Exactly,
life.
yeah.
And that's why people gave up on Marvel, because there's no consequences, there's no
Exactly.
tension, there's no reason to watch the movie because you know everyone will live. It's just a
Yeah.
popcorn movie, and that's really what this is. And if you want to watch it, you're probably gonna like it. If not,
That's what
you'll
it is.
avoid it.
That says when a bad guy makes an entrance. When Statham made an entrance, like that says, but my first appearance in this franchise, I just killed one of the main characters. You're like, oh shit. And that's why I said initially with Thanos Infinity War. Well, I mean, you've seen him a little bit here and there. He fucking walks in. Nobody in Marvel can fucking drop the Hulk in 15 fucking seconds. This fucker.
Yeah,
took
I
out the
still,
Hulk.
I
just
still have
saying,
a problem.
Captain
with that.
Marvel could do it, but they won't put her in any movies
Yeah.
because it would break their whole universe.
Well, I'm just saying, like, in terms of fucking villain, Infinity War sets up like the fact that this guy came in there, he whooped fucking Thor's ass, drops the fucking Hulk barehanded. And like, if you're gonna show a bad guy, this is how a bad guy makes a fucking entrance. Like, he's here not to play games. This is gonna take the entire fucking Avengers all together to drop this son of a bitch. Like, that's a bad guy, you know.
And you don't always have to. I remember watching a YouTube video on creating a villain, and you either make the villain OP as fuck so that the heroes have to strive or work together in order to take them down via like Thanos, like that, or you can make them like they don't have to necessarily be super strong. You make him an intellectual villain who's so unpredictable, like the Joker. Like the Joker can't overpower Batman, but he can. But the stuff that he does can fuck Batman up really bad.
Yeah, you can have like Commander. You can have friggin' what was it, Bennett versus Arnold?
The
like
interesting
the villain.
The
like
interesting
when
part
the,
about this headline is that The Nun 2 is #1 at the box office, but it's like the 6th film in the Conjuring franchise. The fact that these are still making money is absolutely incredible.
I don't. I've
dude,
never
that's why.
seen
That's why
any of those
Schlocktober.
movies.
Dude, that's why Schlocktober is a thing, because hot horror is such like a tried and true profit monster. You can make a shitty like fucking bottom of the barrel horror movie. You release it, it has good advertising, and nothing else is playing. Like, people will go see it. People like to be scared.
I kind of like debated people say like, well, people are sick and tired. Number one, the Critical Drinker super chatted him. Oh, people tired of the action genre. Guys, I said in 1 year, John Wick 4, Extraction 2, Equalizer 3, Expendables 4. I mean, they're not doing that well per se, but people are not bored of the action genre. Keanu Reeves is fucking pushing 60, and John Wick 4 broke records. I mean,
did anyone see Equalizer 3? I don't know if it's any good and if I should even see it.
Blue Collar saw it.
What do you think?
Well, me and Wes first did
you both did an episode about it. Watch the stream.
We thought it was fucking. We thought it was amazing. Unfortunately, it didn't do.
It did not do well. I don't understand. I don't.
People are tapped out on the theaters in general. I think, man, it's like you need like a serious. You need like an Avatar 2 or a Barbie or some kind of Oppenheimer movie. You need something. I mean, I'm not saying good or bad.
Mission
it's like you need something.
Whatever.
You need something fresh. That's the main thing. It needs to be something we haven't seen before.
Well,
Talk to Me was like fresh. Expendables 4.
Talk to Me was really good. Yeah, Talk to Me was good.
Yeah, well, I talked about this even with Josh before last time. Is that it's a catch-22 now with cinema goers because we're sick and tired of like 10 Fast and Furious. We're sick and tired of like 5 Expendables. Okay, then something fresh comes out, like say Dread or fucking or something like they want to do something like whatever Dune 2 or some shit. Like the first Dune, it did mediocre, but considering how the recent Dune movie is 10,000 times better than the first Dune movie, and that should have did $1 billion and it didn't. Like I don't know what the magic formula is anymore.
There is no formula. The formula is a good movie because that happens, like you say, word of mouth. Because like, yeah, you could have a fucking media blitz and have everyone go see it first week, but once everyone comes out of theater, like it sucks.
Yeah.
You'll have people in the next showing coming out, be like, actually, I'm gonna watch the other movie instead because I'm hearing it sucks.
Talk to Me was a word of mouth movie. All the movies that have done well, whether it's Parasite or Talk to Me, or right now at the theater, it's Bottoms. Bottoms is word of mouth. Everyone's talking about how great it is, etc. It's movies people see, tell their friends, and they bring their friends and they see them again and again and again. And whether it's your Talk to Me's or whatever it is, those are the movies that really do well. They gather an audience and they make more money over time, but they're not big box office draws, so to speak. Like Talk to Me's already got a couple sequels. I think we discussed that last week. But that movie, word of mouth like crazy. People could not stop talking about that film. Played it for 4 weeks.
Also, people like to talk about. I remember when we saw like Independence Day, the first Independence Day. Yeah, technically a pretty fucking stupid movie. But But like nobody
Better than
really
the
seen
sequel.
anything like that at the time. You know, it was like the biggest
Yeah.
fucking alien movie ever made at the time. It was like, and I remember people leaving out of the theater, like driving out of the car in the parking lot, as we were in line waiting to get our tickets. There were people like yelling at all of us, "You're gonna love it! It was great! Woo!" You know, it's like cool.
I mean, technically
You
it was
know-
last year, but remember when the fucking Northman came out, every single people in
great
our circle from like Drinkerts and Neurotic, everybody, and like all the reviews and this and that, and Northman was getting so fucking praised. And boy,
Yeah.
the box office, I remember super chatted Critical Drink about that. I said, damn, everyone wants original ideas. Northman comes out, it fucking technically
Yeah.
bombed at the box office, and everybody's like, oh my god, the best movie of 2022. Well, okay,
Right.
then why
I
isn't
didn't see it
making
in
any money?
theaters. It's like I said, it takes a lot to get my ass in the theater.
I did a double feature with Jackass Forever. It was awesome.
You literally have to do what fucking Nolan did, which is like literally fucking put the movie only in theaters, and it's not in theaters. It's in theaters for a year, and it's not going to come out digital for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
I
agree with
can't
that.
wait till we do a stream at the end of the year, which is just in a couple months, and we talk
Yeah.
about the like remember how we did the top 3 of 2023 so far.
Yeah.
I really
Sure.
I can't wait till we do like what top 10 of 2023, top 5, I don't whatever. But I
Yeah.
mean, it's really been surprising. Talk to me. Yeah, you're right. It was one of those things, and you have to also think about rewatchability. Like, what are
Mhm.
people willing to pay to go see again? I could count on my hand how many movies.
I can't wait to see Oppenheimer again. Can't wait to see it again. I also
I
can't
will
wait to see
never
Barbie a
watch
second
that again.
time.
I will never watch that. I will never watch Oppenheimer again. I might Google the nude scenes with Florence Pugh, but other than that, but
Yeah.
like the last movie I went and saw twice was
Talk to me.
No, I didn't go see that twice, but I did like it enough that I would have. The last
I'd
movie
see
I went
that
and
one
saw
actually a second time.
the twice, nobody fucking watched, which was The Covenant, which I still contend is the best movie that's been out in 2023. For sure.
I saw Mission Impossible 7 times in theaters. I adored that
Really?
film. It was
Holy
awesome.
First
shit.
one. First
The
one.
first
Yeah.
one?
The Mission
Oh,
Impossible
you're
7 or
talking-
whatever.
Yeah.
The new one.
Okay.
Whatever.
Yeah,
that
I was
thing
about to
is.
say, like, if
Part
we were
one
talking
of
all
something.
time.
Yeah.
I saw
No,
Terminator.
no.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah, I
just-
saw Terminator 2
Nice.
15 times in the theater.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I saw Jurassic Park like 10 or 20 times in the theater. It was to the
I
point
saw
where like it was
Chronicles
playing in
of
the dollar
Narnia
theaters.
15 times in the theater.
Really?
Yeah, when Jurassic
Wow.
Park was
Yeah,
in
I
the
was a
dollar
kid, I
theaters,
loved it.
I would be like bored and just be like, well, might as well go see Jurassic Park again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I alone in thinking that, like, I am totally fine with this writers and actors strike ongoing, and like they re-release stuff that we've already, you know what I mean? Like, I
Yeah.
would love to.
We
I'm
talked
sorry,
about
I
it
missed.
last time. And
Yeah,
I know that, and I know, but
Yeah.
I know the thing is, like, they're talking about, like, oh, the writers are reaching a deal. It's like, yeah, the actors have to sign off on it too. I don't think it's going to happen. I really don't think
Yeah.
it is. And if it
Well,
does
the fact
happen,
that they're even partway there is great because they need to go back to work eventually, and they have to pay bills and stuff. So the fact that we're partway there is good. We're like
Yeah.
midway through the strike.
here's what I think they're doing. Because, like, you have to understand, it's the same fucking blue-haired idiots that caused this decline to where
Yeah.
no one's making any money. And these greedy fucks have the audacity to be like, I deserve more money for the stuff I'm writing.
Yeah.
And they don't realize like the streaming services are making shit, right? And they
They're not
don't
making
realize like the how irreplaceable these fucking shitty writers are. So what I think is going on, I think what's actually happening, and I know the Drinker was talking about this, but it's like the strike is actually a means to like they're cleaning up house basically.
That's
And, like,
what
what
I
they're
think
doing-
too.
They're like
That's what I
starving out all these poverty-stricken writers. They're starving them out on the vine. And the true professionals, the true like actual like great writers and great actors who are in it to win it. All the activists, you know, they're gonna bail. They're gonna bail.
Well, let's
after a
hope the
while.
writers of She-Hulk quit forever and never write anything else.
Right.
I want
And the
them to
other thing
go
is,
away.
like, I also
I'm-
feel like, yeah, I half expect the strike to last forever until
Yeah.
the election, because I really think that also the strikes are just a cover story for, like, you know, hey, we need actors and writers to stop talking about, you know, certain things and stop being interviewed. And yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there's something big coming and they know it. So they're like
Yeah.
shutting down Hollywood, get ready to shut down everything again for whatever reason.
What do you think?
Gonna
They're
start-
finally gonna release the Epstein client list, and most of Hollywood is on it, so they're gonna come in and do like a big sweep and clear or something like that.
Hey, you know what?
I
If it
think
goes long enough, they'll release Batgirl because they'll be out of things to put in theaters.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky
Dude,
Bobby.
I would I'd watch this because I'll make a fucking video on it.
There's a funny meme. Lesbians just haven't tried the right dick yet. The 1990 and the 2022 version of that meme. That's funny. That's funny.
It is.
I guess you should probably see the whole thing to me. There you go. Sorry. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Yeah, back to updates on Russell Brand. This lady who was part of the what was she part of in Parliament? She was in charge of some internet safety bill or whatever.
Yeah, I've been hearing about that. Northern English. Luke was talking about it too. I guess America's looking at it soon.
Hang on, I know it's on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, she was the one who was talking about. Yeah, she was talking about the online safety bill. I was right. Anyway, it turns out that she was like mailing Rumble and Twitter and all these other platforms to make sure that Russell Brand is demonetized.
Yeah,
it's like super
Chris
crazy.
Brown walks around free in the world.
Well,
right. Here's again. I know we talked about Russell Brand last week, but
and
Jesus
yet
Christ, this is crazy.
Cardi B walks around free in the world.
Yep.
No one even bats.
She confessed. Yeah, she confessed to like drugging and robbing people.
Well, I think there's a difference between freedom of speech and being a bitch.
Yeah.
I feel like people just need to leave everyone else alone, and if you don't like a creator, don't listen to them.
I know.
If they have allegations,
I mean,
don't
we
watch
just
them.
we
It's
just
real
went
easy.
through that with Mahler and that Karen on that loves Star Wars, didn't we?
I was telling Enzo about that. I want to make a video. I got backed up. I want to make a video ripping into that bitch.
That's one of the topics we were going to get to.
All right, sorry.
Louise,
my bad.
But
my
it's
bad. My bad.
No worries.
My bad.
But no worries.
Yeah. So I'm heated about
we'll
that.
Get back to it. But as far as like Russell Brand goes, like the thing is like when you have like this literally a concerted event to like remove this guy based on allegations. That's the thing is like there's no lawsuit. There's no actual charges filed.
But there doesn't have to be. There doesn't have to
be.
You can't keep getting like this isn't right because of the when you think like you have to think here. I'm going to give you an example. Okay. The other day I got into a stupid argument on TikTok with somebody, right? About a video, whatever. I got into and I love to gaslight fucking progressive feminists on TikTok. It's my favorite thing to do because I'll lead them into because my name on TikTok is toxic, and then it's a picture of me in a fucking tank top showing my muscles. And I love to do that. And then when they start
muscles, I don't relate.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, there's literally gyms everywhere. I started doing this and I can't even recall what it doesn't even matter. But I started to like gaslight her and let her exactly where she wanted to go.
Yeah.
And then when she was like, "Oh, that's what I would expect from a toxic cis white male," and I'm like, I don't know why you are attacking me and calling me things that I am not. It's very obvious that I am a gay white male, and just because you are homophobic doesn't mean, and I identify as a woman, just so you know that. And then I started like throwing all this shit at her, started calling her transphobe, and everybody started dogpiling her in the comments. And, all this shit started going, and she finally blocked me because she started getting just berated. Good. And people were like going to her TikTok profile and saying, "Why are you attacking gay men? Blah, 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 blah," and all this shit.
You're having an argument on the internet. You expected anything else?
Yeah, I mean,
but I'm just saying, like, that's how easy, as long as you don't have any kind of
million followers.
Yeah,
if you have a million followers, they will fuck you in the ass like they're doing Russell Brand.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like,
I don't know what the hell. TikTok video, any political theory, it's not about facts. It's not about anything. It's all about feelings, and whatever you're feeling is correct in the current today in society. So if you're feeling it, you have enough followers. People will do this, they'll do that. So don't argue on the internet. I think is the lesson learned here.
Yeah. Well, what's fucked up is like the thing about Russell Brand is like I don't know what if he did it or didn't do, or what he didn't do, and also what he did do may not even be a big problem. I don't know. But the thing is, like, when you see like how hard they go after this guy, it's like clearly whatever he said, he pissed some people off with what he said. That's what's going on. It's so obvious. And the thing is, what's even more fucked up is like with Russell Brand, I don't know, man. The problem is you have this English twat who apparently they knew he was doing this shit for 20 years. And I tell you right now, if Russell Brand wanted these allegations to stop right now like that, he'd just have to come out and publicly support Biden, publicly report the regime, toe the line, tell people to get the shot. And they would drop their shit. I bet you.
Well, they only cancel you if you're relevant. If he was a relevant actor in Hollywood, they would say nothing. But because he's irrelevant, they'll go after him. If you're popular, they're not going to care.
They ran cover for his sexcapades for 20 years, and the second that he starts like towing the opposite line,
well,
they make an example of him.
That's true.
J.K. Rowling did the same thing. J.K. Rowling was a darling.
My point is this: if Russell, and this would have been completely believable. If he'd have said, listen, all my philandering, all my drug abuse, all that crazy shit with Katy Perry, all of that happened because I hated myself and I trauma because I was molested as a child and I'm really a gay man and I've been pretending for all these years.
The Kevin Spacey.
If he did that, he would be unfucking touchable. He would be untouchable.
You always got to turn their tactics around on them, you know?
Exactly.
Like Louis C.K. should have came out and been like, I cannot believe that there is an effort to kink shame me publicly on multiple platforms.
Right.
This is unbelievable. Right. You have all invaded my private space that I have done.
There's a mayor in like New Hampshire or some shit. I don't remember where. I'll look it up later, but he is the whitest of white guys. But he's the mayor, and they were like giving him a bunch of shit, and his political opponents. And so he was like, well, I identify as a black female lesbian.
Yeah.
And they were like, you can't do that. He's like, whoa. Who are you? Yeah. He was like, who are you?
According to your rules, I
live my best life. Right. And they're like, well, that's just so ridiculous. He's like, are you transphobic? Are you saying that that I cannot identify as a black gay woman? Are you trying to say that? That is very, very transphobic and hateful of you. And he just shuts him down immediately. That's all you have. That's literally all you have to do.
Let's talk about another way to get this shit stopped right now. Well, ladies, do you realize that, like, here's the thing. Like, a man can say, let's say he's doing a custody battle. You know, he's got to pay, he might have to pay child support. He might have to do alimony. What if your husband, your ex-husband, realized that all he has to do is say, hey, our kid, he's trans. And if that mother doesn't go along with it, then I can take the kid away from you. Now the kid belongs to me. Yeah. Like, mothers can do this too. You know, this is like, there's tactics that you can use. You can use these tactics to play the system, you know, and fucking get things the way you want, and you shouldn't have them. And it's like, you know, this is like one of a million examples of the way the stupid, like, identify as whatever can just like bite you in the ass.
You play the victim, you're no longer the victim.
Right. And it's just so funny. But I mean, the thing about Russell Brand is like, you know, his fucking views have like skyrocketed apparently to like 70,000, which is a lot for him, I guess. But I mean, people want to know what the hell's going on, because they're like, they know it's like, obviously he did something wrong, but like, why is everyone bringing this to our attention now? Because what he's saying right now, I was like, well, let's go watch what he's saying now to see what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, see, I did look over the weekend. People were talking about like places like Burger King, and I guess like other big corporations now are all withdrawn from Rumble. I mean, I'm not sure if that's going to affect their bottom line, but companies are backing away from this shit because they're all so political and whatever.
Yeah. Wait, Burger King supports streams online? Don't they have their own advertising revenue?
I mean, I
Why
guess
are they advertising on YouTube?
Burger King's stupid, man. What else did Burger King do that was lame?
The 1 cent burger bullshit with the bad mad cow meat.
Thanks for Wes all those TikToks you sent me too about.
Right.
I think they have lemon Coke, so you know, and that's nasty.
Burger King did something where they were like responsible for some kind of don't support something or other. I don't know, but I know for a fact that like if there was a thing in Europe where if you went to a Burger King and asked for a Whopper, you would get a vegan Whopper. You had to specify. I want the meat Whopper.
That might be what it is. That it might be that. Yeah,
that was one of the.
That's another interesting facet of the internet.
Something I heard about them yesterday or today.
I'm
ahead,
just
Chris.
wondering why on the internet, corporations are responsible for morality and supporting causes XYZ. Like, they're a money-making corporation. Why do they need to take a stance on politics? They just want to sell things and make money. I don't get it.
Let's see. Now I
Yeah.
pulled it up right now. Enzo says it's says Burger King, ASOS, the Barbican, and HelloFresh have all removed all their ads from Rumble.
Oh, right, because of the Russell Brand thing.
Yeah.
Is this like the Neil Young thing where like random people pulled out because so and so was on Spotify or whatever? That I don't
It's
know.
just
It
crazy
didn't make
because
any
these
sense
are
to me.
allegations, man. This is like a news expose that came out, and they're literally trying to take away his right to make money before he gets sued. Like, how fucked up is that? He's not guilty.
The part here is it's like with so whether he is or isn't, but like, okay, look at Rumble. So he's making 27 grand a month according to this from Rumble, but then $1 million from YouTube. And that just shows like why so many people, they can all say it all day. I know guys talk about Crowder talks about it, Shapiro, even like Nerdrotic and Gamers. Hey, everybody, we're not gonna go on YouTube, go on Rumble and stuff. Yeah, but you still got your shit on YouTube because look right there, 27 grand versus $1 million fucking dollars. I mean, love YouTube, you can't deny it, man.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say Russell Brand's not guilty, but he's definitely not been proven guilty by any means of the word. Yeah. And like, you could read all about like the malarkey going on, like how this girl was allegedly raped. She went to a clinic after this incident, and she just got an STI test. She didn't get like the actual grape kit done. She didn't get any of this other stuff they would do. It's just weird. Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know. Women make stupid mistakes. Men make mistakes. I don't know the story, but it's like there's no fucking evidence. You can't go to prison. And that's not the other thing. Is like right now you're getting people. I'm looking on Reddit. There's a bunch of like unpopular opinions of like, don't think Danny Masterson is like 100% guilty. That's basically what they all say. I don't believe he is 100% innocent, but basically like everyone says the same thing. Like based on like the sentence he got, based on the actual hard evidence, it's crazy. The
difference between Danny Masterson and Russell Brand is Danny Masterson actually went to court. Russell Brand hasn't gone to court, so we have to take it all with a grain of salt.
I'm sure it'll happen though, but at this rate, I'm sure the charges will drop.
I don't think so. I don't think so. There's not going to be any actual charges. They're just gonna ruin him and shut him down. They don't have to, because they don't have to. With Danny Masterson, he was so far out of the limelight, and he wasn't like taking on big pharma and this is just a shot across the bow. And Russell Brand is just basically an overinflated YouTuber, whereas Danny Masterson was in the fucking weirdo cult life. And I got to tell you, man, I totally believe he did that shit. I've seen too much evidence to say that he didn't. Now,
he was a freaky guy. He was
convicted him in court, so he's clearly guilty of it.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that what they're trying to do is to be like, listen, Russell, knock off your shit, shut the fuck up, or we're gonna fuck you up. Because like right now they demonetized him, and YouTube gets to keep all that money. So they're still playing his videos, but he's not getting this is what I was listening to while I was at work the other day at the stadium. I was listening to a whole podcast about it, and it was like YouTube is keeping the money that he's getting off the revenue ads, but he's not getting to see it. So it's basically like, it's very similar to like, how I had to start a whole new Facebook page because they didn't stop me from posting, but they stopped me from interacting in groups. And since I have the one group I'm in charge of and 3 other groups that I need specifically for my security business, the for the love of the Lawrence, Kansas police scanner, I have to be involved in those groups. So they attack me. You're just gonna get
Jesus Christ Superstar with that prompt.
Well. Right. So basically that's what they're doing to Russell. I'll be shocked. Now I could be wrong. They could take it all the way. Now he's got to hit back. The problem is he's still fighting it like a normal person. Like he's doing the right thing, but the right thing you ain't gonna win that way. Yeah. Well, the way you win is to go on the attack of the other people and fuck them up and make lies up and do it. Like, okay, so like, Amber Heard, Johnny Depp. Like, he took it on the chin for a little bit, but
Yeah.
when it started to look like she was just going to ruin his whole fucking life,
He came back.
and Me Too had kind of run its course, he was like, okay. And then he got the best lawyer, and she got like the worst lawyer. Like, her lawyers were bringing pillows to a knife fight.
Yeah.
Like, I watched a lot of that court shit, and his
Yeah.
lawyers just ripped them to shreds. And now she's a pariah, and he's like a martyr.
It's
You
just
know,
funny.
so if Russell can pull that off, he might be okay. But
We'll find out.
You know, yeah, we're gonna see.
What the hell? What's with the Jesus Christ?
Can you type
what
in
is that?
Jesus
What-
Terminator?
I'm just putting in random prompts. Cryogenically frozen Jesus Christ. But anyway, I am listening, Wes.
Yeah,
I
man.
need a Jesus Terminator popping out of the ground, you know?
Blasphemous.
Yeah.
Jesus
sorry.
Christ.
Maybe I should do Frozen Allah, Frozen Muhammad. There you go.
Can you get a rhino in Frozen? No, just kidding.
Your obsession with rhinos is fun.
No, I just, you know.
I ain't been
it's
cynical, but the fucked up part, the whole Russell Brand thing is once people have short attention spans, in a week or two, it's gonna be the new
Right.
the new person.
Yep.
The new
Yep.
something.
We gotta go after another target. Because once we've debanked him and deplatformed him, move on to the next guy. It doesn't really matter if he's actually guilty. He could be innocent.
Yeah.
If he found guilty, he found innocent in a few years. It doesn't matter. Point
But
is,
I
like, we need
think-
to take care of him right now. And
There
we're
is
seeing
a
more of it right
moral
now.
ground here. So if you
Dude.
decide that you hate Russell Brand, you're going to cancel him for everything or any celebrity.
It's
And
so
you're going to
simple.
do that, and people are going to come at. But if you do something, people are going to come after you, and you get canceled. You cannot cry wolf. You have to take it on the chin and say, "Well, I did that to others. I have to take the same response if I do something that's stupid as well." But they're never going to do that. They're never going to take responsibility. They're just going to say, "Oh, I'm an SJW," and call it a day.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the
No
main reason.
responsibility.
Look, the main reason why people are getting deplatformed is plain and simple. We're coming around election season. So we need to start getting rid of the problem childs right now before they start mouthing off and saying shit and swaying voters. Because,
Right.
I mean, dude, it's like, I mean, there's so much shit happening right now. I mean, basically, like, I mean, I know Wes doesn't want to talk about this, but like, you know, they
boy.
might shut down the government. Cool. But they still have made they passed a bill that they can still donate billions of dollars to Ukraine, even if the government shuts
Oh
down.
fuck.
Right. And look at this guy. He's this little goblin over here. Grassley, his name is. And then
Someone
Zelensky has the
Photoshop him into the
balls.
Hogwarts bank.
Yeah, Zelensky has the balls to come over here and demand money.
Nuts.
Meanwhile, how much money has Maui gotten, you know? And how many billions, hundreds of billions of dollars has the Ukraine gotten? And then
Okay,
even
how much blackmail evidence does Maui have on the Biden administration?
Yeah, how much money did Maui get for their fucking laser weapon fires that they suffered?
How
through, right?
how many different adrenochrome facilities are active in Hawaii?
Look, here's my other point. And I'm just going through rapid fire through these topics because, like, I'll get to my main point. But it's like, we've got Zelensky goes to Canada and they honor a literal Nazi. This guy's name is Hunk. He's basically fought with the Ukrainian army in World War II against the Russians. And the Canadian fucking parliament guy says, "Hey, we've got a war here. Everybody stand up." They gave him a 15-second standing ovation. It reminded me of the Stalin days where, like, you'd have to stand up and everyone would have to start clapping, and they would just clap forever for 15 minutes because they knew the first person to stop clapping would be sent to the gulags. So they would just like keep clapping forever. That's what it felt like when you watch the video. And of course they do this like fucking all this Twitter's uproarious because like, hey, this motherfucker, he literally fought with the Nazis. He fought alongside the Nazis and everyone's calling him a hero. And of course, Canada had to come forward and publicly apologize, say he wasn't vetted. Of course he was vetted. And then, of course, like I said, Zelensky's over here demanding all this money and we have to give it to him. But what's even more fucked up, and this is the cherry on cake, you've got the cherry on the top is President Biden saying, hey, don't worry, guys. Concert tickets, I know they're hard enough to get, and you shouldn't have to pay surprise service fees on top of that. So my administration is working to crack down on those horrible junk fees you get when you buy concert tickets. You think anyone gives a fuck about that right now? I just went to the grocery store and spent $215 on like a fucking normal load of groceries, dude. It's getting out of hand. And again, Wes, I know like Wes had mentioned he doesn't like to talk about this stuff, but the thing is, man, I made this channel back in the Facebook days. It's like, if we don't talk about it, if we don't make it loud and clear that we're all fucking pissed off about this shit, then what the hell's the point? Like when the shit gets really out of line, you're going to really sit there and say, hey, man, I mean, I don't know. It just kind of is what it is. No, I want to be loud and proud. I've been talking shit about this for 2-3 years. I don't care. I lost so many friends defending Gina Carano when she got fired. I still stand by those statements.
I mean,
the fact is, we're living in the last days of Rome. It's
right.
over. It is over. Like, we're done. We are going to collapse.
That's why it's Trump or
we're
nothing,
gonna look
dude.
back on these times fucking around talking about movies and shit like that. We're gonna look back on that kind of shit with these, like, fine. I'm okay with that because, you know, I grew up in a trailer park, then worked shitty jobs until I joined the army, and then I would look back on that and go, God, man, that was rough growing up like this. I'm glad I have, you know, a fucking military house, and I got all these benefits, and I get paid on the 1st and 15th, and they pay for my food, and they pay for my electric, blah blah blah. And then later I was in prison going, damn, that was such a good time. How did I fuck that up so badly?
I mean, I know we're going to think of these as the good times for sure, but I don't think that all is lost. I really think that we're all waking up to such a degree, man. Like, that's the thing.
No,
is like
we're not. We're not. We are not waking up.
It's gonna get worse.
We are not, because if you were to walk outside and throw a rock, you could hit 20 people who will still riding with Biden. You live in Texas, you still will have people going, well, and it wouldn't even matter if they didn't. You could have every single person in your city. Let me finish.
We'll see how bad it gets in a year.
Let me finish. Every single person in your city could be 100% on your side and go, yeah, this is fucked up. Fuck this shit. And guess what's going to happen? The fucking, whoever it is, it's like, I was talking to my boss, because she's my former boss. She's a big Trumper. And she's like, well, I grow my own garden, and I have my own food, and I have my own medical supply. She's one of those preppers. Yeah. And she's like, and I got 3
doomsday bunker.
Yes.
I hope
and
so.
She has like 3. I was like, and I'm not going to say her name, but let's just call her Jane because I'm not going to put her name out there. I was like, Jane, what do you think is going to happen when they come and take over? Do you think that you're going to, like, be in the last standoff in Lawrence, Kansas? Is that what you think is going to happen? That is not what they're going to happen. She goes, okay, Wes, tell me what's going to happen. I'm like, what's going to happen is when it goes down, you have a teenage daughter. They're going to snatch her from school. If you're really a threat, and hold her and go, give us your guns, give us the access code to your bunker, and we'll fucking let her live. And that's it. I was like, do you know how I know they'll do that? Because I did that when I was in Iraq, when we had insurgents that we had to deal with that lived in the town. When we needed to deal with somebody, we didn't go storming the fucking front area of their mosque or any of the places they were hiding out. We just would wait and do a snatch and grab on one of the imam's family. And we would go, listen, do you want your daughter back, or shall we send her down to Gitmo to get cornholed? Which one do you want? You want your daughter back? Okay, you do? Okay, good. Tell us which guys are making the bombs. And that's how they're going to do it. They're not going to. So, like, your mother, your aunts, your uncles, blue collar, your son, that's who they're going to go snatch your son before you get a hold. And they're going to grab him and go, listen, are you done fucking around? Are you done talking shit? You're not? Okay, because we can cut some pieces off of them. And if you think they're not going to do that, you're fucking fooling yourself. So that's why before we even did this, I'm like, I used to be on the government side. I used to work for the government and do those dirty little jobs. I know that's what they will do. And it's not going to just be like crazy mercs like me. The local sheriff's department will do that. You think that they're going to side with you just because you know Joe Bob and you see him at the local diner? Joe Bob at the local diner will come in there and shoot your kid in the fucking face because you said something that the government didn't like on YouTube. And he says, guess what? You're a right-wing extremist. You ever heard of Ruby Ridge? You ever heard of Waco? They both happened. One of those happened in fucking Texas, did it not? So, I mean, like, and that was in the 90s when it wasn't even nearly any of this shit. Like, so this is going to literally be people like hiding in fucking trees and like living off the land and having to fight the big tyrannical. And hopefully Russia will get with China and nuke the fuck out of us and then just take us over.
So when you say they are going to round up your family and kids, you mean like like military? You mean police? You mean illegal
They'll
aliens?
they'll use whatever they want to use. I mean, up
Whoever.
until recently, I would not have thought illegal aliens, but now that the Biden administration is allowing the illegal aliens to become law enforcement officials, now I think that's very possible.
The illegal alien, also the tax officers getting more money. See, they know it's going to get tighter around the wallet, so they're getting ready to like come collect that tax money. Here's the thing. Here, like I understand, toxic. You're black pilled. You're like Megan. Megan's black pilled. I'm like on. Here's the thing. Like I know it's like it's one of these oxymorons where like things are going to get worse, and that's going to make everything better because every day you talk to someone new realizes this shit is going too far. And I know everyone has different thresholds. When you've been woken up for years and years, it feels like, why isn't everyone doing anything? Why isn't anything happening? Why is no one listening? Why is everyone stupid? But it's really not until we get to like the serious precipice of either extreme war, like nuclear war, that's when people are going to realize, okay, this administration is fucking up beyond belief. And it's going to take like this is what I envision going to happen here. Like you're talking about how like more and more Trump supporters every day, more and more Trump supporters. He hasn't lost any supporters since 2020, 2016.
Trump is going to be dead within 2 years, guaranteed.
Well, maybe
100%. Within 2 years, he will no longer be alive.
Here's a question. I was curious. I have American family, but because if Trump goes to court and gets convicted of a crime, does he lose the Secret Service protection or does he keep the Secret Service
they have
protection?
to go to prison with him. They would have to change the entire prison to accommodate him.
So he would still be protected because he's a former president, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the biggest political change can come if people think. Because the political system in Canada, and it might be similar in the U.S., is, oh, the Liberals are terrible. I hate Justin Trudeau. I'm going to vote for Conservatives. Vice versa, back and forth. Because people don't think or read the platform of who they're voting for. They just think that one person sucks, so I'm going to vote for the other person. Because we're programmed not to think. We're programmed to take whatever propaganda is plugged in our brain on social media. We're programmed to take everything at face value. But if you want to be a smart consumer, if you want to be politically active, you need to follow things, think, because you might not agree with everything a party does. You might not agree with everything a leader does, but you have to actively be thinking about every situation of how does this impact this? How does this impact this? And you can't just be blind and say, well, up here we have NDP. I'm NDP. I'm always going to vote NDP because I'm part of the party. No, you have to read the platform. You have to say, what is that person about? And if we all actively started thinking about what we consume, about who we vote for, about what we watch on TV, about what movies we have in theaters, about any topic, about how we view employment, we would be a smarter society. But people don't want to think. They want to be sheep. They want to be the blind leading the blind. And until we can start to think, the situation does not resolve itself.
Yeah,
listen,
and like
this
you said,
is gonna be 15-minute cities, electronic passports that are embedded in your body. You're gonna be eating the bug. They're gonna be eating the bug paste. And you're going to be sitting in your you're going to be sitting in your little apartment. Will weed still be legal and gummies and stuff? Absolutely.
They want us all drugged up.
As long as you just sit in your house. Listen, man, people in this town in Kansas. I'm in fucking Kansas, and there's still people that go, "We need another lockdown." That's what I miss, being locked down. That's what I really fucking like.
Okay, help me out here. At this point, COVID is nothing more than a severe cold or flu, correct? It can't kill you anymore unless you're immune compromised. So it's the same thing. So why are we afraid of a common cold? That's what I don't understand.
Because
why are we fear-mongering?
Yeah.
Because
I was talking about so much of this. I was talking about so much of this like conspiracy theory crap on Facebook back in the COVID lockdown days, and it was like you're gonna get in trouble. It's like, no, you know what I got in trouble for? It was sharing a Dawkins music video. That's what I got in trouble for.
I love Dawkins. They're awesome.
Oh, wait, why did I do this? I did it again. I copied and pasted the same thing, didn't change it. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, I understand what you guys are saying. Like, it's looking bad. It's looking rough. But here's the thing. We were saying the vaccine passports were coming, right? But then what happened? They did it in Australia. And what they're doing in Australia, that seems to be like the testing ground for what they're trying to do.
Passports. We had to run around with things and prove just to go to a grocery store.
Canada's another country that's doing these.
What is Canada? What are the citizens of Canada and the citizens of Australia have in common?
We both hate the Queen. Fuck the royalty.
Nope.
No guns. Limited
Oh,
guns.
No guns. No
Oh,
guns.
Oh, that's fair.
guys
I
got
did
guns
want to
in
buy a
Canada,
handgun,
though.
but you can't buy one up here.
But what's crazy
That is the only thing. There is no other thing that is slowed down the process because they're trying to figure out. Okay,
it's the Constitution and the Second and First Amendment, the Second and First
if
Bill of
we
Rights.
really go whole hog on these people, like, do we have enough of law enforcement that will actually stay with us? Now, there's little pockets of resistance. Arizona is dropping big shipping containers and creating their own makeshift wall to reinforce the wall that was already there. You have the Texans sending down the National Guard and stuff like that, but it's way too little, way too late. Okay,
Yeah, but then
we
again,
comped
you've got
on
like
the
the
bubble.
lady. You've got the
I'm
lady in New
okay.
Mexico trying to get
so
rid of
pinky.
everyone's right
Right.
to carry. She's
Right.
getting
I'm-
sued and impeached.
Right, but
So-
it's too little, too late. I'm fine with it because you know what? I don't get to go back to my old life and I don't get to be a soldier as a convicted felon. But if the world order gets reset and it's all chaos, then I'll get to do whatever I want. I'll get to go back to using all of those skills that I can't fucking use on a daily basis. And it's going to be great. I might be a general. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, well,
Did you really type in dish soap drinking competition?
yeah, that's super. It's super wrong. I need to be more. I need to figure out how prompt to get it to work.
Oh,
Hey,
my
did
goodness.
we
I
talk
like
about
going
the
with the
serious
tap.
issue of Taylor Swift and
No, we're gonna get to
Taylor
that
Kelsey
right
yet?
now.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh,
Yeah,
I
just
thought
a
we needed
reminder,
a
folks.
nickname.
Look, communism is when ugly, deformed freaks make it illegal to be normal, then rob and or kill all the successful people out of petty
Non-binary.
resentment and cruelty. The ideology is all just window dressing. Anyway, but yeah, as far as Taylor Swift, right here, this is something that Wes, famous closeted homosexual, wanted to talk about. But Taylor Swift is dating who now? What's his name again?
Really?
I don't. It starts with a T. Travis.
Travis
Is it
Kelsey.
Travis Kelsey. Okay. Now, this is a football player for the Chiefs. One of the best football players in the game right now, I'm told. And how long
Correct.
have they been dating?
Not very long.
Okay. And I know
Why
it's a
would
big
anyone
deal
date
over
Taylor
where you're
Swift
at.
at this point?
I don't know, man.
Yeah,
She
that's what I'm
she
thinking.
has really taken a severely large amount of dick. Like, she's really public about the amount of dick that she has taken. She has
Also public
really-
about how everyone is like, got a problem with her nowadays. How many boyfriends she's had that broke her heart, and been, it's like,
Yeah.
drama for your mama.
She's like the world's biggest soccer mom without the
Yeah.
kids.
I mean, she was back like 15 years ago almost. She was on Saturday Night Live and she was fucking hilarious back then. But even then, she had already racked up a pretty impressive amount of exes that she was doing songs about and shit. And then now we're almost 15 years later. And I mean, Jesus, and her fans are the most. You want to talk about a cult? Man,
They are dedicated.
Jesus, dude. Like, her cult
They love
is
everything
insane.
she's ever done.
The
I've
Swifties
got friends who
are
love Taylor
insane.
Swift, and they love everything. They bought like 3 or 4 different versions of the vinyl because they were in different colors, and
Wow.
they're hardcore. I mean, Taylor Swift is her own economy at this point with the Eras tour.
Yeah.
It's crazy
Jesus.
what she can do. She could be her own
Aren't
government.
her
and
and
overthrow
her-
something.
Selena Gomez and some other pop star. Maybe it's Taylor Swift, but they're going to become billionaires soon. It's like, what the fuck?
I don't think
I'm-
Selena Gomez can even come close to Taylor Swift.
I was shocked when I found that out, but yeah, she's about to become a billionaire. I don't know what else she's dabbled in, but
What-
certainly
what
ain't
does-
acting.
I wonder what Selena Gomez has, because Taylor Swift is into copyright, and that'll make her a lot of money. Copyright
Yeah.
is everything.
Well,
Now, this
Selena
is
Gomez
her-
does have kind of a sort of pseudo acting career.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Right.
Kinda.
She's tried to do some new stuff recently,
she's
but
from
she
Wizards of Waverly Place, right?
is that what she was doing?
Yeah, that's the
well,
show.
originally,
Yeah.
She was in High School Musical, right?
Was she?
No.
Who was the High School Musical? Hudgens?
That-
Hudgens.
Hudgens,
Vanessa
that was a-
Hudgens. Yeah.
Vanessa
Oh,
Hudgens.
I have no
yeah.
clue who
Okay,
that is.
doesn't
That was
matter.
after my
But
time.
Taylor Swift was spotted at this game, right? And that was like a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And that was like confirming
Her
people's
security
suspicions.
was triple what the entire Kansas City Chiefs football team was.
But you mostly want to talk about it because it's like a Kansas City thing, though, right?
Yeah, well, just
what?
because it's like people are like now the Swifties, like now they're gone. They're like, oh, now we want to know about football because she's fucking a football
Oh,
player. You know what I mean?
It
Like
might boost the Kansas
who's Brittany
football team
Mahomes?
attendance. That's good
I
for the
don't.
players, right? Good for the owners.
Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's this young biracial, like just like thunder god that he throws the football sideways, and like he basically he's like the next um Tom Brady for lack of it. And he has a wife or girlfriend, Brittany Mahomes, and she was enjoying the spotlight in Kansas City for a while because she was like, because the football is very important out here. And so now Kansas City's just like,
no
I
one
don't give a
cared.
fuck about no Brittany Mahomes when we got Taylor Swift, So
Well,
that's
I wanted to say that's the thing about the Swiftie fans, the Swifties they're called. There's a thing. There's
yes.
like I am familiar with the Taylor Swift fans because of the Fish fans. There has been an ongoing war of the fan bases between
What is that about?
the
What is that
Swifties
about?
and the Fishies. Well, first of all, here's like some of the things they all have in common: Swifties versus
Ugh.
Fishies. They both pay ridiculous ticket prices. They OMG her hair. Okay, this is like the difference, I guess. Swifties like OMG her hair versus OMG Mike's bass drop. They both sit wait in line for merch for 24 hours. Fish waits in line for posters for an hour. Oh, this is like fish.net. I don't know why.
Springsteen fans will do the exact same. They'll pay ridiculous amounts for tickets, wait in line, and do all of this.
I guess I don't know why. One of the reasons why they're a warring fan base is because of Madison Square Garden. They both argue over who can sell it out faster.
I side with Billy Joel.
You guys have to understand that Fish still, believe it or not, they're one of the most successful touring acts to date. They have such a loyal fan base. It's unfucking.
I am almost never surprised because there's people that go to fucking Color Me Bad concerts. So I mean,
Fish, they sell out like they played like the Baker's Dozen shows. When was that? I can't remember when that was. Feels like the year 2000, but I feel like it was later than that. But they did like a Baker's Dozen show. It was 13 shows at Madison Square Garden, and it's all different songs every fucking night, 5-hour shows, playing like fucking every night. And every one of those shows sold out like instantly. And then of course, like the shows just become giant fucking drug pits. Everyone's out doing, everyone's just like smoking and drinking and doing fucking whippets and high on acid. It's insane.
David McCullum just died.
Who's that?
He was on Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Oh, I love that show.
And then later he was the NCIS medical examiner on NCIS.
Oh, what do I know this guy from? David McCullum.
I mean, if you want to talk about Madison Square Gardens, Billy Joel sold out 150 shows there. He literally played a residency there. I think he's played more than Fish or Taylor Swift. Easy.
Well, Billy Joel's great because he always is it him? He's the one that buys all the front row seats, right?
Yep. And hands them out to real fans.
He buys all the
Billy Joel's my favorite artist of all time. I love that man. He's musically creative. He knew when to stop with River of Dreams. He just plays the music people love and he keeps going. And I love that about him. He just does his thing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, he was in. I'm sorry, David McCullum. He was in the Great Escape.
He was absolutely legendary film.
Okay, well,
have you seen the 4K? The restoration is beautiful. That's the only way to watch it.
Most people know him from NCIS.
I don't watch that shit. Is he a big character in that show?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? If an actor can get a syndicated TV show that goes for many years, they make a great paycheck. That's all they really want in a career.
That's what I was gonna say. Good for him. If he's got a big speaking role, then fuck yeah, dude.
I mean, like Larissa Hargestell from Law and Order SVU, she's making bank. Yeah. She doesn't care what you think. She's making a living.
Yeah. But yeah, she's he was basically like the comic relief. He's like the foil to Mark Harmon's kind of like brusque, cranky Marine, like he always had but he was always like quick with a little like, dry British humor type thing. And then, explaining like what happened to the dead body or whatever. Cause NCIS like CIS, CSI.
Can we get a David McCollin prompt here in this AI for something?
He won't
random?
know. He won't know who the hell it is.
You never know. It's AI, right?
No. It'll be close. It won't even be close. It'll just be like generic old man. Green plastic toy soldiers invading the home front. I'll just put that. See what it does.
What?
Yeah, we'll see what it makes. Let's see what it makes.
It's just gonna be a Toy Story meme.
16x9. We'll put epic battle, war, history, painting.
Oh
There we
yeah,
go.
you're gonna
Let's see
get
what-
some good action here.
Let's see what this does. I might get a fucking sometimes. Okay, sometimes it gives me like a. This prompt depicts violence. This prompt has the word blood in it. It's like,
Did anybody ever play like the PS2 or PS1? I guess it was Army Men game. where, like,
I
they-
loved the one on the N64. I think it was on the PS1 where you
Oh.
could fight in the fridge in multiplayer.
Yeah,
That was the way to go.
remember
It's
that
the fridge
game.
level. The climbing
Yeah.
was awful, but the rest of it
or,
worked.
or when you fought on the bathtub and stuff like
Yes.
that. Like, oh, God,
Oh,
that
it was
such a
so
fun-
creative. Like you played that when you got
Fun
sick of
game.
GoldenEye. That was part of your game night.
Yeah, fun
They made
game.
3 of those,
called
and the
Sarge's
GameCube ones were pretty good
Heroes.
too. Yes,
Army Men,
Sarge's
Sarge's
Heroes 2 was
Heroes.
my game. That was the one with
I
the
remember
green
this
cart
shit.
on. Oh, so good. Love
You're
this game.
unlocking childhood memories.
Yeah, and
You're welcome.
the yellow
You're
army
welcome.
men were the worst. You had to kill them all.
Does anybody else ever watch on YouTube when they're tired or they're bored and just watch playthroughs, or is that just
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
I do that. I mean, have
Yeah.
you watched the every 64 game? There's one guy doing every 64 game ever, Japanese and stuff, and I'm just going through it and I was like, I played all of these games. This is fantastic. I love watching those.
okay?
You guys
Good. I'm
remember this
glad I'm
movie,
not
Toy
the only
Soldiers?
weirdo.
You guys remember this movie, Toy Soldiers, with fucking,
Yeah. Yeah.
what's his name? Star Trek
I've
boy.
seen that movie.
It's a great movie. Wonderful movie.
I
Well-
watched
well,
this
we-
back to back the other night with Some Came Running, one of the greatest underrated movies no one has heard of ever. Brilliant
Nice.
film. Some Came Running is only available on VHS, 1989, punk band management. Cool film.
You said the sun came running.
Some Came Running.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
I'll check it out.
This guy runs away from home and he manages this like female punk band and falls in love. And it's just so nice.
Sweet.
Do I have it on the shelf? I'll get the official title. Hold up. Let me get the VHS.
There's a movie from 1958 called Some Came Running. Some Came Running.
Sorry, it's the running kind. This movie, super underrated, only available on VHS, super indie, one of the greatest films I've ever seen.
Damn.
Yeah. The
What
guy
year
looks
is it
like
made?
Robin Williams. That's why.
1989?
1990. It's awesome. The music is great. The soundtrack is great. The acting is great. The running kind, 1990. One of my
Oh,
favorites.
It's right here. Here's the whole movie on YouTube. Let's watch it.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's the
Oh yeah.
Really, bro?
Our first live we watched.
mute
I'm
it?
joking.
Mute
I'm
it.
joking.
Please mute it.
it's really great, honestly. Can't recommend enough. They never released it on anything but VHS.
Oh wait,
Okay.
I made a mistake here. How do I? Oh, I know what to do here.
Remember how hot Juliette Lewis used to be? Oh my God, she went downhill. Fuck.
Yeah, she got a little methy.
She just methy.
Some
and-
could say the same about Taylor Swift.
yeah, no
Yeah.
Taking it.
gumbo season.
It's not pumpkin
What?
spice season. It's gumbo season now. Get it?
Okay, those toy soldier
This
miniatures
is
are
pretty
very
cool.
impressive. That's awesome.
This is pretty nice. I mean, yeah, I see what it's doing here. That's close.
Did anybody ever watch? Used to watch the YouTube channel? They had the action figure therapy. Did anybody ever used to watch that? Where
Never heard
they
of
would
Let me look it up.
get the GI Joes on, and they would like have an actual GI Joe, and he's just like up there like talking about just the stuff that they do. And it was the one GI Joe with the mustache that they all had a problem with. Like, so they're like, he's complaining about doing crazy shit. He's like, yeah, man, I went on leave and went down to Las Vegas and snorted a bunch of cocaine off a stripper named named Candy Tree's Titties, and then they kicked me out. So I pissed all over their floor. And
Oh wow, I've never heard of this. I'll check it
you've
out.
never heard of action figure therapy?
No,
That's
man. I
crazy.
was watching Key of Awesome growing up. I love their parodies. I was watching Homestar Runner. Come on for Whoagats. You know, I love that stuff. I'll
Where-
check it out, but I've never.
Where are
never
you,
watched it.
Enzo? You Google everything else. You can't pull up action figure therapy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm putting in a prompt right now. But yeah, action figure therapy. I've never heard of this either. I don't think.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm gonna check it out. It looks fun, and they're really short. They're not too long. I like that. Like
Yeah,
early
we
YouTube.
just be passing
Oh.
these around when I was in the military. So
Oh, I see. I've heard of
Jungle was the one guy, and all like he's complaining about doing wild shit that he thinks is perfectly fine and everyone else thinks is crazy, and then all the other GI Joes are just bitching about him. They're like, I just went to Walmart to go pick up some stuff for my family, and Jungle decides he's gonna grab the slushy machine and start, throwing it at like random babies that are in strollers and shit. Oh God!
Wow.
That reminds me of like 2000. Has anyone seen the Awkward Puppets channel? That's what it reminds me of with Diego.
Nah.
I have not.
It's just Diego doing things. It's very funny and random, and they'll do therapy, and it's just this puppet. It's incredible. It's relevant on YouTube right now. They make these little shorts. Absolutely hilarious.
YouTube used to be so fun.
It's still fun. You just have to know where to find the right content.
It used to just be pure fun, and now it's.
Hey, you know what? They brought back Smosh,
I hear it.
guess,
I hear
you
it.
know.
There it is. There it is.
I
I
said,
hear it.
what do you mean this mustache looks creepy? This mustache will rock your world, Geraldo Rivera. Now look here. Look at it close. Now look away. Now look real close. Now look away again. You can't. It's impossible. It's
You
like
can't.
staring into a beautiful, majestic waterfall made out of sunsets and unicorn vaginas. It's fucking majestic, man. It's hypoallergenic, too. It repels bacteria, germs, mold spores, cold and flu viruses, pet dander, smoke, pollen, you name it. And it's been proven to turn smog and ozone into
That's why I
pure
have my
goddamn
mustache.
oxygen. I got some investors in China right now trying to figure out how to duplicate its effects using pipe cleaners, bleach, and capuchin monkey urine. I'm gonna be a goddamn millionaire. Hell yeah. Woo!
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hey, the more you know, right?
Knowing
Action
is half the
figures
battle.
partying in Las Vegas.
Did you guys know there's a YouTube channel that just plays GI Joe episodes 24/7?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a G.I. Joe fan. I approve.
Me too.
G.I. Joe.
I love that stuff, like early Transformers, G.I. Joe, Thundercats, like anything from that era, like the 80s cartoons just is pure fun.
I loved how racist 80s cartoons were, because like you knew Panthro, the purple like mechanic, you knew he was really the black guy in the
Panthro.
Thundercats. You know what I mean? And you knew like on the, because it was basically Thundercats was basically the A team, but Japanese anime cat people. You know what I mean?
See,
But it
that's
was
why I loved
basically the
Robot
A-team.
Chicken so much, because they started off just doing 80s parodies of everything from Thundercats to He-Man and Star Wars, everything about the 80s, and they would just make fun of the 80s stuff I knew, and I was like, I relate. I've seen
Yeah.
that.
Is Robot Chicken still on? I haven't watched it in a
I
while.
don't know, but I've always enjoyed
I
everything
don't
I've seen.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it is, but
Robot
yeah,
Chickens.
I mean, I've watched my fair share of episodes.
I think my favorite might be where the Sesame Street Blade crossover.
Yeah, he's so obviously the black guy. He even has like a black guy's voice.
That's as mean as you are ugly, then maybe you'd be trouble.
See, that was a black guy right there. You're not gonna tell me different.
Thundercats was awesome.
Thundercats was pretty good.
Well, I was
Something else-
I was on the internet the other
Okay.
day, and I love Inspector Gadget, and everyone has seen that. Did you know they made like a young Inspector Gadget where Don Adams voiced a tiny child version, the person who voices Penny
No.
voices this other thing, and they fight like
Good God.
it's so random. Let me look up the name. And he's got like the weirdest catchphrase. It's Gadget Boy and Heather. Look this up. It's the weirdest thing you've
Ew.
ever seen. Gadget
I
Boy
do-
and
I do-
Heather.
I do remember them doing a Robot Chicken episode where Cyberdyne system infects Inspector Gadget's software, so he goes like on a killing spree, and they have to like he kills the chief and he kills Dr. Claw, and like Penny and the dog have to like shut him down and like put him in a thing of lava, like in T2, and kill him
Fucking
that
awesome.
way.
That's great. No, but look up Gadget Boy and Heather. It's terrifying. I didn't know this existed until the other day. It's
Wow.
awful.
I mean, if you guys wanted to look it up, you guys could easily look it up.
There was so much terrifying shit that they put for kids when we were kids. You know what I mean?
Feel
Like,
free
I don't know.
Does anyone remember Sherlock Holmes in the
screen?
22nd century? Worst Sherlock Holmes show ever made.
No, but young
It's
Sherlock
cyborg,
Holmes
really.
that came out in 1987 was scary
Like
as fuck.
like the movie with Gene Wilder?
No.
Or no, that's Sherlock Holmes' younger brother. Sorry.
Yeah, no. They had a
Yeah.
young Sherlock Holmes movie.
Such
Wow.
a weird show.
And it came out in like 86, 87, and it was
Oh yeah,
actually
you know what?
really
You know what?
scary.
Gadget Boy's catchphrase is wowzers, gowsers.
This Gadget Boy shit is a little after my
Wow.
time.
Boy,
Yeah,
oh
there's
boy.
an evil
Um,
hench seagull or something.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a robot
Strange.
going to the doctor.
Oh boy.
Fun stuff.
It just looks like Ex Machina fan art.
That's maritime.
There you go.
Hey, Blue Collar, shifting gears real quick. I just got to know. Did you guess the ending of No One Will Save You, or were you like floored with the ending? I'm just curious.
Like, I never guess endings. I'm
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting to see what the fuck's gonna happen because I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Aliens helping elderly cross the street. That's a prompt.
Yeah. Did you understand the ending of the movie?
Yes, that's why I wouldn't mind seeing a sequel. So.
Oh,
I
okay.
do-
Okay.
That's why I said
I
I'm
don't-
looking forward to watching what Enzo. I think Enzo will like it a lot.
I don't think
Well,
Enzo is going
I'm
to like
definitely
it.
going to check it out because you guys.
I mean,
said
I'll
it's
like
really
it even
good,
if it's
so.
fucking stupid, But I mean, yeah.
It's definitely not stupid, but I think you would get bored with it pretty quickly. I
I'll
think you'll
watch it
get
at double
frustrated.
speed.
Well, okay. I forgot.
Like
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
true.
are hyping
boring.
it
I'll
up.
just speed it up.
So-
I got all
Listen,
day to watch this shit.
I just want to see Enzo's commentary. Like Enzo can play the victimized aliens.
I remember. Yeah, I remember we talked about it yesterday, and based on what you're saying, I was like, it sounds like this bitch is just being a, it seems like these aliens didn't really do anything wrong per se. I mean, it's like everyone's gone, but it's like, have you confirmed that that's because of the aliens? Like, I don't know.
It's almost under the aliens. They're trying to spread the word of Jesus, but she doesn't.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, have you heard of our alien god Kothark?
Oh, good. The
What's the-
aliens are Jehovah Witnesses now. Let's
You
do
know what
it
I
like
just-
in our homes.
You know what I just found out from watching a random YouTube video? Like that South Park basically exposed the Church of Scientology. They were keeping all that
Oh,
shit pretty
God.
well under wraps
Yeah.
before South Park
Yeah.
got a hold of it. Like nobody even knew that.
South
like,
Park,
Clue-
the Scientologists were horrified when that episode aired because they were like saying all the stuff they believe, like non-ironically. You have to understand when you work years and years to get little tidbits of this information, it doesn't sound that crazy. But when you hear it
Yeah.
all at once, you're like, this
Yeah.
is fucking stupid.
Yeah, that was one of the two main things because I can remember when they did the Worlds of Warcraft episode, and I
Yeah.
came into work the next day, and I was like, and I was still in the military, and I came into work the next day, and I was like, "Did you guys fucking watch South Park last night? It was hilarious. I can't believe it because I knew what Dungeons and Dragons was, but I didn't
Yeah.
know what Worlds of Warcraft was, and I was like, that's so crazy
Well-
the shit they come up with." And they were like, "Be careful, Sergeant Kelly. The lieutenant really likes." Worlds of Warcraft. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, Worlds of Warcraft. He plays that game all the time. The lieutenant loves it. And I'm like, that's a real fucking thing. They're like, yeah. What do you think they're making fun of? I was like, I thought they
Yeah.
were making it up. I
Uh-huh.
didn't think it was a real thing.
Sounded
think-
too silly.
It's too close home for some people, but of course they over exaggerate. But there are a lot of streamers, which is why I said I don't support people that come off to Maldi streamers because some of these streamers, like Enzo's joked about that too, about pissing and shitting in fucking buckets and streams. And like, oh, I sit home and I stream World of Warcraft 15, 16 hours a day. And I'm like, yeah, that's why you've got acne in your face and you weigh about 350 and shit and you live off Taco Bell because it's all you fucking do all day long. Like,
Yeah,
There-
we had a guy get kicked out of the army because they sent CPS to his house because he would not get off World of Warcraft because he was sitting in his basement
Yeah.
pissing in jars and like they came in and just were like, what have you done with your
people
what is
often-
happening?
Yeah, people often like they shit on South Park for over exaggerating. I'm like, no, actually spend 5 minutes Googling stuff, reading stuff. Everything South Park says is pretty fucking accurate more often than not.
I was addicted to Harvest Moon on the PS2 for many, many years as a child. Like I didn't want to get up and do nothing. I relate. And yes,
I have gone on back in the day. I did go on video game binges, but unfortunately, I was married. So, like, you know, as soon as you know the whole thing about how, you know, all you need to do is turn on your video game system, and she fucking loses her shit. You know what I mean? Like, I actually put my video game system. I had a basement room, and I put all my video game shit down there so that I could go down there. And it's also where I put my weight set. And so she'd be like, "What are you doing down there?" I'm like, "I'm working out." I would just kick. I would just kick one of the barbells across the floor. I'm like, "I'm working out," you know. But yeah, I actually saw a cartoon. I don't know if it was on YouTube or TikTok, but it was like a quick reel where they were like, they're like, these doctors are trying to resuscitate a lady, and they're like, "We're losing her. We can't bring her back." They're like, "Have we done everything we can? Let's try one more thing." And then they said, "Ma'am, your husband, he looks comfortable, and I think he just turned on the Xbox." And she's like, "Honey, I need you to move something for me."
Jesus. It's disturbing.
What the fuck is that?
All right, extreme hoarders, a 600-pound man, bedridden, fighting off burglars in his home. Now,
is this what the new Hobbit trilogy looks like?
I'm not seeing any burglars, but still, it's very impressive. Holy shit! Hang on, let me make these bigger. But I like how in this one you got like some weird animals like playing poker or something in the background. What the fuck is this?
Is that a lemur? No, just kidding.
I don't know. This is what I plan to look like in 20 years.
I think it's a liger.
5 years.
It's a liger. That's my favorite animal.
Ligers are dope.
Wes would look like this if he got real fat, right?
I would.
It's like a hot air balloon as a personality.
This guy has like severe, like he's like being crushed by the garbage, you know, like his legs are bent up this way.
I think it's turning him on.
Gosh. All right, that's fun. Anyway, something else I wanted to talk about. This shit. This got a huge reaction.
What do we got?
But Pauly Shore.
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
No, I'm totally in for this. Let's go.
We're gonna make a movie about Richard Simmons. But here's the thing. This is where it gets interesting. He's saying like, "Hey, I've reached out to Richard Simmons. I heard he's living deep in Big Bear. We've been playing phone tag. Yes, he still has a phone. I'm trying to make it happen for you guys. Be optimistic. In the meantime, hit up Hulu, Amazon, Disney, HBO, and all the big producers. I definitely can morph into this guy. I'll see you at the Academy Awards 2025.
I want this to happen.
Yeah, this is like a project they want to happen. But also, like, my only stipulation is that they can do this Richard Simmons movie on the only condition that they also cover this like current stuff about him living off the land in California somewhere. What is Richard Simmons up to right now? Yes, you'd have to touch on that, please.
He's sweating.
I don't want it to be like that.
2000s.
They have to do it serious though. That shit that they did with Daniel Radcliffe playing Weird Al Yankovic, they did that way too campy and tongue in cheek, and I didn't like it.
Also, Owen Wilson doing
punchline.
Owen Wilson doing Bob Ross, but not really. That was also bad.
Yeah.
Like,
you have to take that shit seriously.
You get Rob Schneider. I'm okay with this.
They have a movie called on HBO with the bodacious Tata chick from Euphoria called Reality, because there's a chick whose name was Reality. She worked for the DOD and she was a former military linguist, and she gave up a bunch of shit about the Trump campaign.
Does she get naked in this movie?
She does not, but it's really well done, and they play it very seriously. Like, you cannot be campy doing the shit, like I don't want to see campy, like, made up bullshit. I don't want to see that. That's not cool.
Dude, here's the trailer. The trailer should be like loud and proud, super 70s, like backlit fro. It's like, he was the icon. And it's like, all right, boys, like Pauly Shore in the full gear, like, let's do it. He helped millions. And then like you see the trailer for like 20 seconds, like all fun and games, and then it gets serious. And it's like, but we didn't know he was gay and had a secret, whatever the hell. That's exactly how the trailer does. Then you turn the trailer into like Oscar bait, and it's like, from Academy Award attendee Pauly Shore. You know, my uncle knows him because we've talked about the Pauly Shore before, but like, especially on the Encino Man we watch, our uncle Dominic was roommates with Butch Patrick, who played Eddie Munster. And so like Eddie Munster's like a friend of his. And because of that, like he's met Pauly Shore multiple times. I met Pauly Shore once when he was doing his Pauly Shore's Dead movie premiere in Austin at the Alamo. And he got to hang out for a second. And it was cool because like my uncle Dominic, it's like, hey, Domicus. That's what he calls him. What up, Domicus? And then it was like, asked him what his favorite movie was, Pauly Shore. And you know what his answer was? I don't know. I've told you, I've said before, but if anyone remembers, I'll get you get a cookie.
Biodome.
What, Pauly Shore's favorite movie or your uncle's favorite movie?
Pauly Shore's favorite movie. What do you think it is?
Pauly Shore's favorite movie.
Shocked me.
Gone with the Wind.
You're it's that vein, in the vein of that.
Citizen Kane.
His favorite movie is Papillon.
Oh,
okay.
the butterfly
The Dustin-
movie with
the
a bunch
Dustin-
of with no plot and a bunch of naked indigenous
No, the
people?
Dustin
No.
Hoffman prison escape
No,
movie.
Papillon. Yeah, Papillon is a prison escape movie.
They remade it too,
That's
I think.
Steve
recently.
McQueen, right?
Steve McQueen, yes.
Dustin
Oh
Hoffman.
yeah, that movie's awful. I've been trying to watch it for years. I don't get it. Don't understand.
Well, maybe try to watch the remake with Charlie Hunnam. Maybe you like that one better.
So do you think if this goes well that they'll try to make like Son-in-Law 2? Because I'm all for that.
I want to see.
Yeah,
I want to
only
see.
if it's
I
Pauly
wanna see a
Shore is now
sequel
the
to
grumpy
In the
old
Army
father-in-law.
I want
Oh,
to see
that'd
a
be good,
sequel
too.
to In the Army Now with like Pauly Shore as like a fucking colonel.
General.
Yeah,
why not?
and-
I'll watch it.
I remember.
right.
I remember when I got reassigned to the 82nd Airborne, but they put me in a supply battalion as their security chief. That was like a downgrade from where I worked at the military prison. And I remember and I looked it up, and it was like a supply and logistics unit that did ammo, fuel, water, cook cadre like that. And my fucking commander that I had at the time sent me like a instant message. He goes, "Is it hot in Chad?" And I was like, "Oh, you're such a dick, sir." He was funny. He had a good sense of humor. His name was Carpentier. He was really funny. He walked by my office one day and he like tripped over. I had my guys like redoing the office, and so they pulled everything out. And he was like, "You redoing your office, Sergeant Kelly?" I was like, "Yes, sir." And he like tripped over a trash can or something. He goes, "Have that removed." Like what do you call it? The fucking Bill Murray, the Bill Murray movie, the Army Stripes, yeah. Where the
I would
commander
be down for Army comedies to come back because like Stripes was good. Like I like In the Army Now. You had McHale's Navy in the 90s. There's a bunch of those, Like I'd be
Sergeant
down for them to
Bilko.
return. Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, if you're gonna do an In the Army Now sequel, it has to be called Back in the Army Now.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Or
I
In the
like
Army
that. I
or
like
In the
that.
Army 2. I don't know.
No, Back in the Army is really good. No, I like that. I like that a lot.
Here's your plot. You have Pauly Shore get to show off his acting chops, right? So he begins the movie as like a battle-hardened like colonel, and he's no more like the weasel. He's like straight-laced, like Colonel Shore. But then like he gets a head injury and like reverts back to the weasel, and he's like at the Pentagon and shit. Like,
Dude,
hey, what's up,
that is
weasel,
money.
bro?
That is money.
Colonel
That
Shore,
is
the
money right there.
Palestinians are here to negotiate. He's like,
I wonder how big the
man.
Pauly Shore market is for sequels. I don't know, but I would watch them.
The movie takes place over the course of a week, and we almost go to like World War III because of his antics.
I always have a soft spot in my heart for Son-in-Law just because it introduced us to the bombshell that is Carla Gugino.
Yeah, I saw her in person one time, hanging out at Antone's.
Did you fucking really?
You would be shocked how much makeup she was wearing, though. It was kind of a letdown.
I
And
don't
she was very
care.
tiny. She had a great body, but yeah, I'm talking like that shit was caked on like frosting. It was like, whoo! If I took a wet napkin and put it on her face, it would,
I mean, listen, man, you're not gonna ever be able to dissuade me from most Italian chicks.
No,
'cause
yeah. I mean, it
it's like
reminded me of those old. I'm used to it. It
Great.
reminded me of those Mexican chicks I grew up with. Where they were all the foundation and all the crazy fucking eyeshadow.
Josh, think more Sin City.
Sin City, okay.
Yeah, the naked lawyer who's Mickey
naked
Rourke's
lawyer.
Oh, I was a Spy Kids fan. That was like the movie that defined
The
my
naked
childhood.
lesbian lawyer who runs around her house with her big titties and her gun out.
Yeah, I've
You
seen
know?
both Sin Cities. I thought Elijah Wood had one of his best performances.
Yeah,
in
Elijah Wood
anything
eats her
in-
hand. Remember?
Yeah.
That was I'm a big Robert Rodriguez fan. He is my favorite director of all time. So, oddball choice.
You know what's I hate
Love
this
Machete.
fucking sour candy. I can't stop eating it.
Enzo, your
Sucks.
mic, Enzo.
No, I know it's far away. I was saying I
Now,
hate
what
the sour
sour
candy
candy
because I
are
can't
you
stop
eating?
eating it. Just got some like weird Sour Patch candies around sale,
Oh,
but like
nice.
I like chocolate because I eat a little piece of chocolate and I'm
Mm.
satisfied. I eat a couple spoonfuls of chocolate ice cream. It's like,
Mm.
yes, thank you. I eat sour candy and it makes me salivate and it makes my fucking tongue go crazy. And now I want more. I can't stop eating it. It's just like lemon chips, vinegar chips. I don't even like them. Titties. Oh yeah, Barbara. Yes, we were talking about whose titties were we talking about again? Oh, Carla Gugino
Gugino.
from Sin City. Yeah. We were talking about this Pauly Shore movie that might happen someday, hopefully, but we'll never know. What are we gonna call the Richard Simmons biopic? Like, did he have a slogan, or what were the name of all his exercise tapes? Or is it just Richard Simmons?
I think
Sweat
you would
until
call it-
whatever.
Yeah, sweat into something. Sweat into the 80s. Sweat,
Yeah.
or he would always say like, "Let's go, ladies," or shit like that.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of exercise tapes that my mom used because of Richard Simmons was like, I love Richard Simmons. I can lift tomato cans in my living room because he's playing It's My Party or whatever. She loved this guy. Everyone loved Richard Simmons. I feel like this will do very well if it gets off the ground.
He's one of those guys. It's like, even if he did annoy you, you couldn't really say it out loud because everyone would be like, "What do you have a problem with Richard Simmons for? He's harmless." Like, what?
Yeah, I don't think anybody can say they don't like Richard Simmons.
He is on the best episode of Whose Line Is It Anyway ever. Maybe
Oh,
the
yeah.
Robin Williams one is better, but like they're pretty tied. He is funny.
About that in the comments. Was it you in the comments? But someone was talking about that in the comments. How it's like if they do a Richard Simmons movie, they have to bring up the Whose Line Is It Anyway cameo. What
It's so
happened?
good.
Exactly?
It's
just
one of
funny.
the funniest episodes.
One
My
of
drama
Richard
teacher in high
Simmons'
school showed me that.
Most famous quotes is he says,
The House of
Every-
Closety for Richard Simmons movie. The House of Closets. There you go.
"Everyone in this world is somehow connected, so why not just be nice to everybody?" I mean, come on, man.
I didn't think of this when I started the show and I was getting all the tabs ready, but yeah, why didn't we just pull up the fucking the
Yeah, let's do it. All right, everyone.
Ooh. Come on, boys and girls.
Oh my
I
god.
guess
The original rave.
oh boy. What Richard? Oh, Dickie Simmons.
Yeah, my mom had this tape.
Here's a good title. Short. They aren't just for breakfast anymore.
Love it.
Great.
Love it.
Adam Gray and Barbara Lawrence, they I think they run that B-roll show that I was talking about, that Mystery Science Theater style, watching public domain movies. I'm all about it. You guys should check that channel out, by the way. It was very funny. Up. Take it back, girls. I mean, yeah. They got a big, diverse group of ladies, Like they weren't even
You could
trying.
call it
Yeah.
Anyone Can Do It because he would always say anyone can do it. That was a big slogan of his.
Yeah.
Woot, woot.
Pauly
Yeah, I
Pauly
gotta
Shore would
say-
rock. Pauly Shore
Oh,
would
dude.
rock.
He would.
That.
I'm definitely seeing that right now for sure. Come on, boys. Yeah. He's even gotten like the same body shape now. Sweating to the oldies. I'm all for it.
Man, he did so many of those.
We got to come up with a better title.
Oh, we're back to
Hey.
this. This is the complete
Yeah,
opposite.
Barbara, Adam, if you guys have any great Midjourney prompts you'd like to see, just send them in. Maybe I'll send them in the comments and I will copy paste them and see what's
Do
going
you
on.
think Pauly Shore would show up in that generator? No, just kidding.
Richard Simmons lives in a house of nothing but closets. I'm in, I'm out. It's an old Robin Williams joke. It's pretty funny. Robin Williams, man, that guy did a lot of cocaine.
Oh, his stand-up is some of the funniest you'll ever see, besides
God,
Richard
he's
Pryor
just-
or Steve Martin.
Just like constantly walking back and forth to the water, like, oh, he's got like all those bottles of water. That's like his thing. He's got like that huge chair with like 50 bottles of water. He opens like 3 of them. He keeps drinking out of random ones. It's so weird. Is that a photo of Az? Fucking Adam says, yeah.
Yikes.
I was
Yikes.
making some extreme hoarders on Midjourney. Yeah.
Did the drinker crew drop Az when he flipped the fuck out over The video game pronoun thing?
No, he was on afterwards.
I doubt it.
Oh,
He
well,
was
he-
on.
Yeah, he's talking
Oh,
about that afterwards.
Yeah, they all
Oh.
were defending him and stuff. They all stick together. That's the thing. It's like one of y'all gets canceled or called out for something. You got to say something. Hey,
I like a buddy of mine's like, oh, Chris, I love Starfield so much. I'm like, I'd play it, but pronouns.
I mean, it's a bit much. I don't know. I mean, I don't really care about these games anyway. But like, yeah, the
Wait,
problem
what's
with the pronouns
Starfield?
thing.
I'm out of the loop. Someone in
Starfield was a sci-fi video game with like,
Okay.
when you
Which
build your
system?
character.
Xbox.
Yeah,
Okay,
you build your character
I
and
still
one of
play
the
Star
one
Wars
of the
Battlefront 2 from 2005. I'm so out of the
Good
game.
call.
See,
Good call.
that's a great game.
Yeah.
That is a great game. You're right.
I
Oh
play
my goodness.
GTA online once in a while, so I can just
I
catch up
got
with
that
my
on my
podcast.
PC. I play that off and on.
Well,
Oh, that's fun.
Josh, it's basically it's like Skyrim but with space, and it was just
Oh, okay. I like
as-
Skyrim, but again,
Yeah.
I played the one on the original Xbox,
Yeah,
whatever.
so-
Other, yeah.
but basically it's like like during the character creation screen, which is like
Okay.
staples now. Now it
Mhm.
says making a character because general default is male, female. It's now it says male, then it says you have to put in like he, him, or they, them, and that's when he just flipped out saying like he's like when we're playing these fucking video games for escapism, we're not playing these games to insert he, him. It's like it's just male, female. That's it. It's like it's only a matter of time before you start seeing male, female, transes do that. 15. That's why people are getting sick and tired of bullshit. It's like
The thing is, it's like, normally
Eh.
you wouldn't really bat an eye about asking your pronouns because, like, the idea is you could change the character's sex, but then the character can have different pronouns, and it's like people don't bat an eye to that. But it's like it's one of those things. It's like conditioning you to think that kind of stuff's normal. But then I get it. It's like, oh, sci-fi games, you can have different pronouns, sure. But it's like, here's the thing: it's a video game. You identify, let's say you're a man, you're a trans woman, you identify as a woman, you're going to play a video game.
Yeah.
Would you want to play as a trans woman or would you rather just play as a woman? I don't know. I'm not here to ask the tough questions. I don't know. I'm just trying to use logic here and there. Just doesn't make any sense. Barbara Lawrence, I bought a bag of Doritos promoting Starfield. Should I be offended? I don't think I can refund the Doritos. No,
I remember the Halo
exactly.
Mountain Dew for Xbox. That was cool.
Az would eat those Doritos off camera, I'm sure. I mean, he lost a bunch of weight. I mean, it's amazing how much weight you
But
lose.
what
just by
flavor of
stopping
Doritos
sugar.
is the question? Is it Cool Ranch or is it nothing else? Because that's the only flavor.
You guys, I'm in Texas here. We get the
Damn.
HEB brand corn chips, and I get jalapeno flavor. They're like fucking bright green chips. I also get nacho cheese flavor and sometimes taco flavor.
Hey, just be glad we don't have bugles in Canada. I have to import them whenever I visit my family. We don't have bugles. That's my favorite snack.
Importing
No
bugles? That's
I
like
have to
the idea
import
of like
bugles.
the idea of like the plane like flying and landing on a private airplane airfield. Shady figures like getting out with like duffel bags, like unloading.
Nah,
Coast Clear,
we don't have Welch's
fucking
grape juice.
full
We
of
don't have
bugles.
bugles. We don't have unfrosted Pop-Tarts. We only have 2 flavors. It's like it's a wasteland of food up here.
The Doritos are cool backlash flavor. Yummy.
Ooh.
I heard that in foreign countries that they call ranch dressing American flavor. I don't know.
Okay, can
That's like
someone
a Japanese
is anyone,
thing.
help me? Does anyone know British things? Can anyone help me out with that? I'm very curious.
I do.
Because
used to
I
work-
was watching
used to
some
work for a
random
British
British video, and they called diapers nappies, but they also have napkins.
Yes.
You can't.
Yes.
How do you distinguish that? You can't have nappies and napkins. You have.
Oh,
Is it
you don't-
serviettes? It's so confusing.
You don't
don't
even want
get
to
it.
you don't want to get into the amount of shit that they do with their language mechanics. I worked for a British company for 2 years, and they'd be like, Wes, have you had a chance to have kip yet? And I'm like, what the fuck is kip? And they're like, lay down and go to sleep. I'm like, how the fuck does that? What the hell? What does that got to do with anything? And they'd be like, oh my God, we got to make sure we get out of here on time or we're all going to be Barney. I'm like, what the fuck is Barney? They're like,
Something I
Barney
hate.
Rubble. Barney Rubble.
Oh.
It means trouble. We're all going to be in trouble. I'm like, then just say we're going to be in trouble. How would the fuck am I going to? How does that even mean anything?
Isn't
And they
that
call us all-
Ocean's 11? That exact dialogue exchange?
pretty much, yeah. Well, they're talking about a robbery there, but they
right.
were
We're
talking
going to be in
about
Bond, right? And they're just looking
The
at it like,
language
what?
barrier for me and British is very strong.
yeah, I'd be like, do you speak fucking English? They're like, yeah, we fucking invented it. I'm like, oh, well, I can't tell because
Here's what you do, right? Here's what you do, right? You just walk into the pub, ask for a pint of cider and a large lager. Thank you, mate.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually.
British.
I don't think
anytime-
British.
I always joked about how
Whoa.
I joke about how like we call Mexicans beaners. We need to call British people beaners. They're the ones putting beans on toast and shit. Put
Ew,
beans where
yeah,
they don't
it's
belong.
gross. It's gross.
I mean, I'm
Nah,
sure beans on
that's
toast
weird.
they're not bad, but it's like I'd rather put beans on a tortilla, refried beans on a tortilla.
No,
That
the
seems
weirdest thing
normal
is
to
when
me.
people put cheese whiz and marshmallow fluff together. I don't get it.
Excuse
Ew.
me?
I have a cousin who like eats cheese whiz with marshmallow fluff on bread and calls it a sandwich. I don't know
Abomination.
why.
I've never heard
What is
that.
marshmallow
Wow.
fluff? You mean the stuff
It's
that
just-
comes in the tub?
Yeah,
Yes.
you know, like people
Yes.
make fluffernutters with peanut butter and such.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's weird to me. But with cheese whiz, that's gross.
Well,
it's like when people put.
Yeah.
Why would you put freaking marshmallows on sweet potatoes? Is your brain
I-
fucking broken? Don't do that shit. Just eat the
Well,
potato.
Sounds
I'll
like
tell you that-
are you sure she's not pregnant? I mean, that sounds like some pregnancy cravings,
That
you know?
does sound
Maybe,
like some
maybe.
pregnancy
That's
craving
probably
bullshit.
the.
But,
So
uh,
Adam Gray, I'm not making fun of what goes in as his mouth. I'm making fun of what comes out. It's tired. Yeah, I agree. I think everyone's tired of the constant what's it called? Just like the hate, the hating, the rage baiting.
The rage click. Yeah. Just a quick Enzo to answer your question. Out here in the Midwest, fucking ranch apparently goes on everything. No matter how much ranch you give, I spend about a third of my time when I'm at the restaurant, working at the restaurant, just putting ranch in little like to-go cups so we can hand out ranch for every single thing that they like. Oh yeah, I got a burger and some potato fries. Can I get some ranch with that? I'm like, what the fuck are you putting ranch on with that? Like, is this the ice cream place? Yeah, I don't like going to this ice cream place. There's no ranch to put on my ice cream. Yeah, I need that.
Really?
Like it's like their blood type out here. And I'm from the South.
The problem.
But we used to have a joke when we worked at Frank and Angie's, this pizza place. Oh, damn it. I put something wrong. It's okay. I'll fix it. But yeah, we used to joke around like, hey, how do you get a sorority girl to suck your dick? Put some ranch dressing on it. These women would eat so much ranch dressing. It was insane. Like they would get a 10-inch pizza, right? A personal pizza that's cut in 4 pieces. They would get a little ramekin, a little tub of ranch for each slice. So 4 ramekins of ranch for a small 10-inch pizza. It was unbelievable. And like I said, like they would basically drink it. It was gross. So I need to put a space right here. Aspect ratio 16:9. Here we go. Sorority girls drinking large amounts of ranch dressing at a pizza place. But anyway, yeah. I mean, Guy Fieri wept. Barbara Lawrence, can I have some ranch on the side of my ranch side, please? Thank you. Yes. Or cheered. Whatever. Yeah. I agree. Ranch dressing.
Enzo's impulse control with highlighting the comments is unheard of. I've never seen somebody be able to restrain himself as much as you, Enzo. When it comes, like, don't ever be in the middle of a talking point when
these pictures look like a cult.
Yeah, I definitely like, especially when like no one's leaving comments, and then we got 2 people in here saying something, saying what's up. It's like, hello, people. Yes, let's hear what you guys say.
Remember that time that I was working and you guys were in a stream and I kept saying funny shit and Tyler started getting really mad. He's like, "Can you stop reading Wes's super chat?"
That's like a running gag, is like me interrupting Tyler on accident. It's like, I'm sorry, Tyler.
Well, I love Tyler, but he always waits and he programs his thoughts. He takes his time to think. And it's I have to try not to speak over him, and that's okay because then it makes me a better person when I speak in these streams. I'm not interrupting all of you. I still do it somehow. So
let's spell this out. A woman chugging a glass of ranch dressing. Like, do I have to really just say that? Sorry, but that's what I want. Let's see what what is what does Midjourney even think ranch dressing is? What else did I want to talk about? Yeah, speaking of ranch dressing, did you know that at Subway, I thought this was like the kind of thing that like you would only hear about it once in a while, but people order disgusting sandwiches at Subway way more often than you think. And when I say disgusting sandwiches, like I'm not talking about like, I thought what I would get was gross. I would get a Subway, like a meatball sandwich, and I'd put veggies on the meatball sandwich. And I'd also put like a little bit of sweet onion sauce. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
All right, that sounds pretty good.
You had me until sweet onion sauce, but
these people,
like sweet onion sauce.
These people, it's the only reason to go to Subway, in my opinion. As long as you're putting the teriyaki sauce on whatever fucking sandwich you're getting, then it's automatically elevated because Subway's trash. But here's the thing: people order these disgusting sandwiches all the time, so much that they have a names for them. And the one that I'm describing is it's a sandwich where people go in, they get like a normal sandwich, like, hi, can I get the tuna, please? Pickles, lettuce, tomatoes. Okay, sauces. Can I get every sauce, please? Like lots of it. Like I want lots of every single sauce. And it's called the Soup Witch, and it looks something like that. And they make it so often that they have a name for it, a Soup Witch, and usually they'll get it toasted too. It's like disgusting.
Those cucumbers are not healthy looking.
There's also the Pickle Witch, which is a sandwich, just like obviously with like, because pickles are free, the condiments are free, so there's nothing stopping.
They never
a man.
put enough cheese on it, so
well,
it's not
cheese
free.
and meat cost money, but all the other condiments are free. So like, there's nothing stopping a man from being like, pickles, please. Can I have more pickles? Can you put more pickles? They have sandwiches where it's like people who do these dumb YouTube videos. Now, obviously, this doesn't count if you're doing it for your YouTube video, but they walk into the Subway and order a Subway sandwich with so much pickles, it's like stacked this high with pickles, and then they get in the car, they try to eat it, and it's disgusting, and it's just like a big waste of food. It's not cool.
That's what bothers me about the internet is people bothering minimum wage employees for 10 views on YouTube. Like, leave people alone. They have a job. Like, go do something else. Don't bother the guy at the till. Like, go do anything else.
The worst thing that I can't stand, and I'm glad it's starting to get some blowback now, is the people that do those harassment videos where they like walk up and hit somebody and do like
do those
wacky
videos
shit.
Out in Texas. I'll tell you that much.
Well, they've been fucking around and finding out lately. Like they keep like the one guy. One of them got shot.
Everyone's like on our wits' end, man, with the economy and everything going on. It's like,
no, there was that one video that I had watched.
Video.
There was that one video I had watched about this girl who wanted to dance in Target and was bothering everyone. And then when she got kicked out because she didn't ask permission, she's like, racism. I'm like, no, people are trying to do their freaking jobs. Go do it in a park or something.
They were doing like a flash mob style music video where we just show up to Target and we just do a choreographed dance number to like
why
music.
In a Target?
And we'll be
there
in
are
and
better
out.
Locations.
But then they fucked up the camera angles. They started standing in front of the camera, blocking like their footage. And then that's when she got pissed. If the footage was just these people at Target, like, no, you can't do that, then it would have been great. But because they're literally like getting the cameraman like disabled and like preventing them from shooting, then it became a problem.
But why are you dancing in Target? Do you have no life? Do something better.
Well, it's
homeschooling
unemployed.
Works, guys.
Yeah, it's unemployed. It's unemployed behavior. That's the technical term. Like the people that chain themselves to farm equipment and make a line and out in traffic. That's
are we doing for the Just Stop Oil protest now? Don't make no shit. That makes no sense.
Oh yeah, and all it does, these activists, is it just makes anybody who would be on their side not on their side anymore.
No, like, that's exactly what it is.
You're terrible way to go. And then what's awful is like you could tell like in some of these countries, like those people that were blocking the interstate out into the way to Burning Man, the sheriff showed up and immediately stopped that stuff because this is like dangerous. You're in the middle of the desert. People can't be like stalled out here, especially like someone like has a baby in the car or whatever. They don't have water in their cars usually, or gas or limited stuff. Like we can't just be breaking down in the middle of the desert. You can't be causing like hour-long.
Well, they got other stuff
delays.
going on too. They got people having kids, and then they got one guy I saw. Man, it fucking broke my heart. He's on parole, so he's got to get to work. When you're on parole, if you don't show up for work, you go back to prison. Like there ain't no I'm sick, I can't go. It's like, no, you show up. Even if you're sick, you can show up sick and then we'll maybe send you home. But you don't not show up for an appointment. You don't not show up for a class. You don't not show up for work. You do that, you're going back inside. And this guy is getting out. He's like, get out of my way. I am on parole. I will get arrested if you did. And then he just said, fuck it. And he just fucking took off on one of the guys because he's like, well, fuck it. If I'm going to jail, I'm going to go to jail for a reason. You know what I mean?
But if you're going to protest anything, you have to have the average person on your side. You can't upset the average person or your cause is void. You need them to help you.
It's like I said, like when you're blocking this interstate on the way to Burning Man, you get arrested because blocking interstate is a federal crime. It's kind of serious, especially out in the desert. But like you got these other places in England, I think it was, the people are blocking the road. The cops are just sitting there like, hey, and telling everyone to get back in their cars. The people get out of their cars, move the people blocking the road. And then the cops, what do? They arrest the people touching the protesters.
Right.
And it's like, obviously you are working with these protesters here. What is your deal? It's bad. Homeschooling, Barbara Lauren says, it's not just for weirdly religious people anymore. No, exactly. It's always been like the punk rockers, the contrarians, they do what's not what the authoritarians don't want you to do. And right now, like, yeah, what's cool, what's punk rock is like procreating and getting married and like paying your taxes and fucking homeschooling your kids. Burning Man used to mean something. Now it's for douchey assholes. Exactly. I would go to Flipside, Burning Flipside every year out here in Austin, near Austin, the big Texas regional burn. And yeah, just like comic books and many other of my hobbies, it got infiltrated by SJW Marxists. And then like when they started, the COVID happened, it took a break for 2 years. And then it was like, all right, it's only going to happen unless we're vaccinated. And it's like, well, piss off. Like, there you go. Yeah.
Oh man, the vaccination stories were crazy because we in Canada here, it was like you have to, whatever side you're on, you had to be like, I'm vaccinated. I can go to the movies for a little while. I can go anywhere pretty much, right? But I had this couple come in, and I shit you not, this was one of the craziest experiences I've ever had. I said, hey, do you have your vaccine thing, whatever? And they're like, no, I don't want to get vaccinated. I don't care what your reasons are. I'm like, I can't let you in. And they're like, well, what do you believe? I'm like, it doesn't matter what I believe. I need my job. Like that was what it was. So they're like, what are we, the Third Reich? And they saluted Hitler and told me I was Stalin and stormed out because they didn't want to show their vaccination papers. I was like, whoa, dude, I'm a minimum wage employee. Leave me alone. Like, what am I going to do? I can't change the policy of the owners. It was crazy. People went nuts here in Canada. Like, it was a whole thing.
Yeah.
Like when I saw those videos online, those were calm compared to what we experienced here.
Out here in Texas, like we were pretty lax on the lockdowns, but so that's why we got a lot of like social media shaming. Like people would go on like, Twitter or Facebook or social media and they like show pictures of people at parties and be like, look at these plague rats, not giving a fuck about your grandpa.
I mean, they did the same thing in Alberta.
Yeah, but and like I said this before, like Barbara, like not a single day has gone by that I regret not taking the vax and telling my mother not to get vaccinated.
What's funny is I used to be pretty liberal, which is people think is crazy. But I started dating like a hardcore Trumper, which I just thought was adorable because she was just like a Native.
So many Kermits.
She was a Native American, and I just thought it was funny that she just loved Trump so much. And I was like, okay, you're adorable.
What is in the background of number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what.
And
looking Muppet.
So I've taken so many vaccines in the military. I didn't think one more would hurt, but she was like, listen, if you take this vax, we're done. She goes, that's it. We're done. She goes, I will never speak to you again. I'll never talk to you again. I'll never look at you again. I certainly won't fuck you again. And I was like, well, Jesus. She goes, listen, if you think I'm crazy and I'm tinfoil hat, she goes, just even if you want to take it, just delay taking. Just tell them no, and you'll do it later, and see what happens. I was like, okay, crazy ass, that's what I'll do. So just as an experiment, I told the VA, I was like, you know what? I'm not going to take it right now, and they went fucking nuts. They sent a team to the halfway house that I was staying at because I had just been released from prison. They sent a team down there to hold me down and give me the vax. And I was like, are you fucking crazy? They're like, listen, we understand your concerns. You're going to take it. That's it. I'm like, no, I'm not taking it. And now I'm especially not taking it now. Then they tried to trick me and get me to take it. And they said, hey, you're due for a tetanus shot. You need another tetanus shot. And I'm like, no, I don't. I just had a tetanus shot last year. They're good for 7 years. They're like, well, that's not what our records indicate. And plus you need a flu shot. I'm like, okay, now I'm not getting anything from you guys because you're being fucking crazy right now. And then they followed me to my job to show up with the jab. And I was like, okay, so, all right, you know what? Guess what? I was wrong. She was right. And so, yeah, no, that's not and that's all it took was for me to switch lanes with that and just go, okay, yeah, they're fucking psychos. And
it was weird when they were like trying to give us like free burgers and pizzas and shit.
Right.
Like,
free
weed, wrong with you?
Amazon gift cards, all that shit. And I was like, okay, so this is crazy. And I'm not participating in your crazy. And
Barbara wanted to know how a Native American Trumper was possible. Who's Native American? Chris is, right?
No, that was thanks for paying attention. That was my ex that told me. No, it was my ex, the one I was just talking about.
I mean, no, but people on my res, Trump. But listen, it doesn't matter your skin color, nationality. Trump's got supporters. Biden's got supporters. I hear all the time, like, how can you be black and like Trump? I see TikToks and fucking YouTube all the time with black Trump supporters.
This is us living our perfect life after the nuclear apocalypse that Wes is talking about. Living in the sewer, having our tea parties as irradiated mutants.
Are you sure you just didn't type in The Last Supper with Cabbage Patch Dolls?
Now, I put in toxic waste mutants having a tea party in the sewer. I mean, I think it's pretty.
That's cute that you think we're gonna live through the fucking nuclear wasteland.
But do we want to even live through it?
That's one of my favorite lines in The Iron Giant, where he's like, "We can duck and cover. There's a fallout shelter. There's no way to survive this."
Yeah,
idiot.
that was funny. I remember somebody said that in the Palm Beach County Jail that I was in one time. The guy was like, "I'll just get under my bunk." I'm like, "Oh, okay, yeah, because that'll definitely save you."
Dude, I got that song in my head from Iron Giant. It's like, "Get low to the ground, stay to the ground, duck and cover, duck and cover." Fucking, the idea is like, get under your desk and put your hands over your head, and you'll be fine.
I'm just hoping
we
reach the
blast.
reality where battle royale is how we settle fights and put everyone in a ring. You know, just grab your random third grade class or a set of government and just go for it.
I hope what happens is exactly what is supposed to happen, which is as soon as it gets really bad, the other countries get nervous that, extremists are going to take over the nuclear silos out here while Sleepy Joe is in charge, and they just wipe us out of existence. And then before we get wiped out, we do get a few nukes out and we wipe them out and we just completely reset and just human goes into extinction.
I'm in the middle of nowhere in Canada. I'll unfortunately live through it or get wiped out by nuclear waste.
Yeah.
Okay.
On that note, guys, no, I'm just joking. Yeah, I mean, this is the main thing is there's 600 genders and only 2 political positions. Mine and Nazis. Just remember that, folks. But seriously, something Wes wanted to talk about and something we were going to talk about earlier was like, yeah, I mean, because I know Wes was talking about earlier about these college kids not understanding the better classics, like how many of them haven't seen classics like RoboCop and what have you, and you show some of these movies to them and they're like, wow, yeah, fucking what was the movie you talked about that they loved, the comedy you said someone watched
yeah, like you like back in the day you could make a Step Brothers or Anchorman reference. You try to do that now to a college kid, they don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Now it's Scooby-Doo and Twilight. That's
you were saying you had some friends of yours watch some kids friends of yours watch some 80s the Goonies. Wow. The Goonies, they love the Goonies. Yes, that's what it was.
My children, Jesus Christ,
your children. I'm like doing kids. 7 things at once. But anyway, the Goonies is one of those movies that you show that to a kid.
Thanks for popping in. We appreciate you.
Oh yes, Barbara, thank you. And yes, we'll try to stream again soon. watch the movies again real soon. But yes, have fun being a school nurse. Bad Robot Strikes Again. Bad Reboot. That's a great title. But yeah, the thing about
Jar Jar Abrams,
the Kroll remake. Yeah, like I said, it's like I don't think you could show the Kroll movie to a kid right now and they'd appreciate it. I think you'd show a kid Kroll and they'd be kind of bored with it. It's one of those movies I liked a lot as a kid. I was traumatized by the quicksand scene. I didn't realize Liam Neeson was that Cyclops guy. And I watched as an adult and I just remember thinking like, God, this movie's kind of meh. And I don't know. It's one of those movies that like, if you are going to remake something, go for you're like remake Kroll. But at the same time, it's like, we've been so jaded from shitty remakes. Like it's a little too late, too like Wes has said before on the stream, but I don't know.
I do think it can be done though. I mean, look at Dune. Does anyone disagree that the Dune remakes are great?
Right, but I'm less excited knowing that it's J.J. Abrams involved in the Kroll reboot.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Okay, did anyone else notice this in the Dune reboot? Like, I loved the first little bit, but when they got to like certain points, they're just like, whoa, and it felt like the movie was going to end, and they had loud, swelling music, and then they quieted down again and went to another random plot, and then did it again and again and again. Fuck that editor. Stop playing with my emotions.
When it finally ended, you were like, this isn't the real ending, right? It's going to keep going. It's going to see another scene.
I want it to be better edited. As an editor, it pissed me off, but I liked everything else about it.
Hey man, don't worry. We get to watch it in November. Oh wait, no, never mind.
No, it's March.
I know. I'm joking.
It comes out on Tyler's birthday. We're gonna go see it.
Allegedly. I get pushed back again.
I'm weirdly optimistic about Highlander reboot. I think it has a chance. I think
Is
I'm
Henry
scared.
Cavill still going to be in it?
Yeah.
Okay, is that why you're excited about it? So be
Well,
honest.
no, I mean not necessarily. I mean, but I think that I was a huge Highlander fan. I think the show was a big upgrade to the movies. And if they can manage to pull something like that off, I think they would. I think a huge missed opportunity would be to have Adrian Paul, that played in the TV show, play Ramirez. That would be quite a coup if they could pull that off. But they're not that clever. They're not going to do that. That would be.
You don't like
amazing.
Highlander 2, the greatest dumb movie of all time?
No, I do not like that.
It is
No.
so stupid. Nothing makes sense.
Does anybody remember what Kroll's actually about? I remember it being
No.
like Star Wars meets the Odyssey. Like
That's
a
what
gang.
that's a very good description of it, basically. And listen, did anybody else grab their sprinkler off of their hose in the 80s and pretend that that it was the Kroll weapon, or just
No.
me? So it was just me.
It's
Then.
just you.
You would set
Oh.
it. You would set it like on the shower setting or something, or what?
So, do you want J.J. Abrams to direct this reboot if it happens?
No, J.J.
Because I don't
Abrams.
like
No.
him
I'm
as a
done with him.
director.
No, well,
He's
I
terrible
used
as a
to-
storyteller too. He can't wrap up his stories at all.
I
That's
used
the
to
thing.
like
He
him.
can't end anything. He just
I
copies what's
did
been
like-
done, and he's awful at endings.
I did like Alias, and I did like Mission Impossible 3. But
Well, I mean,
everything
3 was
after that-
definitely an upgrade to part 2, that's for sure. But I mean, the Mission Impossible movie. J.J. Abrams, like, what else did he do? He did the
Lost.
Star
Star
Trek.
Trek, Lost.
9 and 10 and 11 were bad. 10 and 11 were.
He
9
ruined
was
the ending
good.
of Dollhouse, which was one of the most interesting shows to start, and then he fucked up the ending because he can't end shit. He's
Ooh,
bad
the Kroll
ending.
Atari game was decent. I bet. Is that what game he's talking
So
about?
was
Kroll.
the Indiana Jones Atari
would
game. If
I
you
would
could see the
assume so.
pixels.
Yeah, I like
I would
I like all those little NES games that were like painful adaptations of the little side-scrolling platformer games. You know, they were just like RoboCop, and it's just
You ever
like
play the
shooting little
Toxic
pebbles.
Avenger game on NES? That one was hard.
Wow, there's a lot of them.
Yeah, those games were unbeatable, man. Because the idea is like you have to assume it's at a quarter-fed arcade, so you'd have to make it to where they keep dying and dying, and the only way to beat it is to put $10 in it. You know.
Oh, I love those quarter games, though. They were fun.
You're not lying.
But yeah, can anyone else name any other parts of Kroll? I remember there were like little like
Nah.
stormtrooper looking dudes with laser guns, and then there's like a cyclops and people get stuck in a quicksand pit.
I saw it
And
when I was a kid
weirdly,
once. It was
even
so
though
long ago.
it's sci-fi, they're still on horses. Even
I
though
don't
it was
remember
like
much
sci-fi,
of the
they-
movies. What I'm getting at.
I mean, if you're
They
going to reboot this, what if you were to grab a random Japanese director and make it an anime instead? Like an animated film, an adult
I'd
animation.
be willing to bet you
That would be cool.
that they have an anime Kroll out there somewhere.
Oh,
I'd be willing to bet you they do.
Because I feel like it could be cool if it was like a different medium than the other thing. Just go completely in the opposite direction.
I mean, for 1980s, it had pretty good special effects. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
So, I mean,
yeah,
they're
no.
making a third Tron too, apparently. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that.
Tron
Could be
2
good, I don't
again.
know.
Tron 2 Part 2.
I mean, I like Jeff Bridges in the last one. He was fine.
I liked his younger self. Like his face wasn't quite there, but like I liked his hair and everything was pretty. Whoever they had to model him looked great. Like he looked great in still frames. Like I remember when I saw still frames of like young Jeff Bridges in the Tron Legacy trailer. I was like, holy
Is
shit!
it bad that young Jeff Bridges de-aged looked better than any de-aging Star Wars has done at all? He
Yeah.
looks better
And
in a 2010 movie.
My favorite is when like TikTokers or whatever like take the Star Wars characters and run them through some kind of AI filter and how much better it looks, you know, de-aging them.
Let's hope
what
special
else?
effects get better.
Something else Wes wanted to talk about is the Game of Thrones author, George Take My Sweet Ass Time, R.R. Martin.
Oh, go
Yeah.
fuck yourself, George Martin.
Oh boy.
He is now suing an AI because apparently one of these AI chat GPT type things. Chat GPT, exactly.
Mhm.
They used his books among many other obviously language based examples to train the AI. And
Oh,
he did
boy.
not consent to that or whatever. It's like, dude, I mean, if we bought the copy, if we have legal right to use the copy, I mean, what's to stop? What's to stop like me from like buying a book and reading it to my robot? Fuck you.
Yeah.
You know? I'm
I
sorry.
would
There's
just
no
like
legal
to-
precedent here.
I would just like to point out that the last Game of Thrones novel came out in 2011 and left it
Yeah.
on a cliffhanger.
I love every
He's
time.
upset because he knows these AI books can beat him to his own fucking story finish. He knows that
Yeah.
like the idea of like holding the last book like over everyone's head, like, hey, if I die, hey, that book's probably been done for fucking 5-6 years, and he's
Yeah.
just waiting, to like release it and like set up his family with it. And it's like, no, we're just gonna, just like we did with your show when we adapted it and we just kind of jumped the shark. We're gonna do the same thing with the books using AI, probably. Like, get over it. I don't know. George R.R. Martin, you had plenty of time to finish your stupid book, man. Why didn't you do it? I know why he didn't. He was too busy going to these cocaine-fueled red carpet parties with all these models. You know?
Really.
I mean, once you get the life, the taste of the glamour in Hollywood, it's a den of vipers, man.
What's the actual lawsuit? Because so they basically read the books or they typed in the books to the AI to program it. I don't. What that was he suing for?
If he had had half a brain or half the ego, he wouldn't have hired. He would have hired a room full of ghostwriters a decade ago. Yeah, I mean,
like what's his actual like his value? He's trying to say like they're using his copyright footage or copyright works. I mean,
yeah, I mean, basically, it's like the same thing with Midjourney. All these artists were bitching because, like, what it does is it just like every other artist. Like, if I was a real writer, like if I'm an aspiring human writer, how do I learn to become a better writer? I read the writings of people. So why is it like they're saying like, oh, it's illegal for you to train an AI model to use like our art to become better at painting pictures? It's like that's how every human gets better at painting pictures, referencing other art. God damn.
It's
and the same thing with this like chat. This like and I understand like it's a weird gray zone we've never really trekked into as a civilization. But this idea that somehow George R.R. Martin is entitled to anything or whatever, it's like, no, you're not. If anything, it's like that's why this writer strike is happening, because these writers, these actors, they're realizing that they're more expendable than they think. Like this, like holy shit, like this AI stuff is threatening your job, writers. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Well, it's scary too, but I think a lot of people, like I know Wes talked about that one guy from Justified. He's showing this checks from residuals, but it's all these stories of old Hollywood. It's like all the cast of Friends, for example. They haven't made an episode in like 25, 30 years, but then they still get a check each fucking week for like whatever $2 million on residuals. And I think a lot of modern actors were expecting that. Like, hey, listen, I can work for 2 or 3 years and then retire for the rest of my life because of residuals. And the whole industry's changing now.
Yeah, basically, Martin says right here, recently sued OpenAI for obtaining the contents of his books without his knowledge or permission. The author's legal team has accused the company of a systematic theft on a mass scale. Look at this fat. He's basically like him and Guillermo del Toro. They need to do like a buddy crime epic.
What's it says is like the argue that the AI system was given data from copyrighted books without the permission, but like if they're not using it for anything, that's like you said, that's no different than like you taking your text and copying it to a fucking hard drive or something.
This guy is a professional fucking nerd, okay? And then HBO comes along, starts letting him go to these fucking Emmy award parties and shit where he's getting hookers and strippers like snorting cocaine off of fake titties and stuff. Free champagne all night. The best
can you work on a prequel show for us? Yeah, I'm not doing nothing else. Yeah, totally fine.
Did he write the House of Dragon show?
He assisted in it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure it's based heavily on his one of his other books, that he already wrote.
Well, plus for a TV show, he's very heavily a producer in a TV show, and he's got like a lot. He has a lot more say in the House of Dragon than he did with Game of Thrones.
I once saw an interview where they had him on stage with Stephen King, and like I remember the caption in the YouTube comments was like, the world's most prolific and speed writer against the world's slowest fucking writer. It's like, Stephen King cranks out like 30 novels to every one of George R.R. Martin's. And to be fair, his shit is extremely dense. Okay, I get it. Okay, but you know what? Come on, man. 15 years? Come on, give me a fucking break.
Tolkien
why-
wrote more books in his time, and he was denser.
That's why, people may not know Robert Jordan too much with the Wheel of Time, but Jesus Christ, that guy pumped
Great
out
series.
what fucking 15 friggin' books in like 13 years, and those books started getting like 1,000 pages, 1,500 pages long. Like the Wheel of Time is arguably the greatest American fantasy genre, but Robert Jordan made sure that this guy's pumping out. He's pumping out a fucking book a year, and these books were 1,000-page fucking books every goddamn year. That's
See,
talent. That's
I used to think that he
I-
was like an over perfectionist, just taking too much time. But now I realize like that book's probably been done, and it's like sitting in a fucking vault
Yeah.
somewhere. You know?
Yeah, he's and you know what? He's a fucking weirdo because I read the books after I watched the show, and yeah, they're enjoyable. But you know what? Danny is like 13.
Oh, yeah.
Sansa is like 11.
When I say red carpet parties, I mean like Epstein style.
Oh
parties.
yeah, he's for sure in those in some
Allegedly.
Of those, yeah, no, I'm not even gonna say it. He's definitely in some of those eyes wide shut parties with fucking where they're drinking adrenochrome out of fucking glass.
If I make it into Hollywood and I don't get into any of the adrenochrome spirit cooking eyes wide shut orgy parties, I'll feel like a failure. I'll feel like I'm not allowed at the cool kids table. You know what I mean?
Would it feel better to just turn down the invitation knowing you're too cool for it?
Yeah, like Jeff Daniels. Like, no, thanks. I'll live in some suburb of Ohio somewhere. Bye. Call me if you need me for an acting role.
Maybe they'll make a new season of the Newsroom in 10 years because they ran out of ideas. Who knows?
Here's a question. I mean, more of like a pondering, but you guys ever wonder how it just like there's 3.8 billion women on this earth and the earth is still not clean?
Oh yeah, I saw this the other day. I thought
Yeah,
Other than
was
that,
funny.
Lord Toxic right there. Shit.
Yeah, that's definitely a Lord Toxic quote right there.
I guess the other thing I wanted to talk about was, I guess since Adam's here, he was talking about the Az situation, how Az is getting on his nerves, and I wanted to talk about this Mahler getting chased after this reaction channel girl.
Oh,
That's
boy.
so crazy because I listened to the live stream, the open bar last week, and I kind of caught it like 5 minutes in, but I listened to the whole thing, but it was like I was like 5 minutes too late, so I kind of didn't know what was going on. But I mean, apparently this chick just was so mad at Mahler for shitting on reaction channels that are just like loving Ashoka and all that other bullshit, and he's just making fun of them. Yeah, like clapping like seals. And he just made like, I guess he made like a compilation video to like just make fun of all of them, and that got her panties so in a bunch that she tried to get all of her followers to mass report his channel, like in such a dirty way, like for almost anything and everything, until he started to point out, hey, you're violating the copyright rules like every single video that you're doing. And it's just such a petty. And I seen this, like, listen, remember when we were talking about Russell Brand, like, okay, so we have this not this bitch, exactly. But we have a local website Facebook page just for our police scanner, and God forbid if you say anything about one of the transients doing something bad out here, everyone will be like, oh, you're just coming down on them for this, and you have all the blue-haired and purple-haired weirdos, and they'll start calling your job. They'll like look at your Facebook page and be like, oh, you work at Amazon? Let me call Amazon and tell them you're doing hate speech on Facebook and shit like that to try to get you fired and get you to shut up. And I mean, that's basically what it is. She didn't like his opinion, so she just wanted to get him, to shut his mouth. And it's like he wasn't even like really ripping on her that hard. He was just showing how stupid it was and saying he disagreed, and she wanted to
he showed her like smiling at a camera at her thumbnail for like 2 seconds.
He used a 3-second fucking clip, and it's funny. She came at him because she said it's the holy the term.
First she said it was copyright, and then she realized they couldn't get him on copyright. So then she demanded her fan base go mass flag him for harassment.
Right.
Yeah, because she said that like he was bullying her. It's like bullying her. It's like he didn't even fucking put your name in his compilation. I watched his video. Your name wasn't mentioned. Yeah, he showed 3 seconds of you acting like a jackass, which that's your entire fucking shitty channel is just you just reacting. That's
Yeah.
I have a
It's
question.
something that you realized.
bitch.
What? Go ahead.
When did we become so obsessed that everyone has to agree with everything we say and do correctly, that anyone who doesn't
Correct.
agree is horribly wrong? Not everyone's going to like you. Not everyone's going to agree. Why can't we just live our own fucking lives and let people do their own shit?
Well,
Yeah.
let me tell you
because
about
that's
a little
what the
thing.
sane people in the world would do. That's why.
Let me tell you about a little thing with 3,000 members called the Critical Drinker Unbanned Group. That is basically the Wes Kelly Lord of Toxicity hater group, which, to quote the admin of the page, is a middle finger to the actual main Critical Drinker group, because he banned us because we wanted to put Little Mermaid memes up with a dick over her face, and he wouldn't let us do it.
Yeah.
Who is Nick?
What?
Who's this person that you wanted to put on Little Mermaid? I don't know.
Oh, Dick.
Oh,
A
he said
dick.
Dick.
There was
okay.
the page started back when Little Mermaid was coming out,
Yeah.
and they had everybody, like they had like at least 15 or 16 different people trying to put a meme up that had the Little Mermaid looking up at the thing of her looking up at the water, but
Yeah.
like seeing a shadow of a dick over her face.
No, because that came from because of Aquaman. Because it's like they show
okay.
they show Aquaman. It's like he was above the water and she's looking up, so basically she's seeing Aquaman's dick. Like that's the joke. Yeah.
But I wouldn't let that through, and wound up, because of repeated attempts to let that through. I was like, yeah, we're not putting that up. And they started a whole nother group, and now it's basically become a Wes Kelly hater group, which is hilarious.
It's pretty impressive.
I thought so too.
Yeah,
3,000 members.
Yeah, that's why it's funny when it's funny why when Toxic or anybody tells me like, hey man, maybe you should try this for your channel and stuff. It's like, dude, I mean, obviously, like I got a guy who's like a frequent member, a frequent guest who has like fucking message boards like dedicated to hating him. Obviously, I don't give a shit about any of your advice. I don't care what you think. Like, yeah, I mean, I'll take it. If it's good advice, I'll take it. I'll take it into account. And if I don't feel like doing
I have the
today,
same problem in a couple groups I'm in. I'm in an Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It's my favorite show of all time. Shit posting group, and let me tell you, people get mad at each other all the time, and I don't know why.
I mean, I was in a Buffy the Vampire Slayer group, and I got kicked out of it for defending Xander in the group. And they were like, "Oh, we're not going to have that toxic masculinity in here." I'm like, "Did you not see what my screen name was?" But I mean, all right, that's fine, cool.
I mean,
do you, boo?
What are you gonna do? What are you?
Girl power.
Hey, here's your marshmallow children bullying themselves.
Huh.
There you go. I think that was a prompt by Adam Gray. Or I guess he didn't realize he was leaving a prompt, but yeah,
it's really fucked up. I remember like listening to a couple of years back when I still listened to Stern, in a time that Stern had David Spade on, and even Spade, because Stern became so fuck obsessed with the Orange Man and stuff and shit on him. But even Spade was saying like on Howard show, like, hey, listen, he's like Facebook and this social media is getting ridiculous where people have an opinion, and he goes even different political people. He's like, there's 2 different political parties. If you don't agree with somebody has a say, people are causing people trying to get people fucking fired from their jobs. And it's funny when David Spade of all people is telling Stern, like, this is getting ridiculous, where people are advocating teachers, doctors, lawyers because they voted for Trump to get them fucking fired from their jobs. And it's bad when Spade said that on Stern's show, which everyone's now, because now Howard Stern is woke now. It's like, fuck off, Howard, man. Come on.
Dude, I wish I was lucky to, if I had gotten fired, especially from like a good job for like not getting vaccinated or something like that, then I'd be like so excited, because I'd be like in the middle of a giant class action lawsuit right now. I'm sure that's happening. I'm sure it's brewing behind the scenes if it isn't already.
Yeah.
Oh, there's probably one around somewhere.
I'm to the point where I don't advocate on hitting people or hurting people, but I'm to the point where it's like, if I had a high paying job making like 6 figures or more a year, and because I posted something, like if I said like I like Al Bundy and Al Bundy offends you or something, or South Park offends you, you find a way to me fired from my job, best believe I think if I find you in person, I should have the right to, if you got my job canceled where I lost my career, the ability to fucking pay my kids' college fund, my mortgage or something, I should be legally able to just fucking deck you right in the face.
You go after
but the
someone's
sad
way
thing
to
is,
make
if
money.
if someone did that and you go and talk to them in person, you could have a rational conversation. But over the internet, they're like, "No, I have to be irrational and
No,
stupid."
that's gonna be a big no on that because I've seen
Most people are very reasonable.
I've seen Steven Crowder follow a guy like he got a PI to find a guy who said he wanted to set Steven Crowder's house on fire.
Yeah.
And like slash his tires and do all this crazy shit. So he showed up to the Starbucks that the kid worked at and he was like, "Hey, is this you? This is
that
you,
guy,
right?
okay.
That said all this stuff."
Yeah.
And the kid was just like, "No, I don't know what you're talking about." He was like, "No, this is you. This is your username. This is you. You said that." He's like, "Why are you attacking me?" You know, and just went to straight victim bullshit.
No, I agree with that. No, that's insane. The internet is like that. I'm just saying for me personally, like if I found out, because if I said something on YouTube, like, "Hey, listen, I hate Barbie," or for whatever reason, I think Barbie's a shitty movie, and somebody found a way to fucking
Imagine that.
You
Imagine that one.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, but it's just a fuck point that people like with Mueller situations, like Mueller thinks you're a shill, you're an idiot, and you're clapping like a fucking seal for a fish for liking Star Wars. Okay, if you don't like the guy's opinion, fine. But if you demonetize him, deplatform him, that's no different than getting somebody fired from your job. Like if you walk in saying, "Hey, I agree with J.K. Rowling that only two genders exist," okay, you're hateful, you're fired from your job. Like,
yeah,
you fired me from my fucking job. I should be able to just slap.
Well, it's like Ricky Gervais. Ricky Gervais's famous quote where he says, "How arrogant are you to think that you deserve to go through life without anyone ever saying anything you disagree with or don't like? Like, how arrogant are you?" Or you could go one better and go to the Dave Chappelle comedy thing where he went into a long, lengthy monologue talking about the rapper DaBaby and how DaBaby shot a guy in Walmart and got off, but he was completely deplatformed because he made a transphobe joke, which just goes to show you that you can kill a guy, but you better not make a gay person upset.
Yep.
Well, I think that's what makes everyone realize is like, I mean, I think we have you disagree like whether or not Andor was good or not. You could disagree whether or not Ahsoka's worth a shit. But like everyone agrees, like when you start going after people's channels, when you go after their fucking money and shit, it's just like, dude, you crossed the line. And same thing with Russell Brand. Like, I don't care if he's guilty or not. Trying to fucking demonetize him and deplatform before any kind of allegations or any brought to any kind of court hearing or anything. Like, what's wrong with you?
And that's why
imagine if I used some of my PI skills and did some nasty shit, and I went after the admin of the Wes Kelly hater page. First of all, that tickles. The funny thing is they don't realize how much they're feeding into my ego by having that, because I show that to people at work, and they're like, they're like, "You know what, Wes? Why am I not surprised that this one exists, and two, that you're tickled pink that this thing exists?"
Yeah.
I was like, because I am.
I'm totally down to have, like I said, go into that group and be like, "Hey, if you want to come on the stream and talk to
Let's go live.
Toxic in person." He's
Let's
right
go
here,
live.
Here to take your questions
I'd say
in
that's
person.
one thing I've always respected about Eric July, Young Rippa. Eric July has them fucking videos where he gets somebody on, he'll do them conversations with those guys and go back and forth for like a half hour. People that hate his content or hate his comic books or hate his channel. And Eric has those videos. I tell anybody, look up Eric July's videos. He fucking lays into people, so he embarrasses them so fucking much.
Yeah, I mean, he's good at talking shit. I mean, that's why you got to get a good YouTube channel. You get a good YouTube channel if you're funny and talk good shit, and people like it stuff. But
the problem with the only problem I have with that is this: like when you have somebody that it's like there's an analogy of it's like playing chess with a stupid person that has like Down syndrome or whatever, like they have a brain aneurysm, whatever. Like if you try to play chess with someone who's just morbidly stupid, they will just knock all the pieces off, take a shit on top of the chessboard and go, "I win, I win, I win." And there'd be no point to it. So when you argue with somebody like that, you're not going to get anywhere because they're just going to go, "You're just shut up. You're transphobic." In that group I was telling you about, the Lawrence police scanner group, there was this blue-haired that was yelling at some woman who was posting something that he was like, "Oh, you guys are turning into Fox News or something like that." And I said, "Hey man, if you're really wanting to help the homeless, the next time that I got to eject a transient from a place, instead of me taking him to the local shelter or calling the cops and getting him trespassed, give me your address. I'll bring him to your house. And then, hey, problem solved, because you want to help. I want you to help. And I want to help you help this person." And then all of a sudden he busted, "I forgive you. I forgive you
Yeah.
for being a toxic racist piece of shit. I'm like, oh, that's what I am now.
Here's
A
how it
minute ago,
goes.
you wanted to
Usually,
help.
Well, you got to throw around buzzwords if you're going to be hateful because you don't know
Well,
what they mean.
it
You
usually
got
goes
to.
like
You got to
this.
not know
Like
what they mean.
it usually goes like this. They'll like you'll say something that is like problematic, like what exactly is the evidence against so and so or whatever, and then that's like the first comment will be like a question, like almost like an interrogation, like a night letter, like, hey, what's this you're saying? Like, are you sure you want to clarify what you just said? And then you'll double down on what you said, and that's when like it starts becoming like, oh, all right, I disagree with this person, so here I'm going to tell him why he's wrong. And then you respond with like cold-hearted facts and dismantle their argument, and then it's immediately like shut down. I don't have time for this. You're a transphobe. You're an istophobe. I'm leaving. It's like, they're the type they recognize you right away when you start arguing with like facts and logic, especially when it's their own facts and logic like thrown in their own face. They don't know what to do with it, so they usually just abort. They usually like you'll see these like Q&As on the city, and it'll be like they realize like the second they realize like they're being interviewed like by an antagonist of some kind, that they just like they're like, I've had enough of this. Good day, sir. I'm leaving. It's like, can't you explain your answer to the question? Why do you
Yeah,
support
wait.
Biden?
I thought we were having dialogue. Oh, no.
Don't say something if
Yeah.
you can't back it up.
Right.
Well,
No, you're not gonna throw logic in my face. I'm gonna throw accusations.
To what Adam was
I
saying.
like how side project. I mean, yeah, obviously, I don't know if he's being literal when Adam Gray says I smeared cupcakes on Howard Stern's Jag once. He's a tool. If so, that's cool. But I put a superhero smearing sports car with cupcakes, and I like the superhero it gave us.
Yeah.
The super Batman. But
I thought that was
I didn't
Batman with a Captain Crunch car.
I didn't want to say Jaguar because I knew it'd probably give me an actual animal. So
Yeah.
anyway, that
No,
was
I
like
just
in
No,
1987.
Yeah.
Whoa, you thought he was a
Yeah.
tool back then? That's cool.
Yeah.
The current argument is that if you're part of whatever group that it is, that you're always going to be right. And if you're part of any of the LGBTQ plus anything like that, that no matter what your position is, it's feelings over facts. And that if someone argues with you, you can throw on buzzwords and do that.
Yeah.
And if for some reason you identify as non-binary, you do any of this, it's because that's how you feel and that's how you do. And that's great. But the fact that we're trying to get everyone to do it, you're not telling people how to live their lives. Go live your life. Leave me alone. And at the end of the day, you're running away from responsibilities by not even trying to fit into a label. Just fit into your life, make it work, and leave me alone. And don't try to push it on my school, on my kids, on the comments section. Don't push it in my movies as an agenda. Just leave me alone and go live your life as whatever you want. We respect you, but please don't push it on me. That's all I want.
I mean,
whatever
you
you
know,
like.
and the opposite is true too. Sometimes we'll have in the group we'll have like a question or a discussion, and it's just like I get so irritated when, and this is probably half of the membership of the unbanned group, is that I'll get irritated with somebody like say Chris poses a question and goes, "Which one did you like better, the 1995 or the 2012 Dread movie?" Right? I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did, Chris, but I'm just saying, like, for example.
Yeah.
And then so somebody like, oh, well, the new Dread was definitely better, or you might have someone go, well, yeah, the new Dread is objectively better, but I like the campy Stallone shit, so that has a soft place in my heart. And then you'll have somebody that pops up. I didn't watch either one of them. That shit's stupid.
But then why are you talking about
why
it?
are you thank you. Why are you interjecting? Like, if people get in the group and they have a Harry Potter discussion, I have never seen Harry Potter. I'm never going to watch Harry Potter. I'm never going to read Harry Potter.
Fine.
It's never, but you know what? I'm not going to jump in there and go, oh, well, blah, Harry Potter's stupid, magic wands, blah, 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 Dumbledore. Like, I'm not going to get into that because I have no opinion on the thing. I've never seen, so I don't need you to know that I think your shit's stupid or I think it's irrelevant to me. I don't need, that's chronically online behavior. You know what I mean? And we see it so fucking much.
But the only way we grow as people, and the only way we grow as humans, and the only way we learn is by difference of opinions, having conversations, and understanding the other side. And if people are unwilling to have conversations and throw around a buzzword, transphobic, racist, whatever, we learn nothing and we don't grow as humans. We have to be able to grow. We have to have conversations. No matter what political agenda you're on, you have to talk. If you can't talk, you can't grow and you become stagnant. and more of a problem.
Like Jordan Peterson said, when he was asked, why does your right to free speech trump somebody's right to not be offended? And he goes, in order to be understood and to have a conversation, you have to run the risk of offending someone. He's like,
Yes.
This conversation you and I are having, is what he asked the interviewer. This conversation we're having is very uncomfortable. You're asking me things that I don't like. You're being very aggressive to me. But you know what? It's fine, because we're going to be able to figure a way out through that. How can we accomplish anything because otherwise you're just saying words. Like if you go, me like red meat too. Okay, me be your friend. Yeah, me be your friend too. That's great, but it doesn't accomplish anything. You should be able to go, me like red meat, but me also like salad. Salad helps you poop. Oh, does it? Okay, cool. I like that too. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you for telling me that. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be able to have that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, it's just it's weird.
Words
Adam
are
Gray
weapons,
grew up in
but
New
we can
York.
never define them.
Adam Gray grew up in New York. He was sick of Howard Stern and Trump long before the rest of the country knew who they were. We got Thunderqueef joining us live from his apartment. Jeez,
Live
Christ.
from my apartment. Jesus Christ.
With vertical video, go horizontal.
No, wait, he's not vertical, is he?
Am I
Wait,
vertical?
It looks
No,
for.
you're not.
Oh, it's just
What
sideways.
about now? Am I
Okay.
sideways now? Am I sideways?
Mike
What's
is
happening?
way up there. Oh shit.
Now it's.
I don't even think
Oh
it gives
yeah,
me
here
an
I can
option.
turn. I'll turn him down.
Yeah, I mean, what's the thing I just always respected about Stern, this the biggest hypocrisy is the guy was so anti-FCC, anti-government, anti-censorship. Now all the guy spouts the past 5 years is censorship. It's like you made a career off being
Yeah,
anti.
that's crazy. You
And
know what I bet?
Yeah.
I
Wait.
bet he was on Epstein's Island and they got some.
How do you
fucking
keep your sponsorship?
videos.
Bow down to the powers that be.
Wait,
Yeah.
Stern's now about censorship? Wait, what?
Yeah, that's all he talks.
What
That's
have
what.
I
Yeah,
missed?
Howard
Yeah.
Stern's a big phony now.
Especially,
He's
that's why I turned off
That's
during COVID.
unreal.
Because COVID was
That's
pissing me
unreal.
off. It's like, dude, it's like you're sitting there, you're sitting there. First, also, Howard is big anti-podcast, but then once COVID hit, right, they shut down all Sirius, so they started doing this whole system where him, Rob, and everybody, they're doing all their shows from their houses. So everyone's like, well, you're anti-Joe Rogan, anti-podcast, but you're sitting home all day making a fucking podcast. Dude,
Yeah.
but yeah, he was big on lockdowns. He's big on. I listened to. I couldn't take it anymore. Where it's like, you know what? Then I'm
That's
fucking.
so
I'm pure
so
COVID
insane.
vaccine, and I don't care what your health conditions are. If you don't get the vaccine, you deserve to fucking die. And people me like, dude, a lot of us, West mentioned Crowder. A lot of people actually do have autoimmune issues and stuff. They actually couldn't get the vaccine. If you to fucking say that anybody, period, doesn't get the vaccine deserves to fucking die, it's like Stern. Go fuck yourself, dude. You sit at home for the past 6 months. You don't even all your fucking food is hand delivered to you. All your chefs make you food. You don't even leave your fucking house. So don't tell people they have to get the fucking vaccine or they deserve death. Like that's hold up, man.
Yeah, it's like
Bit
the
rap.
people that out here that were talking about we need another lockdown. I'm like, okay, well, I don't know how you make your money. Maybe you work at Maximus and you sit at home and you're like you work from home on your computer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, guess what? I fucking don't. I work at a bar. I work security. I have to actually go out. I have to go out of my house in order to accomplish these jobs. I can't just sit at home and order DoorDash
Yeah.
and just fucking let the whole fuck. And even if I did, I wouldn't fucking want to. I used to have a job like that. I used to work at Nationwide Insurance. And I used to work from home, but you know what? I want to fucking go outside. Like I don't need that. I'm glad you're super fucking happy, but you know what? I spent 5 years of my life in a fucking cell. I don't need to fucking, do
if
any
you don't
more.
want to leave the house, you don't have to. If you want to lock down, go for it. Lock yourself in your house.
Exactly.
You're allowed to do that. It's cool. Go for it.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go out.
No, even to the point where like Howard would have said, he had Trump on the show a ton of times, and I won't dwell on it too much longer. But certain guys, he was telling basically everybody on his fucking staff if they had to fucking vote for Biden. And some people like Howard it's like, first off, you can't keep telling us who we have to fucking vote for, and if they weren't, if anybody wanted to vote for Trump, I mean, it was every fucking show. It's like, dude, we listen to you for comedy, not to go on like a 3-hour fucking anti-Trump rant, but like as an employer, you can't keep fucking bullying your employees on who they don't fucking vote for, and sometimes even threatening their fucking jobs. Like, well, if you don't fucking vote for Biden, like I'm listening
think-
to like, dude, I can't listen to this shit no more.
People were like kind of receptive to that behavior in the pandemic when it first started because like everyone was scared. But I think after 3 years, it's like, no, we don't care. Like you show up to work, you do your job. No one gives a shit what the hell you do on your spare time.
I fucking hate politics. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, yeah.
And we talked about it the whole show, basically.
Not really.
Yeah,
really.
really.
Thinking we were doing Midjourney and shit. I came in here because I
Oh,
was
baby
excited about
mobsters.
Midjourney.
Oh, now you have like a
I
baby
showed up
voice
to,
that turned you
a
down.
freaking political thing, and I'm like, shit, bro.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with your mumbling cousin. Yeah, I definitely think that.
Yeah, I'm in the
Sound-
wrong zone, bro. I'm in the wrong.
No,
zone.
we're making Midjourney art and talking about movies too. But yeah,
Well,
we were talking about this
well,
one
turn-
lady
turn it
trying to
pop
get this
culture, though.
YouTuber off of
Yeah.
YouTube because of
Yeah.
stupid reaction videos. But I gotta say, I was kind of relieved when I found this lady's reaction channel because I realized like, oh, the stuff I'm doing on Dorkside totally allowed. If what this girl's doing is allowed, this girl watches like entire episodes of.
Can I chime in on something?
Yeah, you do. You sound like you're very far away, or you're like on a real bad microphone. I don't know what's going on.
Switched. You told me I sounded like I was on a phone, so I switched to my iPhone because usually that has better volume.
Yeah, I don't know. You sound. I mean,
I'm
it'll
on
do.
my phone. Hold on, let me switch back over to my other shit. But I wanted
You
to
sound like you're on a
really quick
rotary
there.
phone at your grandmother's house that lives in an Amish camp, and it's connected by an old wire that was chewed through by raccoons.
Is that better? Is
Yeah.
that better? Is that better?
Well, I mean,
Is that better?
I don't know if it's better, but it's definitely a different mic. You'll have to
It's a
listen to
different
the
mic,
stream.
that's correct.
Let's
Yeah,
talk
now
for
you
20
sound like-
minutes on technical issues again.
I'm gonna say this and then I'll go. I'll say this and then I'll go. I'll say this and I'll go. Have you heard about Dolly 3, the new shit, the new developments in Dolly 3 for image generation? And you've seen how you can put in the new prompts and like background and all that? Y'all talk about this shit already?
No, but they can do words and stuff now and all this crazy shit.
No, like you can do like multiple layers. So there's layers now. You can talk about character 1, character 2 and be very specific, and it's connected with ChatGPT with that. But then now in the background, you can talk about what you want in the background, and
Here's
it's
a
now
mobster's
like
running a lemonade
I watched
stand.
I watched the whole thing on that earlier. Anyways, I just thought it was really cool. The new developments are really dope with the new shit that's about to happen. If you're a ChatGPT Plus member, then you have access to it starting at the mid-October, I believe.
If you got any comments or any kind of prompts you want, we can do that for the next. Because I mean, that's honestly that was the last topic. Was that Mahler situation. So I mean,
No, I'm good. I just wanted to pop in and see the stuff y'all were doing, but
can we get lamps robbing a bank?
But I'm gonna leave because my mic blows. I'm gonna leave because my mic sucks. My bad, guys.
It is pretty
All right.
bad. I don't know.
I'll
It
catch y'all.
sounds a lot better on the StreamYard on the Wii watches.
It's better on the computer. Well, it's better on the computer, but I'm like down on my computer.
Oh, you're on your phone.
I'm on
That
my
explains
phone.
everything.
I'm like literally on my phone. Yeah.
We could live if you
Headset.
stayed on, though. You could easily stay
Yeah,
on and
we'll
help
be
me do a few
fine.
prompts. But also,
All
if
right.
you're done, I mean, we'll wrap up. I mean, we're gonna probably wrap up within the hour, and then after that, we
That's
watch
cool.
the
I'm
video.
gonna dip, but much love, guys, and
All right. Well, let's
yeah,
watch
I'll
a
have to
movie
check out
in
some
a
of the
minute.
weird crap y'all made later. All right.
We gotta
All
watch
right, peace.
Schlocktober shit in like 35 minutes. All right.
Word.
Well,
all right, peace.
Word. That was funny.
So we are Enzo. Are you going to jump in with us on Big Trouble Little China this week or no?
Yeah. When are you guys gonna do it? Tomorrow?
What do you think, Chris? Or
Well,
Blue Collar?
I was gonna ask you guys, since it's Tuesday, what do you think is a good question of the day for Big Trouble in Little China?
Ooh, good.
Oh,
good.
favorite
That's a good
character
question.
of Big Trouble in Little China. I mean, I don't know.
No,
No.
don't make it that easy. Be like, do you see Jack as the side character or the main character? of Big
That's
Trouble in
super
Little China?
easy. That's a way easier question. It's like definitively the
Very
answer is yes.
subjective. Well,
No, it isn't.
Objectively, it's yes, but people, you listen. It could be very. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
The best character is obviously James Hong. He's one of the best character actors.
No,
for
I like
TV. He does
Thunder.
so much.
I like what's like first of all, like the three storms are great, but which three storms your favorite? You know,
Best Jack Burton quote.
yeah, best Jack Burton quote. There you
All right,
go. That's a good one.
Okay, wait, because Weston's bust my balls. It's 12:30 now, so I can type it up now before we sign off.
You are. You know what? Listen, I'm sorry that I bust your butt. Listen, I love you. I do love you.
I know.
Okay, but here's the thing, man. You for fucking 3 years, you consistently forget to like it'd be like 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday, and I'm like, hey, Chris, do you want to do your question of the day at some point? He's like, oh, yeah, I was driving my bus today and I fucking forgot.
That's what I'm doing now.
No, I was doing Uber over here. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Oh, we're doing accents again. Good. No one can do them in this group.
I can't.
Jack is the audience insert, but it's because he's ineffective.
Enzo does the best fucking Statham. That shit's hilarious.
All right, Statham. Let the maid stand.
Hey, did you guys ever see the robbery? What was the robbery movie they did with Marky Mark?
The Italian Job, or no?
The Italian
Money
Job,
Heist.
and the Italian
There's
Job.
also what was the
Go ahead.
one? The Big Hit. That was another one I liked.
Yeah,
Marky
no, that's
Mark.
that was a Hitman. That was a Hitman movie, but
There was that running joke in The Big Hit where it's like, I got to return King Kong Lives. Like you own.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
King
yeah.
Kong Lives is late. Like what the fuck?
Oh man, me and my friend, I had a friend named Mark Lennox from Yonkers, New York, and we used to constantly quote fucking lines from that movie at each other. Like, no, little girl, you can't rent King Kong Lives because this guy has had it for 3 weeks. But no, the part in the Italian Job where Seth Green is watching Jason Statham con out a chick for her work van because they needed the work van for the whatever part of the robbery. And she's like, oh my God, are you really? what is it I could do for you? And he's like, whatever's maybe your virginity, whatever's on the menu, love.
Yeah.
Are we talking the Italian Job original or remake?
The remake with Seth Green and Jason Statham.
Clarification. Thank you.
That was fun.
I've seen both, and they sort of blur together. Except for
Charlize Theron back when she was still hot, like that.
So Monster.
Oh, yikes.
Damn, real quick. Then we see a new picture of Jonah Hill. Holy Christ, that's scary.
He looks
looking.
like Aristotle.
That's oh boy.
He literally looks like the Aristotle statue. Let's see here. Vaporwave art. That reminds me of Aristotle. Vaporwave.
Just out of curiosity, what is you guys' favorite Jack Burton quote from Big Trouble in Little China?
Well, you know what old Jack Burton says like this, times like these.
Time like this.
Checks in the mail.
Think about that.
Checks
for a
in the
minute.
mail.
Let's see. He's got so many of them. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, let's just pull. I mean, we'll save that for the stream.
It's all in the reflexes.
Yeah. That's a great one.
I have to go through them all.
Vaporwave art of a haunted house. I can't talk right now. Jesus.
Okay, so is that a yes that we will do the stream tomorrow or no?
I'm down anytime this week. Next week, and after that, I'll start having to be busy. I'm planning to. Yeah, I'm hoping to get on. Adam Gray's channel at some point, and him come on one of these next week. After this week.
I am really only interested if we're going to continue John Carpenter, Blue Collar, and Stupenzo.
I just do 80s John Carpenter, really, and some.
I'm
really select ones.
I'm really only interested in Village of the Damned,
Mouth of Madness.
No, I'm not interested in that. Actually,
you're a writer. You don't like In the Mouth of Madness?
No, I don't.
It's about a book that makes you go crazy.
It's too meta. You know what? I know I'm going to take some shit for this. I do like Ghost of Mars. I do like that movie. So.
If we talk about Ghost of Mars, then we also have to talk about Mouth of Madness. The other good ones that are of note, I think, Carpenter movies are obviously like, Halloween. People like Prince of Darkness a lot. People also like another big one. Yeah, Village of the Damned's a big one for me. I like that one a lot.
Assault on Precinct 13.
That is a brilliant film.
That's one I'd be down in the chat because it's been so long since I watched it.
Did you like Josh? Did you like the remake?
I was okay with the remake. I prefer the original.
Really?
Yeah. Help me out here. What is it with Halloween everyone loves?
The original?
I don't get it. Yeah.
The original or just the series, the franchise in general?
I don't get it. Like it's the world's slowest moving killer, and like there's so much filler, and then like
I don't know.
Donald Pleasance is like, haha, I'm bald. Okay.
I
just
really
don't
like
understand
Halloween.
It.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know.
I feel like the genre has been done better, and I respect it for what it's done for the genre. For sure, it was one of the first slashers, but I feel like they had a lot of filler in there, and they could have got more kills or more suspense. It just it didn't feel scary to me at all. I didn't feel like I was being followed. It felt very like, this is nice. It's a first one in the genre, but it could be done better. And I don't disrespect the film. I just don't get it.
Yeah, there's certainly some, duds in the franchise for sure. But when it's done right, I'd say about a little less than half of the Halloween movies have been like really truly well done and frightening. Now,
I feel it follows it a better job of having a concept of a killer that follows you.
I do agree with that. It Follows is really underrated.
It has a better concept. It feels like something's following you, but in Halloween, you're like, oh, here's Laurie Strode. Oh no, she's babysitting. Yeah. Oh no, oh no.
It Follows has such a terrible way they handle the monster. It's like, there's so many other situations. There's so many other things you could have done. Like the pool thing worked, but like what they ended up doing was like, it didn't work. But like I saw what they were trying to do, but obviously it just went super weird.
What did you guys think of the ending of It Follows?
Yeah, I like the actual ending, what they're trying to say. I mean, it's like a metaphor for, STDs. So the idea is, just get, monogamous with your STD. Don't spread it everywhere. You guys can share the STD together kind of thing. But the other thing is, I really like that movie, like a lot. Yeah, I thought it was great. Here's how I would have dealt with the thing. Like walking into a police station with like a bucket of paint and just be like, hang on a second, just wait a second. And then when the thing walks in, just be like, you got to have someone there to establish, every person walking into the police station is not the thing or not. And, you might have to explain to other people like, hey, just hear me out. I swear to God, there's going to be a freaky person coming in any minute now. And the person comes in and you just throw the paint all over the creature. Once you've identified it, now you've got this like invisible creature with paint on it. Okay. And you just tell them like, don't shoot it. Don't do nothing. Just follow me. And like someone open up a jail cell. And this would be the hard part. Like you'd have to like walk into the cell with the door open and somehow like, push the fucking thing off of it or do a little run around and get out and have them close the door.
You're going with this. I do like where you're going with this because you're using a lot of good. You've obviously given this some thought.
Yeah, now it's stuck and covered in paint and it's invisible and you just have all the time in the world to explain what the hell is going on.
I do. What did you think of the movie Blue Collar?
I liked it.
Did you watch it? Did you actually watch it?
Yeah. So
you don't have to pretend like you watched it just because we've all watched it.
Yeah, no, I'm almost typing up your Jack Burton quotes too.
Oh, you're working on your. Oh, I just got tagged. I just got tagged in something. You must have done your question of the day, and that's why you're being so quiet. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. What do you guys think about the chick from It Follows becoming like a new Scream Queen? Because she's been in so many horror movies.
It was really funny. So I want to tell you guys, I was saying earlier with watching Voodoo.
How do you say her name? I can't.
I don't know.
Micah Monroe.
Well, it's just funny how you mentioned It Follows. It's on sale for Voodoo. My kid's like, Dad, he's like, I love It Follows. I'm like, that came out when you were like 8 years old.
Does he really?
Because cool. I was telling you guys earlier, like we're mentioning a whole like you said with TikTok generations and stuff. Every week I say, buddy, we're buying a new film. So we bought LA Confidential today, and he's dad is.
Did you fucking really?
Yeah, we just watched it. And he's like, Dad, I love this movie. But as we're looking at the Voodoo list, It Follows. He goes, yeah, Dad, I love It Follows. I'm like, I forgot it came out. I was like, you were like 6 when that came out, but he still loves It Follows. But we watched it together a couple years ago. I forgot how old he was,
but yeah, she's been in a few horror movies. She was in one last year that I really liked on Paramount Plus called Significant Other, which is pretty similar to No One Will Save You. It's actually pretty close to very, very similar. She's quite the Scream Queen. I do find that. I mean, your kid never read those fucking books I sent him, did he?
He's reading he's reading a little bit at a time. I was
that Enzo never read vampires either, so that's fine.
I messed with him. I was like, how much you reading? His dad, I got another chapter done, but because right now he's doing football. He's like, I'm teaching him how to drive. We're watching older movies. There's only so many hours I get him.
Take away his phone every time he has to take a shit, and like make him read the book while he takes a shit.
Yeah.
I've seen about 2 or 3 of her movies, and she seems pretty good. I'm better than. I wish she would just replace Florence Pugh in most films, because Florence Pugh made Don't Worry, Darling and a bunch of films that are just very mediocre. She has a bad agent. She needs a better agent. So
Florence Pugh does need a better agent.
Seems more interesting than her any day.
I do like Florence Pugh though. I really do.
Yeah, she's good in really small, odd movies with Ari Aster, but that's about it.
You don't like her Yelena Belovich? The other Black Widow. You don't like that?
Black Widow was pile of steaming garbage, in short.
But she was the best thing in it.
Yeah, but that's not saying much.
Okay.
She needs a better agent to pick better movie roles.
Okay.
Because, like, it's just so frustrating. So much talent, but such bad roles.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. The Guest with Mike.
Guest
I love that one.
Really good movie.
Rules. Also a great Halloween movie.
That had me guessing. That really did. I did not know where they were going with that. I was like, what is happening here? What is the deal with this guy? A super soldier? Like, is this all in his head?
That number 4 is terrifying.
Yeah.
That is Scooby frickin' Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, Scooby-Doo 80s live action movie. Not bad.
I'd probably still watch it. That's the sad part.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good. I don't know. Velma's looking all right. Fred, Jesus, Louise. Scooby, horrifying. This Scooby I'll allow. This Scooby
at least looks like a stuffed dog.
It's like Wile E. Coyote brought to life.
I'm really getting concerned with how much AI you're getting into, Enzo. I'm starting to think that you're a part of Cyberdyne.
Maybe here's AI.
My concern is that Scooby-Doo is just running off the rails, and it's been running off the rails ever since Scooby stopped speaking in all R's. It's like they're trying to make it relevant. It's from the 60s. It's meant to have that vintage feel, and it's not just Velma. It's everything. They're meeting wrestlers now. It's just they're meeting Kiss. It's like just have them run around through doors and keep it classic. No one wants to see the change.
What's really scary, man, because like this has been talked about recently with X-Men, because eventually MC is going to have X-Men there, and part of the problem is like Magneto was a product of his time in a sense that Magneto came from World War II and the whole Nazi regime and stuff. That was fine back in the 60s, 70s. Now in 2023, Magneto, he wouldn't be old enough to be a Holocaust survivor.
Yeah, I would if it was me and I was redoing, if I was redoing Magneto, I would make him like a survivor of like the Milosevic, like Bosnian Serbian wars. I would make him like a survivor of that if I was redoing it.
Yeah. No, and that's it's a problem we go through. That's the different generations. Like at some point, it's like it's like certain characters are a product of their time.
But they're not gonna do that. They're gonna make him like black trans.
No, he led the charge on Stonewall. All right, he was one of those guys.
He tore down the Berlin Wall. Who knows?
He was there on January 6th.
Oh yeah, because if he tore down the Berlin Wall, then he would still be German. So that could actually work. That could actually work, Josh. That was a good idea.
The way they're redoing everything is everyone on TV has to be a 20-something hotshot cop when it takes 10 years to be an actual police officer, 10 years to be a doctor or a nurse. Like, what's wrong with having a 40-something in a show? Like, why is a 40-year-old so wrong to have in a crime show? Why can't you have that?
Yeah, nothing.
Like, you could still have the young and the old. You could mix the different characters. You could have the young hotshot rookie coming in training with the experienced cop. Like with Hawaii Five-0 or Magnum PI or any of those shows, they're like, oh, by the way, you're 15 now and you're no longer this 40-year-old experienced cop. It's just like,
I was forced.
Man.
I was
Don't remake that.
I was forced to watch Magnum PI and Hawaii Five-0 when I was in the joint, and one of the best lines I ever heard from Hawaii Five-0. I don't know what the context of the thing was, but for some reason, the two main cops, I guess one must be Dano, and I don't know what the other one is called. But they're like, the one guy's an ex-Navy SEAL, and they're like out paddling, like they've been stranded out in the ocean or something like that. And the one guy was like, he goes, I can't believe we're doing this. We're totally going to die. And he's like, you told me you thought it was going to be a good play. And he's like, that's what I thought we were for sure going to die. And I didn't want to make you feel bad before we died. I was like, that's a pretty good line. I like that.
Hawaii Five-0 is the biggest offenders of remakes because everyone is far too young to be in the police force in the position they are. Kono is a woman when Kono was one of the best supporting characters in the original series. Don't mess with my show. Just make cops in Hawaii and call it something different. It could be cops in Hawaii. Just make a new show. Leave my show alone.
They gotta.
No 20-year-old is watching regular TV anymore.
Why are they trying to appeal to a 20-year-old? Appeal to a 40-year-old. That's what they want.
Hey,
that's
you
why-
know,
Stills from the
that's why-
1990s action movie Hot Shot Cop.
That's
pretty
why.
good.
That's why CBS does so well, because they know who their demographic is, and they know who they're they know who they're shilling for, basically.
I want to.
Hey, are you guys
MacGyver.
are
Ugh.
you guys comic book guys, or no? Or am I the only?
I
comic
read
book?
some. I read some comic books. Yeah.
Somebody posted in the group they did X-Men Inferno, and they posted that in the group talking about.
I saw that. They found
yeah,
like the limited edition,
Yeah,
Forerunner
like
or
well,
whatever.
somebody was helping somebody move out of their apartment, and they had like the whole like limited edition. Because what they used to do with comic books is like if you bought, like they rewarded their readers, like if you bought like all the ones in the series, they'd have like little posters in the back of the comics, and you could put them together and like put them up on your wall, and that's what the guy had. I will tell you that if they were to do that, like they're struggling to come up with a comic book storyline that can rival Infinity War, dude, or the Infinity Saga, rather, I guess it's called. Do the fucking Inferno Saga. It's magic against superheroes. It was fucking magic and demons opening a gateway to hell against, and the superheroes all across the Marvel universe have to stop the gateway from hell opening up and swallowing up, the universe.
Watch that.
Like, dude, it was fucking epic, man. It was so good.
This just popped up. I can't scroll through you because we mentioned her earlier, but because on Facebook, but you said, how would you feel, especially you, Wes, living in Kansas? But if imagine sitting at a restaurant and someone comes up to you and say, hey, listen, your meal's been paid for, but we have to clear out the entire restaurant because Taylor Swift showed up with her boyfriend, who's a quarterback, and they're kicking everybody out of the restaurant, but they paid for your meal. I mean,
I'd be fine. I'd be okay with that.
That depends. How far am I through my meal?
Yeah, part of me's just like I feel like saying so.
I'm fine. I'd order a bunch of shit. I'd be like, okay, cool. I'm gonna take a bunch of shit to go though, including one of those T-shirts, one of those mugs, three cocktails, put them in to-go cups. But yeah, I'm good.
And part of me kind of feels like, I'm gonna sit here and actually keep eating because it's like I know you think you're, I mean, go ahead and write a song about it, bitch.
Oh no. I don't want to be in a Taylor Swift song. Do you?
Because it's also kind of an arrogance
Sounds
thing, though.
fun.
It's
Let's
like
do it.
It's like so you can just walk and clear the whole fucking restaurant because you made some shitty country songs. Like,
hey, great, blue collar, great.
I don't know you.
Great poster for your question of the day. I like it.
Of course.
I will say that Taylor Swift is the only one writing lyrics that aren't na 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 la la la. She actually has words, whether you like them or not.
Them though. Someone else writes them for her.
Oh, she's not writing them.
Someone else writes them for her.
Yeah, but at least it's not,
I know
Jonas Brothers, whatever, this and that. I sound old, but whatever, I am old.
No.
It's like half the songs are like you have one verse, it's 1 minute long, you repeat it 3 times, and it's absolute shit. TikTok isn't music, it's noise.
Well, it's funny, Josh, you mentioned that, and I think Critical Drinker at one point that somebody actually was breaking down at some point the actual how songs are written, and they're going the actual like fucking math of the notes, the beats, and how it's actually gotten dumber over the past 20 years. Like how actually music is actually stupider than it was 20 years ago.
Why I listened to prog.
So, but yeah, it was a funny article popped up. Like
every now and then there'll be. I have a
giant coffee mug.
I have an app called Treble, which does music and stuff, and then it like picks up like random songs and stuff like that, like based off of stuff I watch. So I went and saw Scream 6, I guess it is, and their opening song it's pretty good song. I liked it. I went ahead and downloaded it like pretty quickly. So
I like the song from the end of Meg 2. Okay. Chomp chomp, I'm a Megalodon. That's a great dumb song.
I was hoping that it was gonna be because we watched the first one and the end of the end song is like fucking, hey Mickey, you're so fine. It's like, why are they not ending with Great White?
Basil?
Like a song by Great White. Like that would be what you do, right?
Man. Missed opportunity. Yeah, for sure.
No, but the song from the end of Meg 2 is a bop. Okay.
God. I didn't see that one to find. I just walked that once the movie was over.
You guys count yourself lucky that you don't work at a bar where people come in and play fucking, wet ass pussy fucking 6 times a night.
Post-credit sequence of Nick Fury recruiting the Megalodon for an Avengers movie.
I mean, I don't want to spoil Meg 2, but there are some really stupid moments you're going to laugh at and it will make you happy inside, but don't think too hard.
Yeah, definitely not.
Jason Statham is having the time of his life collecting a big
Oh,
paycheck.
hell yeah.
Let's Enzo, do an impression of Jason Statham pitching his next Meg 3. Let's hear it.
I want Expendables 5.
Here's what we got here. You've got me, Jason Statham, dashboard, washboard abs, on a jet ski, surrounded by beautiful models. And what's going on? I'm on the beach, having a Mai Tai, drinking to my heart's content in a tropical
All right, someone do
paradise.
Stallone and jump in here.
I thought you was gonna be in the next Expendables movie there.
It's when my
Mr.
buddy, my
Statham.
dear friend, Mr. Stallone shows up. and he says,
What can I do to get you in a Tulsa King over here? What's
Hey,
going on?
listen here, Jason. There's a shark out there in the water.
A shark.
Big shark.
I don't.
Big old
Hey,
shark in the
Jason,
water.
I don't know if you know this or not, but I played a shark in a DC movie one time. I was King Shark. I was the king of all the sharks, me.
Yeah, well, basically, we've got a big shark, but this time there's 500 megalodons. They won't stop until they eat every single thing in the ocean. And this
Can we
time they
just do
can
a whole
fly.
episode where
We've
you
got
speak like
wings.
Jason Statham? The whole episode, no
They
breaking
got wings,
character?
mate. Underwater. A giant shark recording vocals underwater in a deep sea recording studio.
God.
Let's see what happens here.
So
Yeah,
in the
and,
bar, you're tired of WAP, is what you're saying.
I could do without if that song never comes on again. And for some reason, the bartenders, no matter how much I try to give them money, they will not skip the song. Like they're like, no, we can't do that. And I'm like, please.
What
Please
system
skip
is
it.
it on? Is it like Spotify or one of those pay-to-play
It's
jukebox things?
It's both. We have a Spotify thing that plays like random playlist bullshit, but then also which it's on there too. And then also they have like the fucking juke credit bullshit thing that will supersede that, but then people still want to hear the same stupid fucking shit.
Could you block the song?
I mean, conceivably, yes, but I mean, I feel like sooner or later they would figure out who did it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, they always seem to know when I've gotten into the Spotify or the
Who is
jukebox.
begging for Megan the Stallion? Who is like, that's
Bro.
good music?
Bro, like,
I don't know about the music, but I tried her Popeyes chicken sandwich and it wasn't bad.
She has a sandwich? Is this
She
like
had-
Dolly
she
Parton
had-
having a cake
She
mix?
had the Popeyes chicken sandwich had a Megan the Stallion sauce, and it was basically like a Chinese style, like sweet and sour, spicy sauce.
Is it just all Botex fillers for the thighs?
Yikes.
I assume.
Yikes.
Here's a shark recording music in a studio, underwater recording studio. So funny.
Fish are friends, not food.
Oh, they're doing a duet underwater.
Okay, I'm curious. What
Shark.
other songs drive you nuts at the bar there? What other songs are like, no, don't play that? Is it like Sweet Home Alabama or Cotton Eye Joe? Or
If I never have to hear any other Justin Bieber, or if I never have to hear any more Rick Astley, I will be so.
Rick
So-
Astley. You made one
really,
song.
people
come
are
on.
still into Rick Ashley?
Give you
You
up,
No, because
never
they
gonna
because
let you down.
Yeah, because
never
they-
gonna turn
Forever.
around.
yeah, because it's on the Spotify playlist, but it's also like when people are being funny and they get in the jukebox and they rickroll everybody. One of the funniest interviews I've ever seen on BBC Live was when Rick Astley's daughter had to explain to him what rickrolling was because the fucking interviewer asked him and he didn't know what it was, but he had his daughter on the interview with him. And he's like, he goes, "How do you feel about rickrolling?" And he's like, I don't understand what you mean. And the daughter was like, "Dad, that's when someone plays 3 of your songs in a row and they try to irritate everyone at the pub because they keep playing your songs over and over again. It's called Rick rolling." And he was like, "Oh my God, is that what they're doing?" Like he thought he was actually being popular again, but he didn't realize that. people
So
were
speaking
rickrolling.
of music, I work with a lot of actors. I get jobs from my agency and stuff. And I made a Lonely Island reference the other day too. I'm on a boat.
Yikes.
None of them knew what it was. They
Yikes.
only know Brooklyn Nine-Nine. How do you not know Lonely Island? Like, what generation are we living in? Like,
I
that
mean,
was funny when I was in high school. I
the-
think it's still funny.
The generation that doesn't think that anything important happened before them.
True.
Is the thing.
I mean, like, if you want to troll someone, just put "I Just Had Sex" on with Lonely Island and Akon on a jukebox and let people experience this for no reason. And they'll be like, what are we listening to?
Yeah.
That's how I would troll someone.
I remember trying to convince everybody at the Palm Beach County Jail during Christmas time when I was there in 2017. I was like, let's put on Saturday Night Live. They're like, why the fuck would we watch that? I'm like, because they're going to do Dick in a Box.
Yes.
Let's watch Dick in a Box. It's fucking hilarious.
Not enough people saw Popstar Never Stop Stopping, which was one of the funniest movies of that year. It
Never
is
Stop,
absurd.
Never Stopping. Yeah.
It's so funny. It's just, it's a perfect parody. I mean, you have Hot
Yeah,
Rod,
Enzo,
and then
got
there
it.
was, that was great too. Is that what is that in number one? Is that Jim Carrey in The Mask? We just lost the background there.
My God, they remastered in 4K at 68 frames per second. Shit.
What are they screaming about?
Everyone-
Sorry, my mic's muted. These are people enraged. This isn't really working. It's close. I'm trying to, everyone at the bar is enraged about the music on the playing on the jukebox.
I mean, for me, it's if I never hear the Summer of '69 again, I'll be fine.
I don't get a lot of that, although I'm always surprised about how much Kid Rock will get played.
Really?
In the local
never
pub.
got him.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
no,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
If I never have to listen to Ba with the Ba again.
Songs I hate are like "Hey There, Delilah," but I mean,
Yeah,
no
I
one
Maybe
plays
heard that once in
thankfully.
my life.
What you do?
Hey
to
there,
me?
Delilah, won't you something, something?
I mean, you
better
didn't put
than
closing
me?
time on there. Are you not sick of that song because you work
I
at a
mean,
bar?
No, well, because
It's
traditionally
not
at
a
the
bad
bars,
song. I'm sure.
Yeah, well, one, it's not semisonic.
what?
It's not a bad song. Number two, traditionally we will only play that song when it is closing time, and it usually means we get to close out everything, and so it's like a good song to play.
I mean, you didn't bring it full circle to Taylor Swift. I feel like everyone would
Ugh.
play Taylor Swift.
Boy.
You know, we don't get a lot of Taylor Swift played out here.
Huh.
Strangely enough.
Surprising.
Or Beer for My
Jeez.
Horses by Toby Keith. Everyone
No.
plays that at the bar.
No.
No?
Yeah,
Oh, that's the
Neon
bar
Moon.
song
Every
now.
time someone plays Neon Moon, the whole bar goes apeshit. It's hilarious.
I
Also,
can
like White
it
People
goes-
Kryptonite is that one song by Neil Diamond, Sweet Caroline.
Oh, so yeah, that
Everyone has to do
Oh,
that for
yeah.
some reason.
yeah.
Karaoke night can never escape that. The best thing I ever did at karaoke night was did Hell is for Children by Pat Benatar. The whole thing was silent. It was
All right,
beautiful.
everybody. I already know Enzo's, but you can say him anyway, Enzo, because he may not know. Everybody's top three fucking songs they sing when they do karaoke, and go Enzo first in order. Enzo, Josh, Chris,
Okay.
and then me.
Probably number one would be Killer Queen. Anything by
Nice.
Queen, really. I
Nice.
guess number two, I guess we'll just go by bands. I'm really good at Huey Lewis. I like doing Huey Lewis songs.
Nice.
And then third would be probably a tie between ELO or Supertramp.
oh wow.
But I've done over 1,000 songs at karaoke. There's no limits. I do Michael
Yeah.
Jackson. I do whatever. I do.
Right, I hear you. Go,
well,
Josh.
I mean, my number one is
Yep.
Genie in a Bottle with Christina Aguilera. I got the
Holy
dance moves
shit.
and everything.
Good song.
Nice.
My number one is
Nice.
my second is I'm on a Boat. I kill that track. And
Okay.
then number three, I will always do Like a Virgin by Madonna.
Okay. Wow.
I always
Yeah.
go for comedic effect. Like it's
Okay.
awesome when you do the dance moves to Genie in a Bottle.
Yeah.
People can't hold it in.
No, I got you. I'm very similar in my, if not the taste, at least the reason why I do the songs that I do. But go ahead, Chris. Or
Number one is Wonderwall by Oasis.
Okay.
I can just nail that song. Number two, I've been killing fucking Def Leppard, Pour Some Sugar on Me.
Yeah.
And then friggin' number three, my cousin loves ending the night with doing Kansas Wayward Son.
Nice.
Because it's like, well, for me and her it's Supernatural, but her mother loved Kansas. But you love or hate Supernatural, they always ended the fucking season with a goddamn good montage with Kansas. Like
Nice.
fucking like that.
Amazing.
Kansas is one of the greatest bands on the planet. I
yeah.
adore every single album they've ever put out.
Also one of the greatest states in the planet, just FYI.
Yeah.
If they have Kansas, absolutely.
What?
I mean, have you listened to their first album or even Mask or even some of the really deep cuts off like their late 80s stuff with like Tomb 19 and Three Pretenders and even Freaks of Nature with Hope once again. Oh my goodness, I love freaking Kansas. I can play most every song on drums. That's the one band I can't get enough of. Icarus 2 is a masterpiece.
Nice.
Nice.
So yeah, my number one is Lustra. Scuddy Doesn't Know from the Eurotrip soundtrack.
That's a great one.
My number two is La Bamba by Los Lobos, and I can sing it without the prompter. I know it by heart because my Spanish teacher, who is also my music teacher in St. Juliana Catholic elementary school, taught it to us and made us learn it back in 1987. And number three, I always finish out with a little bit of Journey. Don't Stop Believing.
I try that.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguise,
As no one knows.
So as a Journey fan, there's three eras of Journey. There's the original Prague-centered instrumental, there's the Steve Perry era, and then there's like the current era. Which one do you listen to the most, you find?
Steve Perry.
The current era with the Asian guy. No, I'm joking.
Steve Perry.
Fair enough. I was just curious. I'm a big Journey Prague fan. I like all three, but you know.
Perry.
I'm trying to figure out how Don't Stop Believing became such a big hit because Separate Ways was a bigger song. I mean, back in 1980, when in 1981 when Escape came out, Don't Stop Believing didn't even chart in the top 50 Like
I'll tell you what, you know what helped? You know what helped Don't Stop Believing was Family Guy when they did the karaoke episode when and then they had that great quote from the mayor where he was like, I love Journey. I love when strangers sing Journey, but I hate baseball cards.
God. My favorite, I like the song where they sing it in the back of a Home Depot parking lot. One love, where we'll find you. What's it called? Separate Ways.
Separate Ways.
They're like in the back of like a. They're like in the back of like a Home Depot, like the back of the parking lot area, like doing the music video. It's so weird. Broad daylight, you know. Terrible music. I like how vague
his amazing mullet.
Yeah. I like how when you give Midjourney a real loose prompt, like terrible music, it gives you all kinds of wild shit.
Does it
give me like a robot for some reason? I don't know. When I say terrible music, it gave me I don't know. It gave me a lot of wild shit. It's like one of those things I could put in 100 times and get 100 wildly different prompts. Anyway, any other prompts before we close it out? It's almost midnight. I worked on the lighting for Neil Schon's wedding. Ooh. Oh. Also, Adam Gray, I got the Kid Rock's demo in the mail and sent his fan club the contents of my ashtray. Amazing. It was a bunch of fat prime weed nuggets that I stored in my ashtray.
Well, we're at the 4-hour mark. I just want to say I'm sorry for the technical difficulties at the beginning, and I'm sorry that you guys had to see Mom and Dad fight a little bit when Enzo yelled at me.
I was like, dude, it's not me.
Yes, it is.
Queef came in here, and like it's funny because like he was like down to clown. And he comes in like one of the most like political parts of the show, and his microphone was being all shitty. And he's like, "I don't know what you guys are talking about, but like, I'm gonna go, bro."
Oh, hold on, I'll do an impression.
That sounds like that guy from Family Guy.
What impression are you doing?
His cousin.
That was just in here.
Oh,
hey! Oh man, we're watching Silver Bullet. Look at Gary Busey. Isn't this amazing? Hey, Queef, what do you think? Silver Bullet. Yeah, I do think it's an early.
He's a soul man
performance. Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Like Silver Bullet with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor from 1980.
No, from Gary Busey and Corey Haim.
Oh, okay.
Stephen King.
Oh.
Or Cycle of the Werewolf, depending on how you look at it. Hey, Queef, did you know that this was based on a Stephen King novel called Cycle of the Werewolf?
He doesn't sound like that. He did sound like he was on a telephone though, like on a payphone.
Sounds like you listened to Arnold Schwarzenegger once and tried to do the impression. You're like, look at me, I can do the impression because I heard him once.
Dude, that was us in the Commando stream. It was the only stream Talks has been on so far.
Commando
on others, but yeah, we were doing so many dumb Arnold impressions on that one.
The key to an Arnold impression is soccer. If you can say the word soccer, that's the word. When I was young, my father wanted me to play soccer.
Look at the knife, Bennett. This is what you want, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alternate the knife, John. I'm gonna get inside you, John.
Has anyone sat through Red Sonja lately? If you do, I'm so sorry.
Great, that's a fucking good movie. Why
It
they
hurt
hate
me
for
inside.
Where is the why the hate for Red Sonja? I love
It's just
Red Sonja.
I don't know. Bridget Nielsen, I can't do her in any movie, not even Rocky IV. Just can't do it.
Wow. What about Cobra? No Cobra?
I mean,
Oh,
you're the
that's
disease, I'm
badass,
the
Enzo.
cure.
That
I
is
don't know, she just
badass. That
rubs
is
me the
badass.
wrong way.
Werewolf. Look at it. He's got 2 arms, but other than that,
Nice.
I love it.
he's got an extra hand right here, but other than that, it's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
I mean,
That
Look,
first
I'd
one
have
was-
to clean it up. Photoshop. This is great. too.
there's a Stephen King book called
There you go.
fuck, what is
Oh,
that?
yeah.
What is that book called?
Badger.
There's a Stephen King book called The Talisman, and they go to an alternate world, and in one of the alternate worlds they go to, it's basically a side story to the Gunslinger novels, the Dark Tower novels, and they hit this kid and his friend they're on a train, and it's like going through like mid-world, and there's like this entire army of werewolf soldiers with like fucking AR-15s and Uzis and shit that they have to fight. It's really cool.
I would play that game.
Yeah, it's really awesome. It's a great story. It's a good book. That I wouldn't mind seeing that. They could do more Stephen King adaptations. I'm down for that. I could see that.
Well, I guess on that note, guys, it's been 4 hours. It's been fun having y'all here. It's been fun having Adam and
I'm glad
Miss
we got to do
Barbara.
all that politic stuff that I wanted to do. I'm really glad we got that.
Yeah,
Hey, we learned don't black out on a roller coaster. That's what we learned from the entire
That was-
stream.
right. That was the whole point, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
turn over the music. You can if you want to.
No, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? You're joking. Dudes, hey, Adam, great. Thanks for coming, man. And like I said,
Thanks for
little,
everybody that was in chat, and especially thank you, Queef, for stopping by and adding a little bit of class to this stream.
And then also, thanks, Lord Toxic and Josh coming in.
Do the whole stream as
talk-
Jason Statham next time. You got to do it.
Dude, yeah, maybe.
Challenge accepted.
I'd have to get into character and talk like Jason Statham like all day beforehand, just so like I
Watch
can
the
get into
Mechanic
it.
Resurrection on repeat till you can't do it anymore.
Oh yeah, Crank 1 and 2. What else? He's in Revolver, and he's kind of in the good
War
one.
with Jet Li.
Yeah, no, the other one with Brad Pitt. Snatched. He's in that one, right?
Yeah.
He's not in that one enough, honestly. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, we got Schlocktober coming up. I'm going to be talking about The Shining next Monday on Cannoli Sasquatch. And then we'll be talking about The Exorcist the following week. Schlocktober starts. Got a public access movie every day this week, every day this month, plus the We Watches. It's going to be awesome. Enjoy.